the vast majority. The 1890s reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed. Just over a century, and it's almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go to Mr. Parenti's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got the z-axis, right? We've got, like, this is a representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he's like a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved from Lithuania to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and Ketsubas a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Birkat HaMedina, you say it in your shul, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geulatenu, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, I'm to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state here. This is essentially where in Israel, Kippah Suruga, who essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumi, they're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to the other group here, also on the religious axis, like this. This would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. He's sort of seeing me. The top here somewhere. Which number is that? This is the most recent one. No, which section? I mean, I don't know. I just wrote up here at the thing. But I'm looking forward. I'm going to be making my own CM on Shas, God willing, in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast here, the shameless plug. You know, I give a definitely podcast, right? Oh yeah, 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history, in Daf Yomi. Yeah, what's that? In ninth grade. Yeah, so I haven't been explained it. To 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. Okay. And now, yeah. Well, it's a short, like it's an ageless thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record a short video on every single Gemara. 2,711 videos. It's my sugar, but some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Israel and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredim, meaning we call it in English ultra-Orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you're serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews who are like, antithetical to Judaism. How can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create. He would say, you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before it's time. It'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened to these parties? Jews needed somewhere to go. They were kind of unified then. Jews unified. Probably not lucky. Let's go through them one at a time. What happened to the Bund? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of them. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more Bund. Sort of like echoes of the Bund survived outside of Russia, like our Better Ring, the workman's circle, but only as a pale shadow of this socialist thing. If you're going to meet a Bundist, you probably meet them in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last one would live. but they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that, but secular. Mr. Rubin?
No, it's two other things I think of your community. One is in New York. One is in Union Square at the Eagle Archives.
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, and yeah, I don't know if you had your train on that website.
Okay.
They're trained only under certain circumstances, sometimes.
So but basically this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% whenever we see Jews voting, 4% of the most. So they basically disappeared. But we did because we still believe in the echoes of it with Federation, stuff like that. Coalite Sion, the socialist Zionists, what happened to them? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. There's a very, very strong dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been in power for 19 years, I think. It's really a long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel were in here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people were close to this. Herzl, his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of politics. There's very little kind of moderate Zionists who are anymore. I think if they're moderate, they probably would do Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Meir Kahane, called Kach, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic in looking at today's politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, Kach was the name of it, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors intellectually are people like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahanes. But one of the debates that's even going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. Now, it's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about the Rav Kook's influence has created the Dati Leumi group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about Agudas Yisrael down here, though? If you left here, you're nodding. What does that mean? There's a lot of them, but what happened to it? The party still exists, yeah. But what about it? Is it different in character at all? There's a lot of something. Yes? As a general idea of how maybe, what happened to them after the Holocaust? Exactly. So Israel in particular, because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland, and when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, no more Agudas Yisrael there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This formation, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're technically against the state, or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel, because, the Haredim in general will not serve in the army. and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society. Please.
Actually, I read the biography. I don't think I know he was already in it before them.
Yes.
Then they were against fighting. Like he actually met with the head of Jordan from this.
Oh, definitely. No, they were definitely
They were trying to take a different approach, and they attacked me before the gold guy, and then they banned them. So what wasn't only in that alliance, but it was also like a different way.
I think that would be fair to say.
Before the fighting alliance is on.
Remember that, by the way, I'm giving you here like a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And in reality, we could easily take the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that Jews have separated into. But you're right, there are Canadian who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently named Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredim feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredim are against participating in the army. Mr. Wood and then Mr. Parente.
So actually, I just want to clarify. I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version and not its leaders, just the average guy in HR who identifies with the idea of Jerry Carter, but isn't necessarily running over to against Arab leaders.
Yeah.
So how far past the good Israel they fall on the list?
Well, Neturei Karta, I think, is, for those of you who maybe aren't familiar, Neturei Karta, the guardians of the city, they are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly points out, and actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to the pro-Palestinian pictures of guys with face and stuff. They're holding their signs around. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh look, there are religious Jews who support this. Like, they're the most extreme bizarre. But they are definitely so in this camp.
Right. I'm just differentiating the American leaders from their sympathizers in the HR who aren't necessarily leaders, but just like they think Zionists are heretics, but they really say the Arabs are any better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Israel in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like the Torah party. I haven't even gotten into the ethnic, the Z-axis, or I guess it will be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim coming to their own in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazim, but when the Sephardim get involved in Mizrahi, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, it's complicated. Let's hope Shem Yazor. I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. I mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so and it's a good stuff. Any last questions about the? Do you understand now why your crazy Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like? Okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this: 1930s, father wants to send his son back to the Heims so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and spends there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the Pesach table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He says, "Oh, Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist, who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Bundist." And he says, "Yeah, well, what did you expect? I told you there's a great amount of variation in political views in Europe." He says, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew." Today's class, and we'll probably bleed into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went boldly into this new world, and we still have not totally figured out what it means for Jewish identity. We're still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then, probably not today, but probably we'll get to it on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forces Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to do probably on Wednesday, I don't know if we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with the state of Israel. But these are the 2 classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, but you'll watch. Okay, shall we get to it then? The decline of corporate society. An interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of depicts a traditional Jewish wedding, kind of fiddle on the roof kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity really begins in the 17th century and then continues into the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity is not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. Basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity included, for example, humanism. Anyone want to define humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism?
The study of human thought as thinkers think about it.
You're not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought or meaning. Mr. Epperstein?
The doubt of learning in humanity without changing.
Very good. Decidingly putting aside, for example, let's say God, right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as the source of truth and more to, we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific acts such as the Holocaust. Say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. And hopefully, we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. Is it's much more well. You know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think as regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism, because again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. The discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people have a reliable food to eat until it's not reliable with the potato blight. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that, wait, there are like other cultures that have been thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western tradition. It's like so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope, but focus on Jews specifically. I want to say two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 100 leap years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into the Enlightenment, so it melds with the Haskalah. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European culture because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure, right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile as punishment for our sins, that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world. We don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it because that is, ultimately, because of that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to make them think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this. We could argue against this. And ultimately, they were successful, although at big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. You remember we talked about the Kehillah, and we talked about the relationship of Jews as Servi or Kamarai Regis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and government dealt with us as a solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country. We were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group adhesion. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did and fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliate with the Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined, Yamach Shema. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familienz laws, in which only the oldest male child married. I shouldn't say it like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. But the rules were not applied to women because they were not considered legal age for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, a rather crude and cruel attempt to control Jewish population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families, according to state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really, really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level, and they're primarily training doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They had like do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying that they promised not to lie in court because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this oath called the Mora Judaica, the Jewish oath, would be imposed. These are the kinds of things that would go with pre-modern society because, again, the state dealt with this as a group and would make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities were open. Mr. Silver, do you have a question? No? Okay, good. So Jews began to fret with this because, again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating, but it just takes one Jew to read it and then translate it into Yiddish or even into Hebrew, and these ideas begin to circulate among Jews, and they balk against it. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 7th when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about Moses Mendelssohn, how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestants, and when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Catholicism? Yeah, Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists were considered like the awful groups. The Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther says, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protest is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome. Against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. And so I don't think,
yeah, so it's like Martin Luther, like, famously said that how can we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors, and meaning like the cardinals, can't even agree with each other on various things? Like, how can we take that as the word of God if the men who are supposed to be giving over the words aren't even agreeing with each other? And wasn't the main concern that, like, we shouldn't be trusting in men for what the word of God is? We should just focus on what the Testament say?
Right. It's an interesting thing. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still conjugating on this idea of humanism. Yes. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, like one of his big projects, let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. A very good point. So that, but to say where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not a sense, but we were nearly white, right? Let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African American slaves? What do we do with them? Now, that is, of course, an issue that resonates even in the Trump presidency. It's a very big deal with how do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on. So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white?
White supremacists won't consider them white.
Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead. Yes, Mr. Rothschild.
It's the same way in Europe where like Jews have like almost all the rights to Christians, but like plus like that.
Ah, very good. So there's still kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature. But it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people. So therefore, we can like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature. Yes, Mr. Rothschild.
I mean,
That's it, Wes.
but
So what the
I
fuck
remember
happened to you?
the first people to like discover New World was
really needed to check that code.
Okay.
It was today with like work stuff. So
All right. How did it go?
yeah,
You what?
sorry to have to leave the game. That would have been annoying.
That's okay. You were gonna lose anyway, and everybody knows it. Are you ready to play again, son?
Yeah, not right now.
Okay. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Um, I'm hungry.
Okay. Well, go eat. Nobody's stopping you from doing that.
Anyway,
You're horny, and you came to me. All right. Well, I'm gonna tell you to go to number 4 on your big board.
I'll come back in a second.
Oh.
Columbus and like, the Spanish.
Yeah.
Those were, I guess, like Spanish Jews are like Spartans, so would they be generally darker than Ashkenazi?
You're absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have a daughter who could easily, when people see her, they say, and she has a strange skin tone as my mother, my grandmother, and people say to her, "What are you, Hispanic? Are you, you get that too, Mr. Games, right? Like, yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about blue, black Nigerians or something, where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that means exactly. But Jews could sort of like squeak under the wire. And also, we weren't like part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church to push a different agenda, so we were less threatening to Americans. And why that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to benefit. Mr. Kranz.
So at the DMV, they asked me if I wanted a Mexican speaking person for your translator.
Yeah, so I said no Yiddish, please, right? It's funny. Okay, so what happened in America? There are limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about like homesteading and fending off the Indians and whatever else they had to deal with creating a new culture. It was just too far from the sea carried over to America. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mora Judaico, the Jewish oath, and things like that, but really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787 and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? Because it says, we the people, right? We believe it is what is the right word?
Inalienable right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rubin. I just got my citizenship a few months ago, and I already forgot, right? It's an inalienable human right that people want life, liberty, and happiness, pursuit of happiness, right? That's terrible. I should rewind this. God forbid I'll take away my citizenship. I can't. I already have my passport. But these are kind of things like all men are created equal. That's a person word. All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, because they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. They just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some places, you still have issues, like in New Hampshire, until 1877, there was still a ban on the Jewish oath. Yes, some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, this is a whole country, the usual experiment, and Jews benefited. Where we're going to focus today, because it's really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, they had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right, the English Church, and it will be basically Catholicism, except with divorce, right, and that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, where you can, which in the Gemara would be for the base thing, can be Rabato Kedushin, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing because I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church vis-a-vis Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population grew and fretted. So there you have a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social standing, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. So, for example, David Solomons elected the Sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have eventually Rothschild came to the parliament. They eventually changed the law, but you don't have the same kind of rigid change or other change that you'll have in France. So social change in this case, the Jews already basically finding their place, that creates the legal change. But we got to focus on France because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike England, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture, and unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France can control everything on a totalitarian level, theoretically. You'll recall what one of the kings, I think it was the Rothschild, the Sun King, once said, "Après moi, le déluge." After me, the flood. Meaning like, nothing will be applicable after me. I'm the entire universe. In fact, he once said, "L'état c'est moi." The state, that's me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I could pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple on pain of death. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model, which did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this is the way they set it up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn of society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they'd have to deal with that. But this is, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The statue from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too. And they said, wait, that's not necessarily what we had. It's true, you are living in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then, Jews too, wait a second, what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Sephardim and Ashkenazim. In the Sephardi class, we talk about this at much more length than we will today. But basically, when you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? Ashkenaz, our meaning in the sense, our class. We're all living out here in a region near Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory. This is the region where Toast was very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way up here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, fled to Spain as Christians. You remember they were forcibly converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1600s, and by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity, and they come back to their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story, really. Like 200 years after living submerged in the south of France, and they start saying, "Hey, us too, for sure. We should be, recognized as citizens." What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazic Jews, and they start arguing, "You should give us equal rights because we're really French. We speak French. Listen to how good we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so insistent on Katras and Shabbos and stuff like that compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. You should give us citizenship. Forget about this Ashkenazim." And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they give the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history real fast. Mr. Leakey.
So I might be missing. What's the primary difference between a citizen, an equal citizen, and non equal?
Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a pre-modern corporate member of the society is whether the state interacts with you as an individual or as part of a group. So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of a country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jew, and so you were subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges, wherever they were, of being Jewish, as distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities, or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy.
Then even though that is like from dual emancipation, or not really so.
Excellent question, Mr. Leakey. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, we should try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which referred to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Kehillah. You had to pay taxes to the Kehillah. You had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. If the Beis Din said, show up for mincha every day, or you'll get, flogged, you had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There was no I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to hang out like a Christian. You can't do that. So the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the Beit Din in particular loses, because the Beit Din no longer has the power to enforce group conformity. The Beit Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together. Or way, we become assimilated. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Parente?
How long would it take for, obviously legally, that's the Jews? How long would it take for society to fully integrate the Jews in?
Mr. Parente, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, Dreyfus, excellent. Another case in point.
Today's from France.
Yes, right? The anti-Semitism of France today is terrifying. There are people who are fleeing France left and right. Okay, the Holocaust? It's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable that the Jews were able to hold such a large territory when every single French person knew their existence. But no, there was a good argument to say it never fit. It never would. You could even say it didn't work in America. Even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say that, this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. Because social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. And they've got lots of laws, the civil rights movement, all kinds of things that have supported and still insufficient. So these are like the end lecture, we're still feeling these problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So fast forward about 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the king to a democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast go complaining to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies. They are undercutting non-Jewish businesses. They're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews were obviously able to take advantage of the opportunities that emancipation afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly. When they suddenly have the opportunity, they just explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to taking advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves, yes, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are just doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmarts of Alsace-Lorraine, we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? Who do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? And they say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they used to have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right, which was way back in ancient times. And this was a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. They said, oh, no problem, let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And in a kind of move, he brings together from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which would include not only France this time, but a big chunk of Austria, pieces of Italy, and so on. He brings them all into Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to France. The Sanhedrin comes together in 1806. This was its head. He was actually a very well-known Talmud Chacham, Rabbi David Simtime. You can see he has this amazing hat, which I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him in honor of the Sanhedrin itself. And the dromedary humps there are supposed to represent the 2 tablets of the law, maybe the book of Greek. Anyway, it is definitely a very cool book. But he heads up this presidium made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, a lot of them are not shomer Torah or mitzvos, but they're very in the style of emancipation. And Napoleon speaks to them and he says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin quickly, it was his predecessor, which was called the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asks. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here you go. Question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Are more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Blatter. You're correct. They're not. But only since the ban of rabbinic gershon, right? But so, why would Napoleon care about polygamy of all this? So why is that first question? Mr. Rubin.
they were very, coming up that were very into polygamy, and therefore, where did they be like that? Was there Mormons in America?
Okay, good question. There are other groups and so on, but is that really, is this a big deal? I'm worried about Mormons who may be trans.
Well, on American Navigation forums, they ask your polygamy, like also, you can say, I think.
Okay, but there in America, it's more of a reasonable thing. Silver, what do you think? Guys, you're too loud in the back there. Wait till after class. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
To keep track of if you're married to multiple wives, you just gotta multiply at the same time.
Right, good. So population growth is an important question. So I'm like, how big is this problem going to get anyways? All right, if you guys, and by the way, Napoleon, of course, who's read the Bible, like all educated people, not only the 18th century but today, but he said, well, I see Abraham, Isaac, well, not Isaac, but Jacob, you know, they have like multiple wives. So you Jews, are you guys doing that now? So like, no, I'm concerned about population. I'm also concerned about how you would just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to like sort of render polygamous society and monogamous society together. How far apart are you from us? Secondly, is divorce. Right? Also implications for population relationships, and one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon, because technically it's a secular movement, are Jews able to honor the divorce law? And of course, we're good at that. We invented divorce. Can you guys marry non-Jews? No guess. Why does he want to know this? More for him? What do you mean by that, Rothschild?
Napoleon and then Polish men married French women.
Then what's going to happen to the Jewish people? Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry, so many more French women who could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think the Sanhedrin answered this?
Depends.
What do you think? What do you mean, yes? Yes, we can? Okay, did you see the picture, David? Since I'm here, did you see his house? Yeah, why would he say yeah?
Probably likes his head.
Well, he felt like he said, it's good argument. Actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most smarmy kind of prevaricating way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up, which is essentially the same answer that you could say today about a lot of rabbis, right? They don't want to say, I like Napoleon instead of Bolton. Forbidden. They don't want to say that to Napoleon because they know it's not the answer he wants to hear. But they say to him that, look at the time, gee, and they kind of like hope to distract him with it. They don't want to say an outright sheker, an outright lie, that Jews are not allowed to intermarry. But they want to say that, there's only so much that we can do, and things happen, and they got to. He went on, what's question 4? Right? This is now where it gets important. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implications of this question? This is really the money question. This is really what he wants to know. Mr. Blackwood. Very good. Are you going to rebel against it? Especially because France had a war with Germany just about every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now. But you guys who speak Yiddish and you sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, are you going to join those guys and fight against us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the money question. Everything else kind of like flows from it. Do you consider this your country? Who is your friends? They apparently shouted, we have the minutes of this meeting, they said, jusqu'à la mort, we will defend France to the very death, right? This is also really important, though. Who appoints the rabbis, and do rabbis have, sorry, the Zoom is in the way here, do rabbis have police? Why does Napoleon want to know that?
And get to use your own army.
Yeah, because we want to make our own army. Or even less than an army, what if we constitute a state within the state? Right? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourselves? If you are a completely voluntary movement, where if you want to affiliate with the community, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be a lead knitter, who's going to be the secondary knitter. That's all fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to knit certain things and not other things, and you can say you're either do this or you're out of the club, then Napoleon is free. He doesn't want to have a rival for his force. Do we have to obey the rabbis, Mr. Ferrante?
What was the answer for number 5?
The answer for number 5, that there is no double standard for Frenchmen. You know, we're on a good ground for this, and like it is, you know, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew. It's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that, but you know, this is not a hard one to answer. They know what Napoleon wants to hear. They do not. He does not. He does not want a learned Talmudic discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth, you know, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says Napoleon, that some of you are in finance. You know, I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, you know, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. And usury in particular, because Jews are in money lending, right? They're still in money lending, especially small time money lending. And can you please explain that to us? Are you prohibited to charge interest in non-Jews? Basically, the Sanhedrin answered all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are for sure emancipated. I confirm everything that was decided back in 1790 and 1791. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want. But essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America, and also not that unrelated to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and any Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues belong to a single organization called the Council Chief Rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, and you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. Right? This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. You can see on the left it says Napoleon, Emperor and King. Right? We love Napoleon. And over here, an amazing, incredibly obsequious image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the 10 Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, great king, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the 10 Commandments. Obviously not a throw image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. Okay. I forgot your name in the back. Please remind me, Mr. Sperling. Mr. Sperling.
This was produced by Jews?
Yes.
Right, so this would constitute any form of like I mean, it's like kind of like making you I'm serious. You can think of the guys like Albert, like, I don't see the ballpark.
Yeah, what else can you say about it, right? Like, if this is supposed to Moses, who is this?
Right, yeah, I don't know, make one with golden cap, why not?
This emancipation was a golden calf for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that, guys, don't, Rabbi Berelwein likes to say, you should never confuse Jews with Judaism. Right? This is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Grant.
I was about to say, isn't that going to stick with the board?
I would think so. Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. It's true, that's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, there were so many people who were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. Just shows how far gone they live. But we're still leaving with it. Mr. Legge, do you have a question? No. Okay, so let's go weiter now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there was things that happened during this time that I'm not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that it was an era when it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like went so far, like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No, it's right side up.
There's a French flag.
Thank you, Mr. Parenti. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? They said, why do we have this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? It's ridiculous. Every hour, 100 minutes, good metric system. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's do everything like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be, Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy period of time that eventually calmed down.
What's the 24th?
24?
I mean, look at the 12 or something.
So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. Oops, I think there's two 12-hour days like on top of it to help you bring the old time with the new time. I believe. Okay, I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first. With your permission, let's talk about this period here. And now we want to go to another hugely important era. Building. Good. I want to move a little bit east. So far, we talked about France because France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. But now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had the by largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, probably about 3/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time we get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there. I'm going to run past all this stuff. So I use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So a big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, I think I have some slides on that. Yes. In 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff. There were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, but especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia right up until 1917. So this idea of Jews dealt with as a group is something that reserved well into the 20th century with the equal Far East of Russia. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb-throwing attack on his carriage, and that represented a massive in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live, the Pale of Settlement. And these attacks, you already heard the years, right? 3 years of these attacks. Many of these communities attacked multiple times, essentially said to the Jewish population there that Russia is not able or interested in protecting its Jewish tradition. And this is like a cloud, a very important principle in Jewish history. You know, we worry about anti-Semitism from the right, we worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else because anarchy represents the breakdown of law, and since we are a minority, we are at the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. You wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as members of society. And so they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with the situation. And I'll take you through very quickly. I want to show you these interesting charts. This is a great study by these people here. Rothschild, I love this kind of research. This is a study of the pogrom waves of Eastern Europe, particularly the Russian Empire. You see that this is just the number of pogroms, not necessarily their violence, but they actually got far more violent in the revolutionary period. Like the number of people killed per pogrom is much larger. But a huge number in 1881, a huge number here in 1905, and then a smaller absolute number, but actually, again, it's accepted because their brutality is much less this time in the revolutionary era of 1917, 1921. I will point out, by the way, that these numbers, compared to the Holocaust, are tiny. Like the scale of these attacks, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead. It's so, you know, these at the end of the world the regimes were treated in 1919, but that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was going to be. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated the crop failures, the years when there were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they did the same thing with political turmoil. Same thing. There's no question there was political turmoil when the pogrom.
Did you beat your meat?
No.
Yeah, you did. Are you ready to play?
I didn't bet my meat.
Okay, I don't give a flying fuck. Are you ready to play?
Yeah.
You know I'm leaving a game just so I can play you?
Are you playing that one? No.
Yeah, I am. All right. You have an invitation. What are you going to do?
You ready?
I'm ready.
I'm going to do something that's going to
Don't buy a thing. That's not fair. You have to play with the free ones. Yo, dog, are you gonna go? Thank you. Evolving restores 10 hit points. You're up, pimp. Evolving restores 10 hit points. Yo, dog. It's your turn. I see a bunch of moves that you could do. Are you gonna go?
You get me better about people who had the essay characters.
Dude, why aren't you going?
Going now. So my Discord disconnected and I had to come back.
No, it didn't. Your Discord, you've been here the whole time.
On your side, it said that, but fine.
Well, do you mean Plato, not Discord? Are you gonna go?
No. I just helped you. I gave you an extra move. That's your best move.
Extra move.
Holy fuck, you got lucky.
Psycho bite.
Fuck, you got lucky. Holy fuck, you got lucky.
Zoot, are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the most strategic move.
Well, it's not that one.
What, not the one? Oh, that was a bad move. That was a very bad move. But, in saying that, alright, now I'm not going to fit.
Dude, why the fuck did I evolve that?
Not the healer?
Yeah. I made a mistake.
Did you suck?
Okay, well, let's see you
Oh,
go.
this is the smart move.
No, that was a dumb ass move.
Why? You should have given me an extra move. Why didn't you give me an extra move?
Because you already had done that. You already had gotten the extra move.
No, it doesn't give you an extra move if you do it the second.
Yeah, it does. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Are you gonna go, pimp? Are you gonna go, pimp? Do whatever you think is good. Do whatever you think is good, son.
I think that was the best move. Because you can just do that, which is going to do like a lot of damage. Like 20 points of damage. And you can get healed as well. You can heal. You can heal as well. But you may have helped me a little bit.
I fucked up. Yep,
Best move.
I fucked up.
Okay. Best move ever made. Okay. Rabbi, you're still in front of me. You realize Rabbi, Paris Hilton or Lindsay Lohan?
Person. But Nikki Hilton more than Paris Hilton. Are you gonna go? How about you go? Bonnie Blue or Lindsay Lohan?
Lindsay Lohan.
Bonnie Blue or what's that other bitch's name?
Lily Phillips?
Yeah.
Probably Lily Phillips, but... Wait. What's the situation? Is it one-on-one, or is it in the group?
Dude, whose fantasies in the group? It's one-on-one, dog.
Because one-on-one, then Lily Phillips, but if we have to do the group thing, I'm just gonna do the Bunny Blue, because it's like no one's gonna no one. If you tell people you have to walk Lily Phillips thing, gang bang, people will be like, but Bunny Blue did it first.
Actually, didn't Lily Phillips do it first? She did.
Yeah, but no one cares about that.
I know they don't. Dude, you're in trouble. I have 75 and you have 5.
Imagine putting it all in. You show something, by the way. Imagine putting in all that effort to be like, yeah, no one gives a fuck about you anymore because someone else beat you to it.
Because your best friend's a bigger whore. Zoot, do you recognize that it's over for you, son? No, it's not. No, I didn't. I'm gonna toy with you.
Yeah, extra money. You just. Oh, fuck, that just saved my life. Kill yourself.
You just what? Why did you just say kill yourself?
You just won.
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, you haven't won yet. You haven't won yet.
I know.
What? Does it heal you? It heals you automatically when you evolve as well?
Only in this level.
Evolving restores temporary. Okay.
Zoo, who do you want to kill you? The pink guy or the green guy?
Doesn't matter.
Dude, you just did really well. It's over.
Okay.
It's over for you. It's over for you.
I have to do that.
Oh, what an amazing move. You just saved yourself.
Nah, because you have to heal now. You have to move the green one. I gotta answer a message in a sec.
Okay.
After the game ends.
Okay. And then you're gonna play again? That's a mistake. Do the purple one and then it stops me from winning.
I was looking for an extra move.
Purple one in the right side. There you go.
I was looking for an extra move, bro. I was looking for an extra move. Oh, you might have helped me. You might have helped me.
So there's no way you win this. You're not evolved. And I'm just toying with. Literally, I'm just playing with my food.
Okay, I'm killing. Oh, fuck.
Bye-bye.
You just won.
Yes, sir.
Let me check my message.
All right, you go check your messages from all your dick pics.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Zoot. You're absolutely right. There is nothing wrong with that. So long as they're of age.
I just got knocked out.
You just got what?
Knocked out.
Knocked out of what? What do you
Knocked out of the club.
what club?
I'll be back.
Wait, Zoot, what happened?
Sorry.
Zoot, are we gonna play?
Pogroms happened, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen. But if you combine both of those, what are the years when you had crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio with pogroms. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that they do not go into recession, because those are bad things for Jews when they're combined. One or the other we can handle, but combined is terrible.
It's really bad for Jews, but it's really bad for everyone.
Yeah, that's right. They say Americans that when the American economy has a cold, African Americans get the flu or pneumonia. Right? And I think you say the thing about this here too, that it was bad because of political turmoil and economic downturn, much worse for Jews. Mr. Barrington.
Six years before.
Well, a lot of political turmoil, and they did have economic downturns, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews in Germany. Put a pin in that thing. We're going to talk in much more detail about the Holocaust today. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really want you guys to get. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part that you really have to show up the person to get. So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse, we need to do something different. And they decided in a very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Those strategies that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. Most of the people we know will fit into the political movements that grew out of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, immigration. This is the oldest strategy, the tried and true Jewish strategy. As we discussed before, the fee or flee strategy. This is the flee part. And Jews left the Russian Empire in droves. This map shows you how many Jews left the Pale of Settlement here in between 1881 and 1917, when the Tsarist government fell. 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors, how many of you ancestors were included in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 of you here. I myself am part of Enlightened School because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance, but that was a joke. But there was actually, you can't, microphone's not picking it up, but there's like thunderous laughter at this point. But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out, let's leave. Right? The Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. What is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope, and perhaps more significant, it was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinion. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not the Golden Medina, it is the trade for Medina. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find day schools. You're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America, but Jews left nevertheless. Interesting studies of the age of immigrants, whether they're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this great movement were actually rebels. They were like refusing to go along with the communities. Mr. Vasilevsky.
How did they kind of get all the way? It's like pretty, I guess, central, not like Eastern Europe, whatever, that's Asia to the side, but really like Naples, the entire journey.
Basically, there were a few places where you should recall that borders were very different in the beginning of the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. Borders were far more permeable than they are even today. And this was a time when America was actually openly inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming, and it needed people to put plants and to plow and to lay down the railroad tracks. And so all Jews had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Lord or from England, and they made their way across. You know, and they came and just said, "Here I am, ready to be a citizen," and it worked. You follow that question?
Well, yeah, how come I noticed they kind of just like went all the way down to Africa and they just skipped like Asia entirely? It's more deep right here.
So, excellent question. And they're not exactly random. There are reasons for a lot of these concentrations. In the case of South Africa, the reason is because of ladder migration. That is very common phenomenon in many migrators, where people tend to go to a place, someone from their place is already gone. So you say, well, I know there's a guy named Moshe Chaim that, you know, his brother I work with, so I'm going to go where Moshe. I met him, but you know, he comes from my town, so set up with him. And this is where a lot of South African Jews, there are reasons for South African Jews coming in the first place, gold mines, things like that, but, Lithuanian Jews. So a lot of Litvaks and immigrated specifically to South Africa.
And what about Asia?
There's not a lot, like, there's no ladder migration to Asia. There will be a huge amount in World War II when Jews head their way out to Bukhara and their way to Uzbekistan, things like that. But that's the leading mountains. But choosing to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee, is something that attracts a lot of stuff. Mr. Rubin.
I'm not sure that there's a theory that Jews who came after Holocaust are much more religious, or because they're going to say that.
There's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, really. It's more of an observation.
They don't say that.
Regards like the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents. And they're saying, you know, I don't care. I'm going to set up my own little America, and I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything that is America. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak Yiddish even with my children. I'm going to become totally Americanized, right? It's very the phenomenon associated with this immigrant period. So on the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that sound on, I can't believe that. Probably it's not possible, right? No, hey, what that's happening to me up here. Why would they,
Why would they?
I can understand you guys might be like doing social media and your laptop, but play a video with sound would be like the top. All right, sorry, Mr. Let's go. How would they want to go back to this place after you saw how many were there? Exactly. Post-World War II, right? Yeah, post-World War II, they come back to their towns in Poland. It's devastating. There's nobody there they know. They're encountering actively from the Poles, the Kiel children, and elsewhere. And saying, well, that's it. I'm leaving. But when they come to America, those post-war Jews, they're refugees. They're angry about how they come here. They're not choosing America. They're America's forcing them. So they come here and they say, you know what? I'm not going to make myself into America. I'm going to make America into myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shtetl should have been here in Muncie or in Lakewood and places like that. And they had a huge impact.
The more niche question is what about the enlightened Jews of the time who say Europe because it's going to be so great for them no matter what? But those people who think that are not like this either.
Yeah, I think it's a tiny proportion of those Enlightenment Jews, large because most of them were killed, and those that did make it, I think they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I myself, my parents are Holocaust era, they were both born and raised in Canada, so they weren't survivors directly, but we're cut off from a massive number of Jews and their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything. It's amazing that we have any kind of continuity. Mr. Atherton.
So very much about enlightenment. I know that one of the two major ports that Jews immigrated was immigrated to was Peru. Other than New York, where El County was actually Galveston, Texas. And I know that many of the Jews who did immigrate through Galveston did settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were by and large, like reformed communities, so traditional, which definitely is much more of like the towards enlightenment than the Shetzrock that we saw on the East Coast.
Right.
So there definitely were Ashkenazi Jews who came to America and did set down and continue the enlightenment movement.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're not talking about America today. We're talking about even Russia. When we talk about America post-war. Post-war, you're right. Right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on. Now, strategy number one, right? Immigration. This is probably the biggest strategy. It was the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we don't have the leisure to really delve into what is socialism, but it's basically political, economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels, that argued for a complete change to the way that we organize society now. They were very much against capitalism, which is the market economy, that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people at large. So I'm not going to go into the details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important fellows is this man, Leon Bronstein, known by his name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest before the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the late Russian Empire is that it was almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the entire Russian Empire. Right? Yeah, but he would end up becoming an incredible general. He was the leader of the Red Army. Amazing when his youth had reached such heights. But again, not identifying, and many of the economists that time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves to fit with the larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious, anti-clericalism. Was a principal idea of the communist movement, and so many of these would say things like Rothschild would say, "I am a Jew. I am a social democrat." When I say social democrat, it's another word for like communist. And so this is the second major strategy: is let's not just leave Russia. Let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last week, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. Just to not give you a cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, right? The idea of we're going to change everything, but we're going to change it in Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is renewed traditionalism, a term I invented, which is basically like the Agudas Yisrael and the Haredi movement. Really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the 5 strategies, and as I said at the beginning of this lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself or herself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thank you for learning. All right, we have some great, like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. So when you understand this, you'll know everything that is important about life. And that's why it was so easy for him to do the violating. Judaism, all that stuff.
When we learn about the Enlightenment,
Yeah, no, I say it has to be from. It has to be about reality. About how do we get to? History. One of the things about history is like it's really about how did we get here in the first place. Like you're driving along some kind of country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, "What is this place?" But if you had, a map or map is like a very large piece of paper that geographically represents what your screen and GPS. You say, oh, now I know how I got here, and it explains why I messed up this way or that way and things like that. So we're going to start with a discussion about Haskalah. And I hope today we'll start the political emancipation as well, because the two issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew word grow intelligent, right? From all my teachers I gained wisdom. That's the Haskalah. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation of Aufklärung, to make things clearer because we now have light in them. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does the king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us. Right, so America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really important sentence. I said it so well, just off the top of my shoulder up like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for. I would go to my rabbi, what is true. I might still go to my rabbi's true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, well, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, whoa, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it builds on the earlier scientific revolution in every way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where it's true, how to find out if something is true. And that obviously, the latter in particular, leads to a decline in overall religion. That of course we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide, North America-wide, of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
Do you know why for the first time people started making themselves, or not the first time in, 100 years?
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, speaking on behalf of the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine truth.
Start questioning things instead of determining things for yourself.
No question. Those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the pre-sophists, meaning guys and like later Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. They're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets. We say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is. It was revealed to us. That's its Myra, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying maybe we should look a little bit
Why
further.
does that process start happening? Why do you start questioning that?
It's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets it around, then that sucks up energy and steam and it goes on to another person and another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge totality. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with, right, in your math class. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, you know, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with like reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls meditations. Six like deep meditations. What is the world all about? The first one says, how do I know that anything exists? How do I know it? You know, maybe I am like dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I am actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek, which is one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in like glass speakers, and they imagine an entire world in their brains. Like the, you know, anyway, I shouldn't say that in class. I know I'm recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm dreaming this? How do I know that some people making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those three things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know, Mr. Silver? No, it could be that I exist. Thank you to him, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really I think, it's I perceive, therefore I am. And he says, wow, that's now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know this? How do I know that God is this? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, and this is to answer your question directly, just ask questions is corrosive. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage and say, oh, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are already, don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. Or you don't. But don't start questioning it. If you look at it, you might find out it's not as solid as you think it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to that stuff. Mr. Abrams, we gotta go. Who is better at being naive? That's a good question. You should ask Mishlei that question, right? Shlomo HaMelech, because with much knowledge comes much sorrow, much pain. Better sometimes not to know. What do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression?
Yeah, but I think that angle house next to like see.
Yeah. Okay, that's true. Let's guys, get me off topic. You don't want to get me off topic. That's so much history. Okay, this is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1577, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period woodcut demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big Jewish population. It was the Rothschild visited Ferrara. Interesting history. But anyway, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out. They cross a river. They live for 6 weeks in fields. The whole population of the town, including among them is a guy named Zaria del Rossi, died. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic who makes his living as a proofreader. right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page and stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. And he's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. Into the field with the rest of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his encampment, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks, where their monastery fell down and hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shittim, the Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it there's a real market. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they are celibate, that's me. But I love all this stuff that they have to say about, reality and truth. And we had great conversations. So it leans into the Rabbi's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it, even a Christian monk who clearly bases in his totally separate years. And he ends up writing a book called Meor Edim. Don't be confused because that title has been used by many other authors as different books. But it's kind of the first real book of the Haskalah. Or maybe I should say it this way. The Haskalah, I already told you, is basically like something that appears in Judaism in the late 18th century. But the Meor Edim is kind of like a foundational work that eventually fed into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books. Who's writing on? Well, I think Mr. Lipschitz, who is actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and then the Haskamos later yanked because people felt that it might have a controversy like that. The Meor Edim at first received lots of Haskamos, including from Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch. And then it got pulled afterwards, saying, no, I didn't mean that, because I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff around this particular book. The stuff that everybody liked was a big chapter on the history of earthquakes. And that's cool, because there are earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's what affected him in Ferrara. But then he also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. It was too much for people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah approved sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level of this. It's not a college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college. And we're using scientific inquiry, we're using lots of modern tools of inquiry that is not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering that he's so to speak canceled in his day by a lot of other rabbis.
Yep.
How divided was the support on the opposition? So it sounds like everyone famous opposed him, and everyone else was neutral, or everyone famous opposed him. So
no, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. You wrote in Hebrew, start being accessible. People start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular. People think, well, this is fantastic, great. But later, someone picks up something and says, wait a second, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes us. But it doesn't become us right away, typically. Mr. Loicky, and then...
We don't see going go through shooting out there, just like Aristotle and
Yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides for using Aristotle?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the first person you say, yeah.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoted the Rambam. Right, he's quoting the Rambam. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned, by the way, from Christian monks that was camped outside of the city. It's like totally a trade source, not even like a pagan source. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. The Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to attain. He's writing in print, like the internet. Everybody's got it. It's really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. Tillman.
I was saying, you've been able to later on have some ideas of, not using literal, so what else was considered dangerous stuff,
Well,
I get you learn from
it's more of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into the most trouble. It's a big, thick book, by the way, translated into English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Federal Library, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah we have not discussed in great detail. These couple who have been in my Sephardic history class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, into identity switching, and can borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike Arctic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they want. They could go to universities. They could take any job they want. They could take any job, any profession they want. They could live anywhere they want. They were Christians. And they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities. But still they wanted to retain their Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they're already swimming in it, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they create the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could, and did, and demonstrated this capability. Right? So they're spreading these kinds of ideas, and they're loving the Mayorana. They're thinking this is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. James, you got a question? Sorry. No, you don't be sorry. Okay. So the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Hilary of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, maybe it was Mr. Truman, he's a frum guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment, because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to this idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776, where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over at the same time. But basically, America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women almost, we won't have to vote, but otherwise, okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we'll talk about after this lecture, massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe. And when they gave the Jews equal rights, that was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the work of Moses Mendelssohn. His biography is interesting. Comes from Germany, it's called Rothschild. And he's a self-taught, he's an autodidact, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation is Jews are still living a very, very insular lifestyle. Vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have like lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the Mamalachen. Typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get to the Siddur, follow maybe Rashi. But when it comes to German, it would typically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you don't know enough Spanish to say, well, we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or, basic things, or hey, could you please clean up the kitchen? Whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Like, I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my dry cleaning done. Right? Because almost cleaners in America for some reason are Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean, and I know how to write it. Do I have a marker? I don't know if I have a marker. Is it the finger in here? No? I'm not going to draw. And it's I will show you my secret Korean name if I can find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal it to you. Why you might ask, why, Dr. Ricky, do you have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant. And they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said, after about a month, they said, forget it, we're just going to call you Young Sue. Which I think means like Moshe Chaim or something like that. Young Sue. So that's my Korean name. Okay, well, how did I get to that? He said, well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here? Yeah, it is. Is this a marker? Yeah. Yeah, not a marker. I want to make it work. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's go button. So I should be tried out. If I write it on here, will it go on there? No, so you show it. Let's see why. There it is, Young Sue. Let's go ahead. But I noticed that it was like, thank you, and you're welcome, and how are you doing, sir? That kind of thing. Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped. I only know it's very minimal. But if I lived in Korea, I would probably learn a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be a literary genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean or give a lecture in Korean, but I would be able to have a telephone conversation in Korean, right? Most had that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the court Jews, the home Jews, who were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who would have got much better levels of it. We see this also in the Gemara, where there's a whole discussion of what cuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular Roman haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hagoyim. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you needed to have that, so you could have that haircut. Whole discussion, I think Yehuda Nasi's son-in-law, Rabbi's son-in-law, had that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why am I going tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability in German, and so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second, a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn. They called him the genius of Dessau because he was like really brilliant, and he wrote a ton of material in German and so in Hebrew to explain Judaism of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism for the rest of the world. Everybody said, "Wow, maybe the Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and he can communicate. He has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense." So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There are other figures who are contemporary. By contrast, you told you Solomon Lyman, who on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved with the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things, but in secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay firm and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography is a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Maggid of Mezrich, who spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the Maskilim of this era. If they got involved with non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay from and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Mendelssohn's books were fairly burned in some circles. Only a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some of the positives and negatives. By the way, this comes in this year. It's from a famous painting of him and a priest named Laviter, who's shown over here. So let me show you the whole image, but I don't think I have it. Because I forgot to take it off, I gave it in a different context. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has a hunchback. He famously had a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys by the absolute best, seal the deal shidduch line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. It's a great story, okay? He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his cashier, or, who he thought was his cashier, he comes walking up to the front porch to the shidduch day, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees it. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find you the actual picture. She sees him out the window, and she's oh my gosh, he's got a big hunchback. She tells her mother, "I don't want to eat." And her mother says, "How can you do this? He came all the way here, and so impolite." It's like, she never marries someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother, for instance, says, "You must sit down. You have to have her show." So, she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor. This is where they should have days. We go back then. The parents are outside. It's like chaperones, but not strictly street, posing. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long shidduch. So Sorry?
It's on that.
It's going well. It's going well. And I said, what's that? You know, she said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a husband. They come out first date, announce their engagement. Mind blowing, right? So they after you know, the future Mr. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You know, you were so good to say you didn't want to meet him. And she says to me, she said to the parents that he said to her, look, I know that my hunchback is difficult, but I want to let you know there is a Gemara, which I'm pretty generally all familiar with. 40 days, Kobe Yitzir blood, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas call goes out, a divine voice goes out and says, bas toni lo, right? And he says, I was in the womb and I heard the bas call and I saw Sherry. But I saw that you had a hunchback, and I doubted in the womb. It's all over. This is the guy's genius, right? So, in their image, which is actually quite fascinating part of his biography, he, as part of like this whole deal of being open to outside society, stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater. And they have like these deep, meaningful conversations. You guys use that term, DMC? Yeah, okay. They have, yeah, I use it with my daughter. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavitzer betrays and publishes a book. So he publishes a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow through and convert to Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassing thing, you know, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole da-da-da. Mendelssohn never converts him. He speaks to Lavater again. They write books against each other, little diatribes, it's all popular press. But this is like, you know, a sort of representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have not cut it off, is a playwright named Gottfried Lessing, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. No, it's not the Dervaisa's name, but Nathan the Wise, in which there's this whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together in peace and coexistence and stuff like that. Anyway, it's a cool story. Okay, so give you an example of the kind of things that Mendelssohn would do, a sense of where the scholar could go and where it did go. With 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity, and he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. He's like everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And but again, he's still second-class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. Kicked out of his town many times. You know, it happened still in the 1770s. A crisis erupts in a principality in Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody was buried too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave. And everyone says, what is going on? You know, and there's like this backstory. I don't want to go into too much details, but they go to the Duke and they say, Duke, we've got to do something. It's a public health issue. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule. Nobody gets buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried 3 days after we declare them dead. Just in case, right? It was a huge thing all over Europe. There are these crazy ideas. They were building special, like emergency buildings, like this one, where it has like this little air balloon in the bottom, kind of like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows, and the flag goes up. Imagine walking by the graveyard, and these things pop up. They have them attached to bells. So you can be walking by a cemetery, and all of a sudden you hear the bell. has been buried too early. It's a crazy kind of phenomenon that was, and there are even examples in America where they built cemeteries with, emergency dig me out right now messages. So what's the problem for Jews? Yes, Judaism valorizes swift burial. Right? We consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the deceased, and we consider quick burial, the quicker the better in general. But we do have an idea of cover the mace that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace. Like, let's say, I'm not giving you halakhic direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some posting who say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there, to be at the funeral. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. Typically, we don't use coffins in Israel, right? Because the idea is to accelerate the decomposition. Even the coffins we use here at Rothschild have holes drilled in the bottom of them, so that literally the worm can get into the coffin faster. Right? Those 2 hours is design mace. It's an insult to deceased. You can't do that. That's a really serious issue to insult the mace. So they go to 2 great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi Yaakov Emden, and the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov Emden is initially stumped. Doesn't know how to deal with this. He says you better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he's going to talk to the German authorities. Later, Rabbi Emden changes his mind and has a little bit of discussion with Moses Mendelssohn on this. But Moses Mendelssohn does 2 things. First of all, he writes to his king, to the nobleman, I think it is, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does, says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. You should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, halanas hameis, letting the dead body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And morally says that we've been doing this historically. The example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of these indoor cave graves. You have them in Beishan, you have them in Rehavia, Yerushalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic Judaism was very big, where we would bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, not inhumed. Then, I'm sorry, even the Gemara, absolutely, the Likus, right? The holiday, like a yontif, that after your parent or loved one would decompose, you would go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know it's wild. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus, though, is a full-length coffin in Manhattan, and they have it in John still. The Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big, because when you just cut the bones, you don't need a lot of space. And that's what we do. So Mendelssohn says, I don't know why don't we just go along with the Eucharist? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halakha when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health or motivation. Where you also see this in your own lifetime during COVID. The same kind of arguments were happening. That on the one side, more of what we would call today a Haredi approach of Eshkek Shrifen. It's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what it says over here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis tending more left-wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have Minyan or Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? Yeah. A lot of schools were shut down. Yeah, it's good.
Molecular little way back in.
Well, again, you think it's Haredi, it's Haskalah. This is the same tension that we have with the premature burial ceremony. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn would approve of the halakhic compromises of Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the path. Like this guy here, David Friedlander, very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said that, you know what, this is just way much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through with it, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian, and then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine too many rabbis going along with this mistake, but this was definitely a result of the Haskalah going way too far in that particular direction. Okay. You also have a more moderate expression of Haskalah with the great Samson Raphael Hirsch, who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century, when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halacha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag.
What's the central order for with fighting against God and Abraham Hebrew?
Finding what? I'm sorry.
Or I guess arguing with Abraham Hebrew.
Oh, Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger he's considered the founder of the Reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is the intellectual source they put it. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. That's kind of extreme, and putting that in extreme language. I want to come back to this a little later in this semester, but yeah, Hirsch was essentially saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose to Abraham Geiger. We'll lose to the early reform. Remind me of Mr. Levine.
More than anything to get ready and
Yes, sure. That's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. They lived in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's time, I think he was born in 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty firm, still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly community rules. Samson Raphael Hirsch, whose years are 1808 to 1888, the world has changed a lot in the intervening century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant Judaism. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, but it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Prussia in the 1780s. So it's a very different strategy. Yes.
Very tough question. Was he right? I know that today we're already past that, but if not for his influence, how would that have looked? Would there be more people that are more into like the Hasidim?
So, Mr. I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's a really helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision and think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had the Hassam Sofer, who was a contemporary of Rothschild, essentially staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise with modernity. You have the people like Abraham Geiger, who's saying, oh, we're totally going to compromise with modernity. We love modernity. In fact, the Reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there's a gap between the leadership of the Reform movement and the laity, meaning the regular people. The leadership thought this is a great idea. The laity said it's just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. So that's on the other thing. And then Samson Raphael Hirsch, he carved out a kind of a middle path. And maybe different strategies work for different people, but they're all still extant. We're still dealing with all those strategies today, 20 years later.
And each elder will be known as neo-Orthodox.
Yeah. In his time, that's when the word Orthodox was coined and was intended as a slur that I think we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit to say, like, well, you're Orthodox, but we're not those people in Eastern Europe. There's a long dark clothes and things like that. So that's why New Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people today debate whether those terms are fairly applied to Rav Samson Raphael Hirsch's approach. But I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like two great examples. The 19 letters. Wow, amazing work. It feels like it could have been written today. And Horeb. Wow. Life-altering book. 19 Letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who is thinking about going OTD and to an older rabbi type. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. And some of those issues are still around today. Mr. Rubin.
Is there any truth about the young man being Heinrich Gretz?
Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Gretz lived in his house, and he did flirt with OTD stuff, and he was an intelligent guy, so it's a good reason it might have been Heinrich Gretz. And Horeb is brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English was saying because it's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is Judaism, written in German. Again, like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already through. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the Guide for the Perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline and are about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement, Mr. Abrams.
With your verse, like, trying to be practical, pragmatic, by saying like you practically have the only way to go forward, continue to be Orthodox in the Christian world, but you use a word in it like that's ideal though, or do you do it what you're saying with the people?
That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as the Chatila, or did he have it? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he would have viewed it as the Chatila.
Were these contemporaries like other early allies? Did they accept it?
No, it's controversy. And all these great people have controversy swirling around them. It's hard to find a great rabbi that everybody loves. It's just trying to make a run. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu could get that level. No, he definitely doesn't. No, there's no rabbi who totally avoid Moshe. I think even the toughest time was criticized, but people recognized that. You recognize their piety, but there was a lot of criticism on Shabura. Like people thought that it was a But let's not get too far away. Well, I will say one more thing about Samson Raphael Hirsch. Yes, really important. Probably we'll skip over some of the issues and I'll get to it later. He was also savage when it came to the other side of the equation. because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah Umitzvos, right? That there were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt am Main who were saying, you know, what? Don't be so from, Rabbi. We want to have an organ in the congregation. What's so bad? And we're going to do this. It's dancing. How bad could it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized is there was a Jewish community that was recognized in a town. There was no such thing like that today with hundreds of schools. I see this Mishnah, this all kinds of. There was one Jewish community. He applied for status for Orthodox Jews only. This was something called the Auschwitz, which means like the escape or separation, good translation, Auschwitz. That we are now, we can't deal with these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Again, the term Orthodox was invented. We can't deal with these non-Torah observant Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to do halacha, whatever they do, they're on their own. Big challenge, you know, because all of a sudden it's saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. Like the Rabbi is criticized, what do you mean? I'll take Rosh Hashanah seaboard, don't separate from the community. And he literally drew a line in the sand. So his ability to compromise, in the sense of we'll adopt these behaviors, we'll take on these kinds of articles of clothing, we'll do things so we can be more German, we'll trim our beards. If you think that's, you know, a little bit too radical, we have this version here with a little bit more facial hair, but we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Shabbos, Kashrus, Arsh, and Shracha. And our shul, in order to save it, we're going to separate. And that was that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years, is adapt, but also separate at the same time. Okay, so we can argue more about it. Let's go back in Eastern Europe. Let's go on Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenazim in Western Europe was deeply related to the whole concept. Let me just make sure I got the right slide here. Oh, yeah, it's a different president. The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small in terms of their percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities, and they tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get, you know, east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, shtetl, and sometimes in large cities, but their population can sometimes be over half. Berditchev, for example, has about 78% Jews. That was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting Western Ashkenazi Jews totally different in the Eastern regions. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German-Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. They really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in some of the denominational steps, like I know it's not the planned lecture, but we're kind of going in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typically not called synagogues. What are they called? Temples. Now, why do they call them temples? What other way to call them temples?
And it's the service like we did in the temple and how we can still practice that way.
Okay, very good. And sharper, Mr. Rubin, it's how many temples are there in Judaism? 2, 3. Well, okay, one at a time. Exactly. So one at a time. And where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So why does it mean if you build a building in Berlin is my temple?
He's moved the center into Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne. Exactly, to Berlin. You say, oh, forget all that biblical stuff about wanting to go back. The woman was that point removing all reference to Mashiach. This is our temple, right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course you should give us equal rights as citizens, because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem, we're creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not deep admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy or Pushkin. They're just not that interested. Later they would be. But back then, no, it wasn't their thing. They got involved in many more Jewish Jews, and especially it found expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language. Who's writing on Yiddish? Someone writing the history of the Yiddish language. Probably. I'm going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, but I read your paper and it's really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular. And they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language, which is basically German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Allah Shalom, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke. It didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, and people like that, Yidman Paris, or Zionism. Like, that becomes really big. We're going to get more into this, God willing, on Monday. Zionism becomes really big. That's a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression. Not trying to imitate non-Jews, but we're going to create our own version. And of course, socialism, again, more for next year's meeting. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, though, was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Mendelssohn. There's a fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was a fervent anti-Chassid. He was a mitnaged, he hated Hasidism because, like Gretz, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of Jewish people, believing all kinds of Bogomaises and these wonder-working Rebbes, and he said it's all Narishkeit. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really took tremendous amount of efforts in developing a school system, was very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which is reading right now. Maybe some of us, when you want to look it up, Joseph Pearl, the title of his book.
Right now, the Galatamirim.
Oh, the Galatamirim, right? Revealing the hidden things, right? That which is Tamar, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's the shortish for Tamirim? Isn't it like a cooking thing, Hatmana? But is that maybe? Maybe. Anyway, he wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was a satire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, thinking that people would say, read this and say, wow, those Hasidim are so stupid. And in fact, they began to admire the Hasidim. So it like backfired on his big time.
There's no theater show, but that's what that's project, which is basically we need to keep a strong more project just for nostalgia, but and nowadays it's a lovely song because well we're still wearing it.
Yeah, it is funny how these things change. Okay, now I want to take you to one really dark period of Jewish history briefly, and then going on Monday, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must, talking to the audience here, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? That was a pretty effective warning, I hope. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So, this is one of the periods, and this is really important for understanding politics today. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Haskalah element in a very big way. This man, Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellion. Both before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia is slowly coming at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not Christians. They're not Orthodox. Also, as Catholics in Poland, but you have to put down rebellions there too. So Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like when you think about Ukrainians in the Russian Empire, they also, not so much in Nicholas's time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. The Jews are not going to say, well, we'll be Russians now too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? That is the rabbis and God. Right? They don't look at me as the monocrat. So he says to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of non-citizens. He wants them to fit in. It would be fine if, as one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like, okay. But he wants to deal with this strange democratic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hires this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in gainful employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like not. And Max Lilienthal, Haskalah supporter, says, here is my chance to get this backwards, super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's, modernize, let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture. I'll handle them. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas I's motivation, although we can't say he was a philo-Semite, he was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew even consider this? Money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivator. But good guess. Appreciate it. Mr. Rubin?
Could you translate it also and what other educations?
Jewish parents generally want to get kids ahead. We will see in the 1920s in Russia, there's a huge phenomenon. But they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does But so we'll keep it on. Mr. Ederson,
before their kids' safety.
explain that please.
They're worried that if they don't make at least visible effort to appease the Russians who are hosting them, that they will no longer be able to speak on any others.
Okay, good. You're absolutely right, but the piece is actually quite a bit sharper. Get to it right away, Mr. Abraham.
He's so good for the system, whatever there was, and lots of more integrated those.
Okay, good guesses, good guesses. Here's the main motivator. In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Cantonist Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 3 years as it is in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might priesthood. If you're a third son, you might consider the army. And this is a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they didn't have the same values, they were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay an additional tax gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas I, remember, he's very nice. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. We want them to go, because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says, no more exemptions. Every community must provide, the number varies from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They would show up after Sukkot, you had to deliver 10 people to the army. Jews that can historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys show up and go to the army. He removed the possibility of buying your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, because he realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married, they've already had some exposure to Gemara, they've already had the bar mitzvah, they probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years in a military school called a canton. That's why they get the name Cantonist. And then serve for 5 years military. Can you imagine it? Your 12-year-old kid, 6 years in this military school, battered by conversion instructors, and then 25 years in the army. Actually, we did. It was amazing how many concessions they wouldn't make, not religiously across the board, but generally speaking, they have at least some token representations of that. But, you know, like the schools. Good, Mr. Truman, how does this relate to the school system? What is this intended to do with the continent? We got absorbed, exactly. If you went to the school system, so then this means that the Jewish parents have a terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription and being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I sent him to a school that was actively going to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for 2 minutes. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I don't know, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose to go? Close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas I said the Jewish Kahila, which we've spoken about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish Federation had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad. You see, it's like amazing. It's like mind-blowing which actually happened. We got to a point in the 1850s, and this went on for like decades. Got to a point in the 1850s, the Jewish community actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them to the government for conversion. Like, hard to believe, but we have many, many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community, because basically a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbis. I can't trust my Kehillah leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. They can't just face everything they do wrong. Absolutely. Completely internally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. They say, what do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It was really the darkest period of Jewish. Okay, we're going to pick politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen. Okay, we're ready to talk about Hasidus. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Hasidim and the Misnagdim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel like writing back to them and saying, what are you doing on YouTube anyways? You know, Rabbi would not appreciate it. Okay, so here we are. What is Hasidism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from neo-Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I did a lot of research on it. It's actually Rabbi, one of the neo-Hasidic heroes. But Hasidism, traditional Hasidism, let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of some practice and belief, if we break it down, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old-time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 50 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, the word Orthodox means one dot, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to traditional Jews, saying, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride, saying, yeah, this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there is no such thing as one way to be Jewish. We have Dalit Amos of Halacha, and you can put about people inside Dalit Amos. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would have used the term Alt Glauber, which means old believers, that they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidus. So in terms of like, do they believe in Taryag and Mitzvos? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in the really key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, if a person is going to become a ger, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join the club, there are three basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the three basic things they've got to get? Shabbat is going to be one of them. What's the second one, Mr. Lloyd? Tefillah, right. Taharas and Mishpacha. You showing the third one? Cautious, exactly. Those are the three really big things. If you've got those three down, you can probably manage to get into the club. In terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what I'm translating here, yes. So then, how are they different? If they are all on the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like tons of tiny little details. Like, for example, even with Taharas and Mishpacha, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. Then you have a board, a yad board, or you have to have a board, takas board. These are tiny little details so that rabbis can really get deep into. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really similar. If you were a Martian coming to this planet and you saw Hasidim and Haredim standing side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Not even Martians, actually. So it's really because of the rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidism, in the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim did say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Right? Remember, Sam Sober, Chadash Asur Min Torah, the idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in, Re'eh Zeh Chadash Bar Haya. We don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, hey, we should reiterate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Kranz.
In my much still before, the difference that relief is that you saw them crazy is the way we get up the tefillah. The difference between how feeling like you're pursuing all travel, we going over, and pushing things so.
We are going to go to all the things that drove the Misnagim crazy shortly. So hold it for now, because that's going to be, I think, kind of the high point of this year. I don't want to give it away before we really get into it. Let's try to understand a little bit of why these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Sida, and what's new is stuff that has been forgotten, not used, all this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old that people forgot about it. They're not introducing something new. For the non-Hasidim, it's not new. There's a lot of challenging that, no, these things are actually new. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David Melech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabees, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidim Ashkenaz, we spoke about them a few weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? You can go within Mishur or you can go within Mishur or you go within Mishur. You can go beyond what's actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when it comes to Payas, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave the sides of your head. And you can't shave your payas with a blade. With a razor, there's some question about, like an electric razor. But with a blade, you can't shave the sides of your head. But Hasidim, as we were saying, well, if you can't shave it, although you can trim your payas, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it grow, down low. We're going to use curling irons, make them look really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the sense of the idea here. You see it in the Kabbalah of the Ari, the Hasidim and Yemenites also these payas wear. There's some good pictures of payas, right? Okay. But where did Litvak start wearing payas? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Dan, that some of the things that Hasidim did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks start adopting, bit by bit, little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true of the 20th century, not just mid-Bishop customs, but also Sephardic customs, get into the Ashkenazic world, and we're just kind of like a sholas with many different minhagim. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like Solomon, Mr. Gandhi, Parente. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Snagdik customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning Gemara. Because one of the big arguments that came into Hasidim was, you guys are not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidic yeshivas spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. It's that's a very, very, that's kind of like the ultimate value is study text, and especially Negleb, the revealed Torah. That's what they, so that became a very Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay, let's go to the actual history. So here we got a little bit of time asking this question. How did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This thing, we just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it like swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it get so rapid, so fast? There's a few different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Kretz. You'll recall we talked about him a while ago. The first great encyclopedic historian of modern times, and he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian, and his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with, developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Gretz's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you his conflict with the von Kreitschke. Did I discuss that in this month? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on in the discussion. Get the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against Gretz's approach. But he's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s. He was translated to English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Judaism. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those Hasidim, that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They tend to be far more literate than the population, but they're still less literate than us Jews who know the great classics, Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven we listen to and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstitions that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabtai Tzvi, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jewry. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant and any better. All right? Any arguments, discussions, Mr. Krantz? Do you have any problem with Mr. Yep.
First of all, it wasn't. You saying that because they didn't have the word illiterate.
They are much less literate than other Jews.
They weren't that. They weren't even in the quote unquote responsible time period. They wouldn't never have been allowed to get an home education in Germany or England.
Okay, yeah, so it's never, but that doesn't change his argument.
Right, but I would say that it's more of the idea of the focus to either serve Hashem better than having to do this. It has to do with that certain people that would serve Hashem without having to worry. Without, you don't know the God, you can't serve Hashem.
So you're mechabe to the next historian, Shimon Zugno. We mentioned him, I know, because I talked about how he was shot. Right. So we've seen a lot of now we're seeing specifically on Hasidism. Shimon Dugno, unlike Gretz, who did most of his work in Germany, Dugno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in Hebrew, if I remember correctly. And he said, no, Gretz, you got it all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, astonishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north in Lithuania. They were separate from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through folk expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Gretz, you should not criticize the Hasidism, the Hasidic movement. They're actually, the Gentiles, really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them, right? So very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Huber is kind of like he explores Dugno's thought even further. Martin Buber was actually a historian, but he was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude toward Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard of his famous book, I and Thou. Really, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and he translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of guy I read in his comments that he was criticizing Breslov and so on, that's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic because the amazing weird stories that Rabbi Nachman used to tell and things like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing. I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other choices. Now, here's my favorite. Not favorite. Gershon Scholem is not my favorite. I do think he's great, too. Gershon Scholem really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai Tzvi. He does draw a direct line from Shabtai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai Tzvi, of course, was a huge debacle because he converted to Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai Tzvi did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Tzfat, the Arizal. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And there are a lot of rabbis, ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers of Shabtai Tzvi and even actually converted. They stayed on quietly or, under the door, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. There was for about half a century a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were doing it, still serving as the head of their Beit Din, and still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing pro-Shabtai Tzvi stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. Grant.
Quick question. So, what they're called, and there also was a little before, and I've heard people say was his.
The Ramchal was before Hasidism was born, but not that much before, but before the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite one. This guy's my favorite, Ben Zion Dinor. Someone else is doing Hasidus here. Is going to talk to me about this?
Yeah.
Right, Mr. Abrams. I said you guys like Benzion Dinor is great. Because related to who?
What's that name?
I don't know.
You know who that is?
No.
Gildenor, the Hebrew Holocaust writer.
He's related to Dinor? Is it Dinor maybe he changed? I don't know. He changed his name maybe?
I don't know.
Okay, you have to look it up. You have a computer there. Wikipedia will do it. Benzion Dinor is great. I love Benzion Dinor's approach because he uses the Abramson rule. Before Abramson was even born, he used the Abramson rule. And he basically says it's about money. What are you guys all talking about ideas and even about singing and dancing? No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, like who owned villages? Who owned like the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the nobles, the noblemen, right? The Schlachta and Polish, in Yiddish, the Poritz. Poritz owned everything. Nothing could happen in his land without the Jewish community. So who were the rabbi?
The
Poritz hired the rabbi. So the Poritz would actually, the lords, the non-Jewish Polish lords, would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jews. It was like a sinecure. It was like a little, it was the Stella, the pulpit, was like a sweet job if you could get it. So that meant like a lot of people would actually go and bribe Poritz to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. The tax on Shabbos candles went to the rabbi. A whole pile of these kinds of like local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit and learn, but you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi of Hoopersville or something like that. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to it, Mr. Rubin.
They're not related. I checked that. Both of them changed their names from different names.
Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say, we don't want to have anything to do with these, all I can think of is like profanities here, so I'm looking for a word. So all of these these corrupt rabbis who fought their position and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. Well, these guys are the last thing from inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew and have to cry over their problems. Those are the guys we want to be our leaders. And moreover, where he wants to really see that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict in Messiah, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be elected in the Ukraine meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it when you wanted to buy meat? Yeah, you typically sell it too. So you buy a piece of meat yourself. You guys probably never saw even salt meat. Right? It used to be that you had to, when you got meat, it did not come with the blood removed. You have to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually had to take a special class that had to salt the liver. Complicated thing. You guys just buy the meat. It's like comes like that in the plastic at the grocery store, right? Anyways, so if you would buy it from who's paying the tax, the rabbis who you don't like, what happens when you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, so Hasidic rabbis? How would you do that? You say, I'm sorry, I have to have Hasidic Shechita. I can't go to the regular Shechita. I need to go to the Hasidic Shechita. And so you have a different Shechita that for Benzion Dinor says it's a whole revenue stream. it directs it away from that. Rabbi, let's do it. Let's say the lid box all done, chocolate during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you know, you're following the process that says, you know, you have to dump when you're ready. Like, let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have a shul. You can't dump at the same time. Especially if there's no overlap, can't put two different mentality in the same shul. So you know what? You have Ben Diner's argument, which may be a little bit overrated, but it definitely has some value. There's money involved. If you have a Hasidic rabbi, you can elect to support this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt rabbi that the poor is hired. Mr. Berendich. Yeah.
How did those become?
We're gonna get there. I know I gotta get to the drinking part because we just had 4, but we'll get there. Mr. Kranz, quick one.
Is it so far off from the spiritual I'm Jewish world, the idea of money having to be part of it? It's so far off.
But Mr. Kranz, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do.
It was interesting rabbis were going around town to town without making a dime, doing it just to awaken the spiritual soul too.
Not necessarily. See, I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return in a minute. Other interesting arguments. Rappaport Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? You guys are missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literature practice. You know, there are actually several examples of female Rabbis in history. There's a famous maiden of Gudmir. Her name was Deborah. She would have a tip. She would give shear, sometimes behind a veil, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways. And if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things you can be done, then all of a sudden practice for women. Another example in the 21st century you might want to think about is Chabad Shlichus, right? You have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, and there's the 2 of them there. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rebbitzin to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that a Rebbitzin 100 years ago would not have done. You know, different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, bakes, and who knows what, and it's all couched within tradition. That's the nature of this kind of brilliance, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so Rappaport Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women because it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this captured the masses. Let's get down to the origin. So here's my colleague Moshe Rothschild. Actually, a senior colleague had a big impact on my own research. Except for when the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed just slightly before it. Many scholars were until then shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things to get out and so on. So he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc, not part of the Soviet Union per se, but it was part of the bloc. Ironically, I was a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field, because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Medjugorje because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? Baal Shem Tov. He wrote a book called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the famed founder of Hasidus, we didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person or not. So the only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shivchei HaBesh, the phrase of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, right, master of the good name, that was published decades after he lived, and it's so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that, that we don't even know how we're supposed to treat this. It's not a history book. And so there was a lot of questions. Did he need to live? So Moshe Rothschild went and directly to Menji Bushel, where he's supposed to live, and found tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here, is written in Polish, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. You can find it on Wikipedia, Mr. Francis. You have to look up on the thing. But, Mr. Rubin, quickly.
I don't mean to be the wrong way, but people say that I didn't. It's like saying that Geshe didn't exist. I mean, he existed. Not everything about him is true, but he pre-existed.
That's a whole different argument. We're gonna have to do 155 sometimes, but yeah. So it's we don't know possibly the existence. We didn't have census data, and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like the Pied Piper, or the Sheriff Nottingham, that we don't necessarily know exist either. They become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed? And so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Kranz would probably repeat about, penniless wandering and things like that, he was actually a respected figure. He had a house paid for by the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as a faith leader. They called him Reverend, and he's like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of these sources like Shivchei HaBesh. But we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of his existence. His dates are roughly 1699 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about. We've got a lot of data on. So this is a colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in Kiev. He's actually in the Vernadsky Library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern. Now he looks more like me with not too much hair, and what he has is all white. But he's a brilliant scholar. I met him there when we were both in our early 20s. And he was working with these concussive, these were like record books of Poland, Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements of the libraries. He's holding on to some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the precursors, but Mr. Abraham's going to ask questions first. Why would the Boston to call itself exactly, good question. The reason is because there are tons of people going around who are called Baalei Shem. And he didn't necessarily call me, but people are fighting. He was the What does that mean? Did you answer that? So hang on one second. Hang on. Tell me you can answer that? He's the good Baal Shem. Excellent. But what does that mean to be a good Baal? What are the bad Baal Shem? No. Well, everybody's misdiagnosed. Before the change, right? So first of all, what is a Baal Shem?
They were like spiritual doctors.
Okay, what do they do? Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master of the name. Master of Hashem's name. Why? Because they would write amulets. They would write amulets. It's a huge deal. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the debacle of the Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a good living writing amulets. You're familiar with amulets, right? You probably have seen them making their own some of them, right? When our children was born, we got these little laminated cards. something like a shibiti on it. Actually, a shibiti is also an amulet. The red string is an amulet, but not a text amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word in derogatory sense, but like magical devices. More technical term is they are theurgic devices, which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? We can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that's used to make things happen. Right? What do you call it? Yeah, Kabbalah Masya, practical Kabbalah. So this is part of Jewish culture, right? The Hamsa, the hand with sometimes the eye in it, the board off the iron para, the little cards that we got when our kids were born, we put them under the crib. You know, we love those things. I have some of them myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very religious rabbi gave us a very Kabbalistic amulet to put on the front door. And I have a story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. But, you know, we use amulets. Sometimes people hang them in their rear mirror in their car, you know, stuff like that. Especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine. You know, there's some guy who looks really nice guy. You grew up to say, oh, Rabbi, I'm having such trouble with my business. My daughter can't get a shidduch. She's not so healthy. Could you please get kameah for me? You know, to write something, and wherever you put it in your hat, or in your pocket, you put it on top of the threshold of your door, different things like this. These people are called Balei Shem, amulet makers. Now, not all of them are so throw. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could even halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? Have a look in Baruch Chaim. I think it's somewhere around Perek Shin Dalet. If I was Rabbi Sachs will tell you exactly which word into Shin Dalet, Shin Dalet, somewhere around there. A discussion of can you wear an amulet on Shabbos? And a whole discussion, what's the defining factor? It's also discussed, of course, in the second Shabbos, probably Yotzin, right? When can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets can you wear? If they're written by a mumta, if they're written by an expert. So that means right away, you've got amulets written by experts. They're not written by experts already in the Talmudic period. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, Rabbi Ben Eliezer, he was the Baal Shem. Oh, he was great. His amulets were like, and he was so wonderful to be with. We loved him, and that's how he became like really great. People loved him. So my colleague Yochanan studied the Baal Shem. In particular, he looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote like a 500-page manuscript, which he forbade to ever be published. He said you can only copy this by hand. Nobody is allowed to do it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like the last gasp of anti-book culture. We're not going to go into the whole business of publishing things so that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Balei Shem that were very active at this time. Okay, did I see any other hands? Anything, Mr. Krantz?
How can you say that it wasn't? You said it was one with the they had it was towards the Baal Shem Tov. So the farm, Professor Sheffield, the Baal Shem Tov farm written about the
later in the Shiftei Bet.
But those farm of the Baal Shem Tov teaching is how students. So those ones keeping up with
you have to accept the assertion that is passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, so he wants to see, is it really true? I think the Baal Shem Tov might have more. I'm not positive. I don't know. Mr. Parente.
Where's the one for national child? Well, reading all these things, when a lot of it was used as far culture, these amulets, like that. Why take so long?
Well, the amulets go all the way back. The amulets go before the Sephardic Ashkenazic communities existed. We have it in the Gemara, a whole discussion of amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a larger discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 18th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. But let me go on to it. So what happens to this? So he has a couple of disciples. One of them in particular is the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is the Alter Rebbe, the founder of Chabad. And those 5 disciples just spread Hasidus everywhere. This is a great book, The Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Bozinski, and it has all kinds of really cool maps that show how Hasidism spread and different styles of Hasidism and everything like that. This was taken away in Commonwealth. Here's Mezhbush, it's like from Mezhbush and the Maggid, you have the massive spread of Hasidism throughout the West. But of course, and this 1772, when he lived, so it's rapidly trending. Baal Shem Tov died in 1760. 12 years later, you got the 3rd generation going, and they go really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Maggid really has significant popularity that the Litzes will start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. There's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. The last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There was a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I would suggest to you gentlemen, this is one of the phenomena that we often see in history, that great leaders' particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command to become the realness of that attitude. And they will use their mentors to wage their own wars. That may have been the case with the Rothschild, where he certainly had some serious reservations, in opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became really anti-Hasidic, prepared to go into this fight over it. So this is that they were upset about. I'm going to list, I think, here 9 different things that the Nastagdim really opposed to the Hasidism. The first is, what is this separate prayer groups business, right? Hasidism tends to emphasize a very different approach to Tefillah, whereas the Litvaks really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to daven and shachar. And these, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You got to show up for Shacharis at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is when Shacharis begins. But that's the idea of Hasidus. Is, I'm not. What does Hashem want my davening for if I'm still sleeping? Let me. It's better you can sleep during class. Like some of us here. You get a good nice rest. So, my voice is very soothing and happens all the time. So, that's one of the. And remember, Ben Dinur said that the separate prayer groups really had an economic incentive to it as well. that it was a way of creating a different revenue stream to support the Hasidim and away from the so and that goes along with the ignored and mandated prayer times. Of course, they're saying this is out to Rosh Hashanah, don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate shtilah and things like that. There are different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is it abandoning our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazi siddur? The Hasidim went back to various earlier styles of davening, which are associated especially with the Rabbi, celebrate Rabbi Yitzchak, phenomenal Egyptian and later novelists of the 16th century. The separate kosher slaughter. There was a whole business about, when you chef the knife. I don't know how many studied schooling yet. I should be studying it. I've learned about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole discussion there. Your knife has to be both sharp and free of nicks. Especially with the technology of the 18th century, if you make the knife really, really sharp, it's very easy for it to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then maybe you'll be pushing against the animal's neck instead of slicing. So the Litvaks and the Hasidim differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shchita. You have to have Hasidic shchita. They said, what is this with you guys not studying Talmud? Are you saying you're getting together and you're sitting around and telling stories and drinking alcohol? Is that what was supposed to be huge? And instead of studying the Gemara, if that was enough, you're studying Kabbalah. Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be for Kadosh Kadoshim. The Vilna Gaon himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was kind of the ideal in the literature world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and posting. Then maybe you could look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are they're taking balagalas, wagon drivers, Wasser traders, water carriers, regular, crust, lowly people with no education, and they're right away talking about the Spiros and the Klipas Noga. And what is going on with you guys teaching this stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's so marvelous. They're taking turtles and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. You're upset about that. And this was definitely a big deal. It kind of changed in the 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behavior, even during davening. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down. Because the idea was, Kolax Mosai, Tamarno Hashem, all of my bones call out to you, Hashem. So I'm going to be really violent in my gesticulations during davening. You ever done with breast lovers? Lots of clapping, stamping with feet, hardly stolen out loud when you're davening. You're supposed to imagine something about to stab a knife in your back, and so you're davening at full volume. So really weird behavior, and you add to that alcohol, and things can change. And you say these guys are that's not Judaism. We have them stock still, don't move. We're Litvaks, right? And we wait for somebody to turn on the transfer beam, quiet, and these Hasidim are just so wild. Mr. Grant.
They said after they had a knife shake, it all was control. The one who was down. Placed in there, so the body was banging off the knife.
Right, you can imagine. I mean, that just gives you a sense of how the Litvaks would say this Hasidim are And finally, antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking halakha, or at least breaking norms, and secret way Shabbat and speed. So these are the charges fought against the Hasidic movement by the Litvish movement. The Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, founded Chabad, and the Vitebsk went to see the Vilna Gaon and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs who do these things, but that's not really what we're all about. The Vilna Gaon famously refused to see them. Right? So we don't know exactly, it would there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted positively by the Mossad movement. And so in 1762, again, not clear whether it comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1762, there were parents placed on the Hasidics and got extirpated and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned, books of religious value. We saw them burning the Rambam and the Spartan class. Around Palestine, they were not burned; they were buried, but might as well, right? Now the Hasidim, they issued harem back into the Masajid, and you have these bands and boundary bands, and you start burning the Masajid book. And it was like just a craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century, where Hasidim and Masajid literally at each other's throats, and especially nasty ban in the year 1781. That was like one of these don't Daladamas kind of bans. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, they had in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Mishnaitic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. Hasidus actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Mishnaitim thought was going to be their territory, when they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Russian authorities and said, they hired a charlatan who was under a ban by the great Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciations to the Russian government. Messiahim thrown in jail, Hasidim thrown in jail. If you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to even say talk to them because it seems like every other week someone's getting out of jail. This Rabbi or that Rabbi got it. But it was a really, really nasty time. And imagine calling up the cops and saying, hey, you've got to put this rabbi in jail because he's, betraying our values. Also, gentlemen, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our empire, of our time. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions because that's the nature of our secular society. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane. Right? Don't make trouble. Follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who to be considered revolutionaries by the Tsarist government. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document traded to Russian for me. I see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews, so therefore they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions?
Who won the Frank impression? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. Really?
Okay, you got to get drunk. So now you're
I don't think there's anybody even talk about the Franco impression more in real life. One time I heard it referenced Home Improvement, but it's not doing
now we actually began talking about this at the very beginning.
Why not?
There's going to be 2 phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon we'll pick up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the Mishnaitim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be nick-free, but the Maskilim coming from the West are saying, why is it kosher at all? Like the Hasidim are saying, whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m., And Maskil is saying, why have Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday. It's so much more convenient. Right? So the Hasidim and the Nesagdim realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Maskilic movement. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they met them as a united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Nazis realized they were not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start from their playbook. What we can do to adapt to the spirit of time.
How did he ban us so quickly?
Actually, the second decade of the 1970s, they joined forces and they were working together. Like, you get those guys, look at these guys, those guys are strengths and try to use them.
This is the worst.
Basically, they sort of said like I would hate for my daughter to marry a Chassid, but I would rather have relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a Maskil to live on my street. Right? Like it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw at the beginning of this class, right? 99% of what Hasidim and Nesagdim believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5% that's just style. Do you wear dark soul? Do you not wear dark soul? It's not like
that's what I'm talking
about. Observe Shabbos or not observe Shabbos.
Well, we just watched the snow shovel.
Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Rothschild, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great students of the Vilna Gaon, Chaim of Rothschild, who lived this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how are we going to cope with the Hasidics. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at? We are good at text, so we are going to double down on textual study. We are going, maybe one of the things Litvak missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud study. So we are going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to Gemara. Like, even Gemara learning, you should understand that most kids, it's hard for me to give you the number because it's a lot of period of time, a lot of geographic space. You know, a child would be lucky to have a smattering of 50 hours in his cultural knowledge. To know a Seder of Mishnah, that thing would have been easy. To learn a sect of Gemara, you know, that's a massive Chacham. Because, you know, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there, you got to be making a living. So there's not much opportunity for Hamon Am, the dark, unwashed masses, to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning like you guys do. You guys seriously are historically the elite. So the Litvak said, you know what, maybe we really got to make more emphasis letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying. Talmud in particular, better than anyone. We're way better than those Hasidim of Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super careful with how we disseminate it. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I even in my own lifetime, I think the Rebbe's should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic for my own lifetime. Yeah, it is a pretty great paper.
20 views.
Not telling you I read it, but no, it is a pretty great. This was the response, really the response, and I encourage, this is Nefesh HaChaim by Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, the student of the Vilna Gaon, and this is basically Kabbalah for Lidva. And I gotta tell you, gentlemen, this is like a mind-blowing safe. It is easily, in my humble opinion, of Tanya, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said that he was Tanya. How did he say that? The antithesis of Tanya. This is amazing. It's not the antithesis of Tanya. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French, as it was such a mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I will tell you quickly one last story, because we have 1 minute left.
Made 5W.
When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording for this one. Yeah, it's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s, mid-20s.
Oh, baby girl. Hey, thank you very much.
Gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. Okay, where we left off last week, Monday. We left off Monday. We were talking about the winter moves. I got to do this thing. So we left off. I'm doing great. Well, you come late. Don't say how you doing. Okay. Where we left off last week, we are at like the crushing defeat of the Minsky Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Mr. Tillman had some really good questions there because, you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and the kind of major themes that go along with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon. Like, why would Jews in history as opposed to in this country at the same time? You should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself into, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos when there are hardly, you know, any Jews in the Inuit lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews were based more than anything else on the unique relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements, you know, Jews killed Christ and things like that. That's not to say that the blood libel did not seep into Poland, which it certainly did over the next few centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to its major element, the socioeconomic element is significant. And one last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, you know, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews. If that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of making you a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, whether your goal
the Franco-Prussian War is so boring. I don't even know what the countries are. I don't even know
the fact that
where was it
not
fought?
Always true that Jews were completely blameless. Behavior
Dog, it takes hours of YouTube that
occasions
I don't know.
A backlash.
Why is this war so difficult to understand?
Part of the proportion,
I can't get more than 1 minute into this
but
fucking
nevertheless, that's part of
like
the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in.
I never even heard of that Franco-Prussian War until that fucking Home Improvement episode.
If we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that Jews are blameless.
The Franco-Prussian War.
I don't think that I can say
The
with great
Franco-Prussian
confidence
War.
there has been no case in Jewish history of a Jew
Dog.
ever been caught murdering a child and drinking
Ooh,
its blood.
Best
That I
part
can say
in
for
it is,
sure.
did
I
they
cannot
name
say
the
for sure.
donut
In fact, I would not say for sure it's not been a case of a Jew kidnapping and killing a child. God forbid, Lord Lane. That has happened even in Brooklyn with a young child. Can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but that does happen. And how that sometimes gets translated in popular violence is really.
Do you really think they named the donut after him?
Talking about how
Do you think he liked them?
Does
I
that mean
don't
the
think
fact
he
that people are
knows.
always going to blame on
I don't think
they're
anybody.
not happy with they see minority group
Oh man,
somehow
the
has
Franco-Prussian War.
everything possible and they're like, oh, this is the perfect thing I can
Who
just
won
do
it?
say it's screwed.
I don't know.
Right, you're absolutely right, Mr. Kranz.
It's like tape
You're
one
right,
of
Calvin,
like a base.
the great philosopher Jean-Paul
Just kind
Sartre,
of
we
waiting
even
to end
talked
to
about
see
him,
one and it
who
already
said,
took place.
si le juif n'existe
The
pas,
Franco-Prussian War.
l'antisémite l'inventerait. That if the Jew did not exist, the antisemite would invent him.
Who do you
Right?
think won it?
The antisemite needs some kind of
I don't
construct
know.
to explain his own failures. The Jew is a great
The
construct.
Germans?
And
'Cause
ironically,
then
the
they-
more
the Germans?
Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct he is, because
it wasn't
they
French.
look in books and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way
I'm
about the Jews
guessing.
100 years
I don't
ago,
know.
200 years
The
ago,
French-
300. It must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself.
Somehow
But you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive. Mr. Timmons.
So my question is not so well formed, but like what
Yeah,
happened
dog,
recently,
spazzy.
October 7th,
24
for
hours,
these
no sleep.
pogroms, they're
Well, that's
considered,
tight.
very
Keep
like
it company.
normal human nature. This is not
You like
normal
Spain?
uprisings. These are horrific attacks. Are there some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was sort
Yo,
of
dog.
in proportion and understandable with what the Jews had done to them? Like, even no matter what the Jews had done, doesn't warrant barbarism. But violence, we can sort of understand a little more, let's say, again, I mean, whatever the BLM march would be ridiculous, but they're just trying to express something without, barbarism and barbarism involved. So, like, do we have such instances where less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to separate a little bit, because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in a society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you have, social tensions with peasants and lords, and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome army and with powerful friends, that means international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case, Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look, we can hurt the Jews. Israel is not, Israel took a horrible beat in 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends, doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care if our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always, getting back to it. So that's normal as it was. It's horrible in the sense that there was a lot of people died, God forbid, horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely
Let's say in the case of the Muslims, we can understand why they hate Israel. They do feel oppressed, and maybe
there's a political and economic conflict.
Yeah, I mean, and Israel did just devastate the entire country, but so we can understand that aspect of it. So, like, do we ever have reactions that are anti-Semitic in nature, but responding in a more, less violent way?
Yeah, sure.
To such things.
Oh, yeah, you're asking again a complicated question, which is totally derailing us from the 18th century. But you're also conflating two issues. You talked about Gazans. I said Hamas.
Right. No, that, again, those are not,
They're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a Mali. Maybe the Nazi SS is second close, or they're competing for that. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually, explicitly, in public statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity and happiness. And that's just bizarre. Like, that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking us far off. Maybe we'll, of course, sometime know the history of Israel and the Middle East, because we have on the calendar. It's an absolutely fascinating topic. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. All right. Okay, so I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I decided to recycle it, and we're up to that top. And you may have seen, this is a popular show.
Thistle.
Thistle, right. And it's really great because it's set in Israel. Fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century, and in so many ways, it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today, even in a very different environment, modern Europe. And we can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century, Mr. Blackburn? 100 years. Excellent. You're at 261. That's 120. 262. I see that right away. So a century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, you can have a short century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of, ask Major Mr. Blasco, 1914, yeah. Look at that.
Who told you that?
Oh, just know that. That's great. So that's a long 19th century. It took over from 1900 to 1999.
I'm sure like IBM has more data than you do. Yeah, was IBM a person?
Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. There's a short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, to 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century.
That based on cultures. That kind of based on the cultures of what's going on at that time period.
Right. It's kind of like when you group the major themes of the times. It's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in the way people think, politics, and like that, depending on, close to that word. So it's very long.
Really nice.
So we have a long 18th century in our situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to Shabbatai Tzvi, who we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end. The 1795 is where I ended. That's when Poland is taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden you have a new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, we have three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Rabbi, who is the founder of Chabad, very important thinker. An unusual Hasidic leader that we'll try to talk about a little bit today on Monday, the entire Hasidic background. But among the Hasidim, the Alliance really of many of his generations. You have, you can probably guess who's going to be next, the Vilna Gaon, the famous Rabbi Elijah Vilna. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them. I kind of like the look of it, maybe because of the sequel film. He is, of course, representing the
Let's see if
reaction
this shit
to
works.
the Hasidic movement born in the
Billion
18th century. And they, of course, take on the names Misnagdim, and they wear it proudly. As the Misnagdim wears Chabad like to call us nags, right? These are, even though they are historically the predecessors, because the Misnagdim are kind of like the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual, spiritual rebellion, the Misnagdim opposed it. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It's a name that ultimately they sort of adopted for themselves, even though it was originally a term of humble. They're also known, of course, as Litvas, because they're from Lithuania, Lita. And today we call it sometimes Yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has its deep Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely Chabad friendly, Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. But we live in a post-movement world in many ways anyways. Mr. Grants, every message is more Chabad. But obviously,
what's your favorite kind of alien?
because it's good.
All of them?
I think Chabadniks are lots of fun. I should tell you, full disclosure, one of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad. Super Chabad. She's like, they have so many Chabad Nehagim. If someone whispers that they heard someone read in the book that the Rabbi might have done this particular thing, that immediately that's like Shulchan Aruch. They do that weird Nehagim format that people. Well, and they're loving it. They're living the dream. They're doing great. Anyways, and my daughter, you should know, she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story.
They have a deleted video.
One circus. I should tell a story. Hopefully this video won't go around. But one circus, and she was about 8 years old. We're sitting in the sukkah, and I'm talking about Unasana Tokef that we just read on Yom Kippur, right? Unasana Tokef, that, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signatures there. And I said to my family, and she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything? And she runs out of the sukkah crying. Like that's so much chavata at 8 years old for any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of Unasana Token flew her away. So that's the kind of person she is. Third,
she can get
that rock in the 18th century. And by the way, gentlemen, we are, this is, you have to imagine, 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and we are still feeling the waves of their terrible tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alter Rebbe, really interesting about Shem Tov, but I like to talk about the Alter Rebbe and the second will be the Gaon, and the third is Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a very discernible way.
Ask amazing questions.
What's the best question
The
you've
major
ever asked?
fight was probably that his name, right?
Was that answer? Yeah. Yes, we'll talk about it. Excellent. Well, that makes sense, right? But he's huge.
This is
All of
athleticism.
them are controversial in different ways.
This is
We'll touch on this controversy for a little bit, but these are 3 very different ways to approach Judaism and Torah, that made a massive impact on the Ashkenazic world and us. I don't know why I included this picture in the lecture, but I kind of look like this.
Like how ChatGPT
and I also included this picture because a lot of times I walk down the street and people will say, hey, aren't you a Shishel? Aren't you this guy here? No, I didn't say that. I get a laugh. People often use me for Will Smith. I'm walking down the street. Okay. Anyway, I'm not sure why I included those pictures. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical sense. We're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century, in many ways, was the wrong 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions of what I'm going to give you a good word here. Weltan Shalom. Remember that word, Weltan Shalom. What does that mean, Mr. Rubin? Worldview. Worldview. Excellent. How do you know that? Nice word. That's good. I'm so glad. It's a famous word. Capital W. Weltan Shalom means a way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word worldview. It's pain, if I understand. Or Weltan means like, do you feel optimistic or pessimistic world? Do you believe that, God runs every piece of the world, or maybe he kind of left it alone like a watchmaker or something? Do you believe that most people are nice, most people are evil? Do you believe that people get what they deserve? All kinds of things like that are built into a Weltanschauung. And so there are three big Weltanschauung rebellions down in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them. But let's talk about them. First of all, rebellions of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration, in the sense of we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers. But in reality, that's because they did not have access to the great fountains of wisdom present, in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized that Chokmas are then they would certainly be doing these things. And that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is huge, right? It's high in the idea of the spheros, which really begins to gain a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really, in spot. This animates Mr. Krantz.
Wasn't part of the thing to this. It wasn't really, they were trying to get that's how we have stars. They were trying to get that original book, so like all the meta trying to consider that indicated the results of it. So that's how we end up talking about how we get into the results.
Yes, we're going to go there. We're going to go into that.
They still didn't have some of like the boss said, that they were the society of Sadiqim, where they were learning all these things, but wasn't that was right to reveal?
So that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of Hasidic movement, like if we are rediscovering stuff that exists hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Again, because the rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, you look at me kind of crazy, but I would say, no, these flowing robes, this is the way to go. Do you know that Rabbi Akiva wore exactly the same shade? Right? That would be like a rebellion. I'd be doing something different, but it would be of discovery. Meaning I learned that Rabbi Akiva's mode of dress is really what I want to do. Mr. Russell,
I was just he just go from like the new fresh thing to nowadays it's like if I say like a fuzzy like a straddle like a mega chow kind of thing, like whoa, kind of like stuff in the past sort of thing,
No, that's a really important question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider it reified, that develops into dynasties, and most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn of the Hasidic energy. But not all. Many have said that we just don't understand that century very well. So stay with that question because we're just beginning right now. Rebellion to tradition. This is basically a listed view that says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxed. We have not been engaged in super high-level Talmudic study. We've been sort of like saying, yeah, that's for the elites, but in reality, everybody's got to be in Kola. Everybody's got to be doing this. That's more of a rebellion of tradition. By doing something that Jews typically do not do that much historically, but we are going to reinterpret it in order to make it for the masses. Mr. Toomey.
Why all these rebellions? What was going on that everybody felt like they needed to be done with?
Yeah, again, this is kind of like a Weltanschauung, right? Occasionally there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, let's try different things. When I get to the discussion of Shabbatai Tzvi, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dam that creates all of these new movements, because there are those who say, Shabbatai Tzvi is really dangerous, but there are some aspects of it which were so totally cool and I want to. And others say that Shabbatai Tzvi is so dangerous, we've got to do things differently to protect ourselves in the future. But it's like the Shabbatai Tzvi movement that changed everything. 9/11 is one of those moments. You know, like here in America, I was existing before 9/11, unlike most of you guys, right? We were all like non-existent before 9/11. There was a very different world before 9/11. You did not have to go to security to get on a plane. You know, you just like walk in like this, and you can even smoke on the airplane. You know, you ever wonder why they tell everybody about smoking? Everybody's smoking on an airplane. You're a tiny fuselage flying to the sky with all the smoke in there. People say, cancer, it's not that big a deal. But there was a pre-9/11 world. But now we live in a very post-9/11 world where there's security at airports, you have cyber security that's huge, you have all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 now we have this very different world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the air you breathe. But old people remember, like, so too, it's before Shabbatai Tzvi and after Shabbatai Tzvi. Mr. Grant, or snag scared of, snag can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not, you're scared of Shabbatai Tzvi 2.0. Yes, the biggest fear was. There's a huge fear. And that's why when it started the time they were being reprinted, and it was, like, you look at each other and another says, like, this is being good because there are fakes being put out that aren't the real thing. So wasn't that they were getting the fake, they weren't getting the real, like those other getting the fake stuff, because of that they were freaking out. Yeah, we're talking about all that stuff too. It is interesting, not all editions of the time that have this, but in the most authoritative edition, printed by the wrong house, which is the Snag house, the Snagdic house, there's actually an apology there from Torah Ram, the printer of the wrong shots, the Yom Shots, for certain incidents which we will discuss later. Mr. Vasilevsky.
So what today's like modern Orthodoxy would be comparable to the Hasid movement back then?
Mr. Vasilevsky, great question. The 21st century question, though, and I think as we shall see, modern Orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, borrows from all of these movements. You know, it's the waves of that tsunami. These are the three asteroids. Like absorbing those waves and mixing and matching. Last question is Truman. We've got to make some
Why did the Woods fish learn so much by its rebellion? Why wasn't it that emphasis?
Okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is money. Exactly. You know how expensive it is to devote a working age male time for a study? Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already earning a pension, working in a mine or something, you know. But to imagine this number of men engaged in full-time study at age 20, 21, 22, it's virtually unheard of. It was too expensive.
But it became necessary because of whatever historical precedents.
Well, we reassigned our priorities, and also we lost the vast majority. Don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize that you are really the elite. Let's just do the numbers. Mr. Blasky will help me out here. It's about 10% of American Jewry is Orthodox. Of that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to time study as young adults? Maybe half. People are like, well, so maybe half of those, that 10 is interested in 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going to go through a few years and you got to go to work, right? So maybe 0.5% of the entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are slowly doing really. You are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEAls say, look at those guys. That's you guys. Okay. So that's very unusual. And it costs money. You know, whoever else is paying for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in the sulfur mines, you got to be thankful to them. Okay, so the innovation of the rebels, or the innovation of the Hasidic movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. Cool word, what does it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norms. Like the leader of this great country, for example, breaking the norms. Not necessarily breaking the laws, right? The thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian, the Hasidim were seen by the Misnagdim as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Shulchan Aruch that says what time we're supposed to daven, and you're davening later, and it says you're not supposed to eat before. What are you guys having your press in here? You know, all kinds of things like that, as we shall see. The greatest example of this extreme Misnagdic approach was the Chassam Sofer, I think, in one fascinating exchange where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm going a little bit later in the time, but riffing on Amara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Kadash Asur Min HaTorah. He would have said the Kadash Asur Min HaTorah, but what does that mean? Translate it for me, please. Kadash Asur Min HaTorah. Are you saying Mr. Whitey? Things are answered. Great. Is that the original context of the Gemara? What's the original context? Right. The new wheat that's just been planted, you have to wait until after Pesach or Shavuot, I can't remember, before you can eat it. That wheat is called Chadash, and it's usher. You can't eat that wheat. That's why we eat bread, which is called Yashon, made with old flour. But he says, take that as a klal gadol. Chadash, asur min Torah. If it's new, it's usher. Right, that's kind of like an extreme reaction. We will not trust any new things. That he doesn't mean it literally, but he means sort of take it as a sort of rebellion of tradition kind of approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion mansion. And where we see this, and this is going to be associated more with the Maskilic movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world in great distinction to what the Chassam Sofer says of Chadash Asur Min Torah. But if it's not Asur, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asur and it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the Maskilim were interested in experimenting with the outside world, with adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although this is not really a fair comparison, and I know the Rosh Yeshiva would not be happy with me even suggesting to you to think about it, but their hero is, of course, the Rambam. And they say, look at the Rambam. Again, the Maskilim here are unfairly using the Rambam as the poster child for their values. But they're saying, the Rambam was like, he was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was like in the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved with the outside world. So this is the iconic image. There is actually an article that I saw a few weeks ago that says, we don't know exactly where this is. It's essentially a 21st century colorized version of a 19th century portrait that was very common in safari poems, but we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have anything that looks like from that old. It looks very he looks as good. What's he face? If I wore a turban? Will Smith. Okay, this is the rebellion of expansion, saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, the 19th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. And we can engage about it. So those are our three rebellions. Let's go now to Shabbatai Tzvi. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story with Shabbatai Tzvi? So there are the story of Shabtai Tzvi, writ narrowly, is really the story of an individual who had significant talents in learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as an evil Russia attempting to subvert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shabtai Tzvi suggest that he was mentally ill. He was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers who tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder, or manic depressive syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So obviously, on analytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries, but what I can tell you is that he would go through these periods of what he called illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. It was during the worst of these periods that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in pizzos haderech, meaning like, transportation over wide spaces of territory. And with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, because you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in his studies for a long time until he started getting involved in this. Later, he would get married, actually, I think 4 times, but you can't count one of those because it was a Torah scroll that he got married to at one point. Very interesting, symbolic kind of marriage, I guess. It's a very weird kind of story. He not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact the Mashiach. And so he gathered this massive movement with them, and well, you know the debacle at the end. I'll explain it shortly. Mr. Parentis, how will people serve the vulnerable? That he was mentally ill. You're asking an amazingly important question. I'll repeat it for the people on Zoom, that how were people so gullible? How did they buy this? I mean, historians point to the fact that there was like widespread depression after the Khmelnytsky rebellion discussed on Monday that ended in 1949. Trailed the violence extended over the next half dozen years, and that contributed to the idea of, wow, after such a horrible massacre, Mashiach must be around the corner. They tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of, wow, look at these totally new in the world, and mystically, and here's the guy who comes along, deeply soaked in this Kabbalah. There's also the role of new technology. Printing was really going to catch fun among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabtai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings and leaving Amsterdam in particular and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work. Mr. Tuman.
When you say he was mentally ill, you say that these famous cult leaders or even these horrible dictators who form similar categories, and people follow them tremendously, are not surprising.
First of all, I don't know if he was mentally ill. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But even if we assume that, could I assume that other dictator-like cult leaders, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders, that doesn't stop them from, controlling nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily vote for people who demonstrate the. my phone on that's being recorded. Go ahead. Be very careful. I just got my citizenship. Like, I gotta go. Here I am already messing it up.
Words to me about the also married. I read a survey biography by I was a Catholic biographer of such a people that are very
Gershom Scholem is the classic.
so
He's a matter
in
of
there
how
in there students how when men can marry a harlot.
Yeah, yeah. I may even have a picture of her here. I don't know if I do. Let me see. No, I don't think I do have it here. No, it will take us too far afield, but I just, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a Navi. Maybe at the suggestion of Nathan of Gaza was definitely not a good influence for him. You got to choose your Deborah. He married a woman who was an orphan from the Misty rebellion named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently because he wanted to imitate the Navi. Yeshua? Yeah. No, it's not Black Ops, it's Yeshua. Yeshua? Hosea, that's it. Who also married a woman of ill repute. And there's a whole story we read about how, children are. Okay, guys, I love tangents, but we're not going to make brothers. Let's just go back a little bit before we get to stop that. See what kind of influences are going on. 1492, expulsion of the Jews from Spain. A couple of you took my Sparta Jewish history class. We talked about this a lot, but it's a major theme in Jewish history. It is, in fact, like one of those huge ruptures that's almost a Holocaust size. So without doubt, for a few hundred years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at that time, centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities with wealth, basically like America, like New York and New Jersey. That's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden just collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the forced conversions, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion. And all of the Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, making their way across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, many of them Las Americas, right? All trying to find a way out. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that there's something has changed dramatically. We need to find new solutions to it. In particular, the Jews who made their way to Tzfat, who founded the Tzfat Circle, where you have, the great Kabbalist Ramah, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential. Also, Rabbi Yosef Karo in his old age settled there, the Al-Sheikh, many others, the Alphabets, the Chagavia, all those things are from that part. Just tell me, why do people always do that? That's an easy question. What do people always do? Why do people always do what?
They turn to mysticism and like they're and we have COVID and everybody, they have to figure out how to answer it up that Mashiach's coming this week or next week or the week after. And we keep doing it every year. So do it again. So
huge overgeneralizations, right? Because not all people do it, not all people do this, not all people react. But I think mysticism, it can be a refuge, right? If you have difficulty understanding the world and reason does not give you the kind of emotional support you need, you may find it in mysticism. You may find it in poetry. You may find it in Saint Tehillim. I don't know, but mysticism is a refuge. If you study my book on the possession of Rabbi, more of the discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go do this now, okay? 18th century. There were also, during this time, you'll recall, for those who were in Sparta, that there's a great possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something not seen before in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliating from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you did it under the authority of a king. Some crucial figures involved in this, Uriel Acosta, pictured here in this, dark kind of brooding, with straw-like hands, stuff like that. An individual who, if you'll permit me, I'm going to tell you this story because it's really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in Portugal in 1500, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish, because there's always a concern that maybe they'll be playing and they'll happen to mention that my mom likes candles Friday nights, and the Inquisition would come and it would be disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a Christian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, I have to tell you the truth, we're actually Jewish and we're moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free where Jews could express themselves. Uriel says, I knew it. Oh my gosh. I've also wondered what Jews are really like. I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament more than the New Testament. And I wanted to be like the forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he's so excited. He goes to Amsterdam with his mother. He's a smart guy. He's very intelligent. He ends up writing several books. But what happens when he actually joins a live for real Jewish community is that he's too strong for them. And he starts saying to me, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And I can't believe you guys are talking during davening. Don't you realize? And he says, did you really bench? I can't believe you benched that fast. I really can't. And you guys are recognized mistakes, right? These are things that bother you. He probably has some kind of mental illness as well. He becomes a gadfly in the community, saying, I can't believe it. There are Jews here. I'm so happy Jews and to be expressing myself as a Jew. But I met this guy and he told me he's on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime? And he's like going around and he's like speaking to too many people and he's like, and the date in Amsterdam they don't want to rock the boat, right? They actually have pretty good at Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which means basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open in Amsterdam when Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community. So they put him in 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, and moves away. Same kind of problems erupt. Finally, he goes back and he begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't, do anything bad to the community anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told 2 guys thinking of converting to Judaism that they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. So they say to him, and I'm making a joke of it, but I really think it's a really sad story. They say, okay, fine, we've already done this twice before. Every time, it's going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, the great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite al page and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to be there. We will flog you. They publicly whip him in front of the community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his prone form on their way out. He does it because he really wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that if I have to, I will be an ape among apes, but I must live among the Jews. He feels like connected. He goes through the whole thing, walks home, takes out a notebook and writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of the human life, and then he shoots himself. Nice. Yeah, terrible. Awful. But his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference between how he perceived Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic and sees actual Jews who, sometimes cheat on their taxes, sometimes he couldn't handle that. It was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this passage than we talk about here, including probably a mental illness. But he represented a great break in that liberty of being within the community and being under the auspices and the control of faith in, being completely outside. He didn't convert to Catholicism. He was a Catholic, did that, doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish community. So while in this particular amazing portrait by Dershonberg, he's portrayed as like this dark, brooding, depressive type, I think it's pretty fair. The child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Baruch Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Baruch Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who, made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of Rio da Costa without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza, languidly reaching out with his hand, he's playing with flowers, he's got these curls and bright colors. That's showing kind of the intellectual evolution of the Jewish community. Here's another example of when Spinoza, who went through the same thing because the Christian community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in harem, a terrible, awful harem, and he basically just ignored it. He said, well, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want, it doesn't change how I feel about myself, or how I feel about the universe, the world. And here he is, just walking lost in a book as an adult, and in the background you have these Jews portrayed an aspect of being cowering or afraid of him. This guy looks like he's picking up a rock and throw at him. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as it's experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seeing kind of like a different way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations have known. And that builds the whole masters of Chronicity that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll talk about now. Questions, arguments, discussions?
Were you the Greeks actually doing this, or was it just like a bunch of ball boxing on the spirit of this guy? Like, was it like actual legitimate guys doing was it just like people trying to go back people trying to go about their daily life and like all these guys
So I don't want to use modern terms like modocs to characterize these people, but it was a legitimate faith in the sense that any community can form a legitimate faith. None of the people in faith were like famous people. You might read their words in base medrash, but they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control a guy like Rio da Costa, and they also couldn't control Baruch Spinoza. And although it's interesting that you mentioned in that context, a little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous State Archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the faith handling of Baruch Spinoza. So they, characteristically, they banned him as well. They said, sorry, you're banned. There's a harem on you coming into our library. He knows one of those famous Jewish texts. Because you wrote nasty things about us, we're going to borrow our ancestors and put a harem on you. Intellectual thing. Shabbatai Tzvi. Okay, so we talked a little bit, we started with this before we went off to the Portuguese. This is one of dozens of portraits we have of Shabbatai Tzvi. He was very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this whole story of Shabtai Tzvi. They said, wasn't that interesting? The Jews claim to have a Messiah here. What's going to happen? So there's lots of Rajis portraying this one. You can tell it's definitely written by a Christian. How do you know? Right. Very good, Mr. Loki, right? This is like, they don't know what Hebrew looks like, so we just kind of put some gibberish down here. That's their impression of it. Maybe that's the picture originally of the Rambam. We don't know it's true, but could be misreading of the same over there. It's written. It looks like this says like the Cheskel, maybe Lamed Zion. Right. Ro Elo. Okay, that maybe maybe he saw a little bit of a book here. It's also that's not much of a font either. Like this is something, but it looks like gibberish more to me. Like maybe he had some kind of book. Maybe I should take it out. Anyways, you could be right. So rewind that, take it back. I'm not sure if this is a good example of it. Okay, so let's go. Anyways, the whole idea of what the hell is Shabtai Tzvi, by the way, the end of the story, for those who may not be familiar with it, is he gets this huge movement. He essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does find a lot of people who think he's the real. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of bizarre antinomian activities, like he says Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on because it's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now we can eat on Tisha B'Av. He cancels reading from a Sefer Torah. He says that Humashim are so modern, they're so cool, we should all be reading from Humashim, like printed Humashim, all kinds of crazy things like this. And many other even more crazy things. He's up making a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader who controls Israel, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Ottoman Sultan says to him, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah, I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter offer. He becomes a Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers are totally crushed, and they go back home, often penniless, because they sold their houses, spent it all on the trip, thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of the Messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to bring about the Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They call the Dinnet, and they're actually active in Turkish politics, right, in the 20th century. I started, I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution had some Dinnet roots to it, so they're really quite active for a while. They still have Dinnet synagogues, or mosques, in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this ends in 1666, what ends up with Shabtai Tzvi really loses it. He becomes increasingly erratic, and eventually the Ottoman Turk puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a Yom Kippur Matzah, because he wants to daven, so maybe he kind of came full circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there was still, this is the problem, his movement lasted for a century and a half afterwards. There are a lot of these kinds of things, cameos, that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, parnasa, shidduchim, liu, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean leanings or being secret followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, Jonathan Ivashitz was the subject of a massive attack based on an argument that he was a Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of Messiah Shem, right? Now, do you guys know about the secret Bacillus charm that was discovered in 1991? Look at that. What is that?
Like a plate.
Yes, it is. Why was it? What's the secret one?
They predicted our property with Shoshone working together.
I think Feldheim did. Maybe I don't know. It was originally Machon Opek, but yeah, he wrote an earlier version of Bacillus charm discovered in the Soviet archives, and it's brilliant. It's, in my humble opinion, way better than the one we've been studying for 250 years, because it's the dialogue between. Okay, I'll tell you quickly because it is really cool, I think. And I have a personal ambition to study Bacillus charm 101 times. I just finished time 30 about 2 months ago, but it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Bacillus charm that he wrote has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if we were to make him a 21st century guy, he's kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning, he also likes science and sports and culture, and he's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of personality. But it's always wondering, what is it with those Landry guys? Maybe not Landry guys. He really is talking about Korean. What are those black hats thinking? What motivates them? What switch them? And one day, right at the end of the book, he sees an old high school friend of his who flipped out in yeshiva, and now he's like wearing all black and a big black hat about 6 feet across and everything. And he says, "Oh, great! Great!" He goes up to says, "Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you since high school and stuff." And he says, "Listen, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I noticed you become AD." He doesn't use the word cover because he's already in the 18th century. But he says, like, what do you see in it? How can you represent Tehillim so long? How can you daven so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Bacillus charm. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the cues, the regular guy, who he calls a chacham, is away by the chassid, and he just says, "Wow, you just take the wheel and drive me anywhere you want, because I really need to hear appreciate the world." And that's what the difference, the original version of Bacillus charm is written. Now, why did Paul publish the second written in his own handwriting? Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Blash, adjustability. I'm sorry? Adjustability. Adjustability. Good argument, although I would say that the original would be way more dramatic. Like, you want to find out about the characters. It's less safer style. It's less safer style, but the Rothschild had no problem with that. He wrote plays. He wrote actual dramatic plays. Like with characters and stuff. It's grand. Less people would be interested in something like that if they're choose a hard saver. I would think either Robert, most people would be interested. But you guys, if you don't know the answer for sure,
one of the key lessons of Catholic stuff, meaning they're prohibiting him for,
he got persecuted so badly in my time. He was put under house arrest. His writings were seized in Frankfurt, and because people didn't know whether it was apoptosis, they actually buried it and then lost it. They forgot where they buried it. Somewhere in Frankfurt, there's a massive chest of the Rothschild's writings that have never seen the light of day that maybe one day we discovered. But I'm waiting for you guys to give me, how many times I've given the Abrams World History? Money, exactly. David Sklar, who wrote a PhD dissertation on this, argues that the reason he didn't know because the publishers would not print it. They lost the backing. The people were paying for the publications. Why? Because the original version new places as a things that if you know the people, you can identify them. You can say, "Oh, he's about this guy here." He describes a certain kind of personality. I know what he's talking about. And it was just way too incendiary. So he gave up. And his students said, no, 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 Rabbi, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, please, we have to just do what the editor says. Let's write those personalized and let's publish it in a standardized version. And the Ramchal said, and you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book, where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's just a mind-blowing experience. Now, why was he persecuted? That's why I'm including here. He was persecuted because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Chagiv, Rabbi Moshe, the son of the Chacham Tzvi. The Chacham Tzvi was the number one Shabbatai Tzvi hunter in the era. He was looking for money who was so that his son continued it, but by the time he gets to the Ramchal age, there's very few big Sabbath left. But Rabbi Moshe Chagiv identified him and pursued him throughout Europe with regularity until finally in the relatively liberal city of Amsterdam, where he could be, but the Mesilas Yesharim itself is an artifact, this hunch for heresy that was the remnant of the post-Sabbathean era. Okay, arguments, questions, discussions? Okay, let's look at a map here. Just to orient ourselves, and then we're going to dive into Hasidus. This is Jewish populations in Europe in the first half of the 19th century, meaning at the end of the 50s. You can see greatly in what will be today and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe, even though we have this migration to the east discussed last week. Still, pockets of Jews living far behind. Not so much in France, because they have been actually banned from there since 1306, although we will have a weak assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and none in Spain, because Spain is still officially Judenline, and mainly concentration in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three great asteroids of the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in what would be Western Ukraine, southern Poland. But there are definitely Hasidim who are active further to north. The one example that I've been concentrating on, Chabad, is ironically an exception, because Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Misnagim, the opponents, who are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland itself, with its epicenter at Vilna. And then finally you have the Maskilim, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's most Mendelssohn, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, to the west. But what you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you easily have Hasidim, Misnagdim, and Maskilim live in Chial, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Baranti.
You mentioned that the Muslim practice exists today, right?
So, it's a great question. The question is, how does it affect denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. Meaning the whole idea of what we would call today a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting and trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of the Hasidim or the Nastagim were saying that the others weren't Jewish. And none of them were arguing that we don't have to have mitzvahs. The Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so denominations really are an offshoot. course, once the denominations were really created in the 9th century, then they might back in and say, oh, let's be Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Mistagdic flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Kranz, then let's wrap it up.
Wasn't it so upsetting that Roman Trevor one of the main fighters of the constitutional movement?
Yes.
So it was very anti-Christian. That's when the Misnagdim and all the students came together, like, okay, we are all serving Hashem. We're all trying, we are all serving the way to the Hashem. These guys are personal.
I have a one-word answer for you, Mr. Kranz. Monday. Monday, we're going to go deep into that. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop. Here we are, we're picking out these. Like last century when we spoke, we were talking about the negative pressures that were pushing Jews eastward out of Western Europe, right? What kind of pressures? I mean, remember what was going on? Mr. Krober, you got any idea what was pushing Jews out of Western Europe? Barbaric crusaders, right? Exactly. The massacres of Shun 1096 and onward. Good. What else? Governments kicking them out. Governments kicking them out, right? You've got expulsions in France from 1182, then like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half, and England 1290, right? Yeah. And why are they kicking them out? Because they right. And generally speaking, the peasants owe Jews money, you have a rebellion. When the nobles owe Jews money, you have an expulsion. Right? That's just because that's how they deal with it. Then, of course, they end up inviting them back, right? What about some of like the really bizarre ideas that was circulating at the time that made Jews feel welcome? Well, celebration of Bibles, blood libels, host desecration, good. What is ritual murder? Close. The Muslims about
When they kill the crackers.
host desecration. Host is the name of the crackers. Kill the crackers. Okay, well said. A ritual murder is technically the earlier stage of blood libel. The ritual begins in 1144 is the idea that Jews must, for some bizarre reason, reenact the crucifixion, and so they ritually murder a child. God forbid, they added to that the blood aspects of it. Okay, so we definitely got an environment where Jews are distinctly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this whole actual invitation for Jews to please come here. Like one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first class, the genetic history of Ashkenazim, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, to a certain degree Russia, really that's a phenomenon from the 18th century. So they moved from Western Europe. Okay. Think for a second about his story before we get into this unit. We've seen Salov, we talked about him a few weeks ago. He's a very important 20th century historian. I think he died in 2008, something like that. Who was especially known for his section of the lacrimose vision of Jewish, meaning that he's criticizing the tear-filled definition of Jewish history, that it's all persecution, and yet we, overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him before this, and I'm going to come back to him in just 1 second, but I want to introduce you to some great historians who made a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, Leopold von Ranke, not Jewish, neither is Wellhausen, was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice it's years, right? Quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who wrote history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians do. What could possibly be different about history written in the year 1000 than the history of the year 2000. What?
Just the whole entire France, that's very local area.
Okay, good. More use of sources, but even more basic than what sources you're reading. What would my Mr. Woman focus on direct fact? What do you mean by that, direct facts? What is a direct fact?
Just things that are actually being said of illustrations and stories.
I am so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that? No, before you said that, you said exactly a quote. You were mechabeing to the great Pomeranke when you said things that actually happened. You said that, right? He said history is Geschichte ist, was es eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that was his big deal. Pomeranke said, you know what? Too much of this, all the history that's written up until now, it's not. Again, the division law. I said it so classically. What actually happened? What are people writing? They're writing, like Mr. Silver suggested, stories, edification. You know, they're writing like kind of narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to know the facts, what actually happened, but to try and make a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel wise. Whatever it is, they're more of an art form than a science, to be sure. And Pomeranke said, we have to like really think about what we're doing. History is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big, line in the shelf in the library. On the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until Pomeranke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like there was probably going between mythology straight into like wars and princes and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He would maybe really criticize in the 20th century, saying, well, I won't get to the 20th century right now, but that's a really important, sort of turning point in how we understand it. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. And that was, it's appropriate. That's what you want to do. You want to build up people's identity in one way or another, but it's not necessarily the kind of history that Pomeranke would be happy with. Another really important point to remember in here is this guy, Wellhausen. Wellhausen is not a friend of Yiddishkeit. I gotta tell you up front. Definitely not a friend of Yiddishkeit. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Baruch Spinoza, but Wellhausen was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we read Tanakh. And so he had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates Sifrei Kodesh. So we're not going to go into theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting him on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals the period in which it is written than the period it is writing about. Please. Yes.
So the people who are writing history are generally people who were living during those times, and they are by no means an impartial witness to what is going on. So it feels more about their personal views on the matter than what actually is going on.
Nice take if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I am not that old. Right? I was not around 1917 at the point.
I'm sure we were using primary sources for research, though.
Right, but I was writing history in the 1990s. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about?
You weren't there.
I definitely wasn't there.
So you're reflecting your biases here, the political realities of the region of what's going on.
Very good. Now you're getting at this. Because obviously I'm using sources from 1917. I'm reading newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at archaeology when relevant. I'm looking at 1917 sources, but I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995. Taking all my 1995 issues and I'm filtering everything I know historically through 1995.
That also is interesting. The way we usually view hindsight is to do clarity, but here you're actually ironically blind by hindsight.
Ooh, perfect, very nice. I'm going to repeat that for the people who are on the Zoom here. Mr. Rabbi says we're actually blinded by hindsight. Exactly, because we're looking backwards, but our perspective is today. So we're trying to understand everything. For example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. Like they jar us when they say something about slavery, but unnecessarily being, saying, "Oh, and we hate slavery, it's bad." They just omitted that, or they aver, for example, that Nashim Datim Kalos, that women are like-minded, right? And we say, "Oh man, he's a misogynist." Well, excuse me, there were no misogynists in the 12th century. That was like everybody thought like that. But if we view that person's attitudes as if he lived in the 21st century, then we'll make these facile characters, which is bad history. But that's what Bellhausen's main point is, that we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today, and we bring to that understanding of history all of our contemporary biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of them. Some historians, some philosophers of history would say it's impossible to break free of them, but that's not the right discussion today. Finally, Sarah Barnes takes home because he says that's what's going on with the history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we only look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture of what happened, as I hope to demonstrate in the next 45 odd minutes. Right? For example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this part of this lecture a couple of years ago when the war broke out in 2022. It's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this is I like this picture particularly because a lot of the stuff we're going to talk about the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would have looked at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago, even though it was the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is not dead, it's not even over. We're reliving the past, but I wax too philosophical. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas as they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressures and so on. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this yellow part a little bit higher as well, but this is them making their way in specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, not so much Latvia up here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure all of you were aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded the Soviet Empire, fell in 1991, revealed itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. But we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressured from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time invited into Eastern European communities. So we have to figure out, why are they invited into it? Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe for much of the later Middle Ages and early modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called a Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. And as you can see, it's massive. It stretches all from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. Here, this would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still a contested region of contemporary Ukraine held by Russia right now. Actually, look how it is. This is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. But Russia has most of this, although Ukraine has some linguistic territories further. And the Krim down here is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukrainian. But it's pretty close to contemporary weather. Very much very close. Germany will be over. Right? So Central Europe, way over here will be England, right? But it's a big, big country. And more significantly, it's actually with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western church, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking stated Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet, like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. From many different people there. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, will become the Jews. The Jews first enter this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back like around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine and Khazar migrations, specifically to the region around Kiev, or Kiev as they say nowadays in English. Actually, let's clarify that for a second. Kind of a weird thing. When we listen on the radio, everybody says Kiev. Kiev is not a place. I don't know why they actually are difficult to say. There's 2 syllables in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we said, Kiev. Just like, you know, Paris, I don't know. If that's the name. But in Ukrainian, they have different vowel combinations and stuff, and it is pronounced K-E. 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but it's K-E. So anyways, Kiev, K-E, Kiev, it's a city right about the center in the medieval period of a massive princedom, wasn't really a kingdom, that was later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and Belarusians, excuse me, as their homeland. But in many ways, it was totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate, because that was it for the slaves and Ukraine. But we do know that there's lots of Jews active in Kiev from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence. There's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on. And I believe we even discussed, yeah, we did, the famous Povest Rameniev, the chronicle of bygone years, where Prince Volodymyr had to decide between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany, and this is really where we get the huge bulk up of population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first in Poland, meaning making money, literally making money. Here's a whole pile of very early Polish coins. Can you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They are totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles making money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Good. Just to say, like, Polish jokes are written on them or something. Right now, yeah, exactly. The Poles are not literate. The only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know what their value is, and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet anyway. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this, though? Why do Polish people do this? I'm allowed to slide on this. So, yeah, but why would he want to attack them if he has Poles already in the country who can do this? Maybe I'm asking that question. They didn't know how anyone to do it. The Jews already, by the time we get to say 1300, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. The reason that we discussed a couple of weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the Church's law of Vatican. They're the only people allowed to lend money. They're literate and numerate. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles who are saying, you know, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things with like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to like move to that more advanced money economy like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and we start working on these things. You can see launching a little post on it here. This one's my favorite. It says Maszko Karol, King Meszko, which is, you know, it's great. Karol is king in Polish. It's just amazing things. Going back to this here, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. I'll explain why that is so significant momentarily. But what this term right bank means is because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right? The Chernobyl Rabbi, Chernobyl disaster. It runs north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank. And the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are deeply concentrated to the right bank Ukraine, primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called renta. So hang on to that word, renta, because we're going to come right back to it. 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Khmelnytsky Rebellion that we're going to speak about later. But you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews, unlike in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where you have a tiny little group in 3 places. Here Jews spread out. They have small numbers, but they tend to be village and town-based. Some cities as well. Mr. Tunick.
Why do they put that as opposed to the more large communal study that we
This looks like a good question for the Abramson will answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you, right. Money, Abramson will.
No, why money? How did that?
Economic opportunity. You know, like
opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. As we shall signs of economic opportunity that this environment afforded was especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews rather than the massive concentrations you would get with industrialization. When factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that, that's really when you start seeing really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetla in Yiddish, The word shtetl is the same. Shtetl is a Yiddish form of Ukrainian miasteczko, which simply means village. So shtetl is like a little village. The L at the end of the Yiddish word is diminutive, making it smaller. And so shtetla is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls all over. Here is the Dnipro River, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, to come in and do this stuff for us, the minting turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Orenda, which I'm going to describe now, is much larger. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, the Jews are getting beat up like this in Europe. We've got to invite them here. You can see the Jews are like, oh, please invite us in. This guy looks rather mosaic, but it's unusual to see him without a shirt. I think that's kind of the 19th century adaptation. Nevertheless, it was so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words "O," here, we will rest. Nina. Odin, here we will rest. Meaning, after all our wandering Western Europe and North Africa and the shades and the blood libels, finally here, Odin, here in Poland we will rest. That was the idea of it. And we talked about some of the nasty things that were pushing them over there and so on. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Recht. This is really important. Magdeburg is a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Use the word citizen, but I don't mean to imply like equal rights, because that concept really didn't exist in any way. But if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up for you and your community group. And the Jews in particular had this Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. We spoke about that briefly when we were talking about the Rothschilds, but the kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries. Such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like taking tolls, whatever industry it is. I know sometimes, like, if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know, but like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry, so they do it right. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bukharian guy. It's like every spot in a 50-mile radius of Landerculture men is a Bukharian guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I make a living. So I know you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. Well, I'll give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see, but more seriously. Magdeburg Recht also reinforced a lot of the takanos that the Kehillah had imposed, including the Cherem HaYeshuv. Anyone remember what the Cherem HaYeshuv was? Mr. Truman? Exactly. The Cherem HaYeshuv was literally the ban on settlement, that you can only move into town if you have permission of the Kahal. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter. We control how many people will be engaged in whatever it is. So my, it's kind of like, or like, these are pre-modern societies. They don't have extensive bureaucracies. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-governing tasks to the cities And the cities will set these things up. Why do they want to give these kind of rights to Jews? Bluntly.
Along with what you say, and profit, also it's funny and greed, so allow them to go anywhere, which
I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two. Your three answers would be that first one was allowed Jews to live, the third one was, allow Jews to live sort of like happily. I don't think those are make money. That works. Once again, the whole idea is if the Jews are prosperous, the king can tax them. They're not the only, he's not the only one who can tax them. The local municipality can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and numeracy. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and we'll tax them. Right? Kind of like Lahavdil, why an individual community might want to open up a gambling casino. I might not like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. Is there gambling by the highway or something?
There's also right by JFK.
Okay, by JFK, there's like a razor. Yeah, so why would you want to have a gambling casino? You could think it's going to attract people who are maybe a little salutary. It's going to be a lot of despair when people lose their money. So why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why cigarettes are so expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area because then you have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. Somebody, they're not Christians, they don't believe like that, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as they keep to themselves, we'll be happy with them. And Magdeburg Recht was like a whole body of laws that was good for. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it related the degree to which they could extend society. The statute of limitations. Yes.
So that was in Germany.
Oh, it was started after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews moved eastward, they're saying, "Well, you want us to move into this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburgs." And they'll say, "What are Magdeburgs?" "Oh, I'll tell you." And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic thing. So by the time we get to the 18th century, just look at the density of Jewish settlements there in what would be the end of Lithuania. It's massive, right? Really concentrated here, especially in Ukraine. Now, I really got to get to the landing down. I'll talk about Council of Land first. Here is one of the amazing things about this period of time, which was the early dissertation and work of the great Jewish historian Shimon Buchman, who was a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he bled out, he said to them in Yiddish, "Schreib und verschreib." Write and record. And he gave a sequel to his last students, a last will. Keep recording, keep writing it down, let people know what happened. So anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happens. You have, in all of these tiny over, you have kahals, where we talked about the kahal structure with the Beit Din and with the harnas and the feathers and stuff like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation, local customs, things like that. But after a while, he said, you know what, there's so much stuff that we share amongst our kehilos, and that we could actually standardize ourselves if we organize ourselves into a kind of super kehila, one big kehila, one big council that would pass for all kehilos in the Polish Empire. And the Kahal, they did, they set up what they call four lands, then the 5 lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Lithuania, for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of, Jewish self-government, where, every single kehillah was operating under the same legal sense, same kind of avenues of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. So, like, exactly, Vad Arba Aratzot in Hebrew, the Council of the Four Lands. So, really, an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Mr. Abrams? Taxes. Taxes are good, right? Like internal taxes, Jewish taxes, definitely good call. What else?
How to deal with people who are out of line, for example, somebody like usurers, let's say.
Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Pinsk, and the Beit Din sends you a seru, you got to show up to court, and you say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to move to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the Beit Din in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our Beit Din doesn't have the power to kind of chase you to Seattle. But the Vad those did. They could say, oh, really? You think you can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. If there's a harem in Minsk, you're also going to be under harem in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of your Beit Din is if you become Christian. There's no sort of like, I'm just going to kill you. That's something that happens from the 18th century and long afterwards, first in Western Europe and eventually throughout Eastern Europe as well, but it's not at all true of the council. So in other words, wherever you went, there was an incredible system all around. One other area that you might go, like where you see a lot, for example, is in Gittin. The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Pinsk. Well, they can go send Gabayim to Pinsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk, force him to give the get. That's the power of this incredible thing that stretched, again, through what would be today 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who, because they better they're in Jewish hands than being mistreated in the prisons. Was this something about
It was absolutely applicable, although flogging was more common in prison. Because prison involves a great expense, right? You've got to keep people, you have to feed them, all kinds of, but if you flog them once and it's done, and it's a physical pain, people are afraid of it, so flogging is far more common. You go through Eastern Europe and you find like some, flogging pillars where we would actually, this is where we flogged. Schleiter was flogged here, that kind of stuff. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day. It is an innovation of the Vad Aratzos. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book? I see people. Close to copyright, yeah. Well, Haskama, right? What is Haskama? And what does it certify?
I guess it's more like it's like in regular you see like we get like quotes from other authors. Okay.
Like a emotional blurb, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, good, Mr. Abrams. Credibility and lens. Credibility in the sense of that is. Like who writes those as kind of big rabbis, right? Big rabbis say. Right. A big rabbi writes. I didn't have a chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and he signs it, right? Until he later revokes it because he found out we got ropes in it, right? But that's how we use Haskama today. But Haskamas were invented by the Vad Aratzos because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a sefer, then basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Big expensive procedure, but copy it out. But once printing happened to this type, and the price of printed books dropped significantly, and then it suddenly became a great adventure. Oh my gosh! I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make 1,000,000 zloty, which is worth about $12. I get not, but I like people are saying this is great, and so and you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you live, I don't know, up here in Danzig, and you visit Krakow and you see this great book. You say, "Oh, this is a fantastic new book." You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book. You can make a lot of money before he can possibly ship his book to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Vaad Avarosot came up with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Haskamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into the Haskama that we have today. Ironically, the Haskama that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the imprimatur, which is basically a sign that says the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you can see a Catholic imprimatur. So these are the kinds of things the Vaad Avarosot did, and they continued to fulfill this function at levels really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? Yes, Mr.
Yeah, really don't know if someone and Jews to do the right to get and then convert to Christianity.
That was a typical thing. That might be one way for them to be totally gone. And it was an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing. I think on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over again in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing. They hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. They put you in jail if you don't get. And he went to jail like 20 years rather than give his wife a get. I mean, it's incredible how this thing happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of the Beit Din was to convert. And that worked with some, Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff, the Arenda. You ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews invited? We talked a little bit about maintaining. That's just kind of cool because we have the point. So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone of the Eastern European Jewish economy, was this system known as the Arenda. It's a Latin word. It was incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If you look at the map, let me just go back to the map for a second here. If you look at the map of Eastern Europe, you have this number of noblemen called Schlachter, that it sounds like Schlechter, but it's not the same word, that are living primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominating right bank Ukraine. Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of this Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly Polish landlords own these massive farmsteads called latifundia. Again, another Latin word, but they've got all of these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better context would be serfs, SCRF. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, 1865 at the point landscape. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of their produce, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, something called Rothschild, which is basically they would have to spend 1-2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they would do it themselves. And so you imagine the ethnic divide here. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from them? So the way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called arrendators, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community. So the Polish Warsaw will bring a Jewish community to his shtetl. And it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetla, little villages, and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything owned by the nobleman. Even to a degree, the serfs, the people, are owned. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the buggy all day, making sure the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money for me. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collect it, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back, and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jews. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if they agree at the beginning of the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's your contract, come back to me next 1st of Elul with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay of their economics. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it. He doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce, meaning you bring in 10 bushels, I give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got a toll. And in some extreme cases, but documented, if you want to use a nobleman's church, you want to baptize your child, you want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew to use the church. And as you can imagine, incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive the specific tax really was, in terms of historical reality, but in terms of the Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that were memorized by blind guitarists called banduristi. And they all go on and on about the cruel Jew who charged a huge amount in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of resentment. Okay, Mr. Turner.
So first of all, the Jews, the way we picture them with the time is that they were really impoverished, they were the lowest class, the lowest peasants. Well, they came with the better guys, and people that took all the money and partied with it and the money.
Well, there you go, Mr. Truman. That's like Sallow Baron, right? Okay. There are elements to what you're saying. first of all, we should understand that, our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there are definitely good times and bad times. And also you have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life, so we've got we don't even think about the fact that we have running water, right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So the overall standards are much lower than ours. We tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate the invasion of the body snatchers? Do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant, or a Jewish tax collector, or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
They're also the scapegoat that the Ukrainians hated. They had no interaction with the noblemen. They interacted with the hated, stole the money.
You are absolutely right, Mr. Truman. I mentioned the year 1600 because in 1648 this would all blow up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive to have sort of like a vision like ourselves at Dalhousen. We have a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Roof. Anyone ever seen that movie, Fiddler on the Roof? Fiddler on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's presenting, let's say, a 95 image, which is very different from 1600s. We can't take back to the 1600s in the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read if you're curious about doing research in this, Yeven Mitzvah, very, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who records the peasant uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this is headed for disaster, that eventually things would blow up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 70s being, unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews made in the 17th century. Primary source, so absolutely. So primary witness. Another example might be like if you look at, it's a terrible shanda, it's such a chilul Hashem when you look at the newspaper and you see there's a financial scandal. There's someone cheating government, someone cheating Medicare, and you say to yourself, well, please let it not be a Jewish name. And then you see a Stein or a Burgers and Tzvai, But that's the same kind of thing, where unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1600s wore black hat and was totally Shomer Shabbos is unfortunately not true. And even the people who wore black hats and were Shomer Shabbos were sometimes unfortunately involved in very shady and exploitative economic practices. Yeah, that's very good.
People were as lonely or more than today. Like Jack McGuire, but how many the phone was back then? Why really went such a high level?
So that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, if I don't want to step out of my lane into the theology department because I'm more in the history department, but we have this idea of Yerida Hadorah, the decline of the generations. But we also have the idea of halacha kabasroi. Halacha follows the latest, right? So what isn't that a sira? If we are possibly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? We should follow the halacha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't look at Mishnah Brura. Right? So the answer to that is that in my humble opinion, Yerida Hadorah refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, empathize or to see the truth of something differently, but not their scientific intelligence, not their, grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better.
can come up with just as good solution?
I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he would say, of course you can come up with just a drink. He wants you guys to like max out. So I don't know, but you guys are asking me outside of my lane. I don't know what that is. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the Orenda, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it was propinatia.
So, like the anti-Semitism that we've been talking about in that period, it's a really pretty warranted, you could say.
Like good for not unwarranted. Well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted. That implies that violence is somehow justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence under any circumstances if possible. But I would say it's more, let's say, rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Gavin Langmuir. And he writes that things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. If I had a board, I would write that down. It's a good word. Chimera. Anyone know what a chimera is? Right. And why would he call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a monster, where you like attach things one to another. You know, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. That we saw going on in Western Europe. It was like, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, like what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on the individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone, and it's horrible for them. But you can see where it's coming. Nathan and Hanover said, the Jews should have realized the Orenda was intrinsically harmful. They should not be in this business. Now, another example of propinatia, very significant. You've often seen, like you see it in Fiddler on the Roof, the kreshma, which is like the inn, right? The place where some tired Ukrainian peasants here, they have shown some Ukrainian peasants actually in more festive garb. This is not like right out of the but they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing Besser violin there. What is the scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get taxes is through vices, as we said a minute ago with gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge moneymaker. That's why it's so hard to ban alcohol. They even had the 19th Amendment, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. One of those short-lived amendments. The only amendment I think that was ever repealed, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it here. Right? They say you can't do it with 18th Amendment. Thank you. 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was, let's bring it back. Right. Forget about that 18th Amendment. It did not work. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol. That's the reality of it. People will drink alcohol, so you can tax it. It's not something that people say, well, that's too much of a tax, I'm not going to drink alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propinatia, which was part of the Orenda, that you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol, you are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it, and you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer, Mr. Abrams, and I'll get to you. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small-time money lenders. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now, right? It was already knocked out in 14th, 15th century in Italy. So Christians are still lending money now, you have banks that will lend money and so on. But in this really backwards part, post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons, or whatever, is you go to the Jew and you lend money, you borrow money, and you pay a significant interest because it's the only place where you're unregulated. So the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who was like the king in Western Europe because he wants to make sure he gets his taxes. He can't abuse the Jew because he'll get in trouble with the nobleman if we do it. So propinatia is added to the money lending the way that Ukrainian peasants, they work hard all day, they just want to come back and have a or a glass of kvass, they show up at the inn, they drink a few, and they say to the Jewish innkeeper or the krechma, put it on my tab. Jewish innkeeper says, no problem, here it is, 4 zloty. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he pulled it on wheat, and he says, okay, I want to settle my tab, and that 4 zloty has with interest become like 6, 7 zloty. And that's not the only night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden he got like a 300 zloty bill for alcohol over the year, and he's saying, what is this? So this is like an especially noxious form of the Arenda that was ultimately very, very negative. Yeah, Mr. Zoom.
So they tax them as a produce and force them to get up, and then they would come at night to the Jews' inns and rape them. Like, what was that relationship? Why would they still even interact with each other? They couldn't make their own alcohol, but like these are the bad guys.
Well, there's, I think the question is backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
As peasants, like, yeah. These people are money. They're coming every day. They're doing whatever they need.
Why
would we hang out with them? Why would we tell their stories?
The Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just that, like, there are 2 things which are inevitable, right? Debt and taxes. Jews are not in charge of debt. But the taxes they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knew this money goes to the nobleman. And the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected dress at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, use this, whatever. That was the reality of it. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare that you have tax revolts. Right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals. Maybe once every who knows how often, right? So hang on a second, I'll get these. So they basically may have always liked them, but it was not a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget. It's so hard to teach this probably because I have to keep both mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Now, some of those were like incredible explosions, like 1648, so accelerating when you get to the model of Rome to 1881, 1905. 1919 was horrific, and then, of course, the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And so much of what we do in Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian culture. You can sit down to a meal in an Ashkenazi house without having lokshin kugel, right? What is lokshin? What noodle is lokshin based on?
It's not a giver.
No, it's lokshina, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Kugel is German for pudding. Or you can't have I don't know, let me think of some other examples. Borscht, for sure. Cholent. Well, cholent's actually French. Chaud blanc. Slow hot. For a long time. Slow heat. But, there's so much of the stuff we do, the rituals we do are basically things that we sort of borrowed from them. They borrowed from us. Oh, here's an example. And guess what they call the gefilte fish, which they eat quite a bit of. Jewfish. Have some of this Jewfish. So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes of Fiddler on the Roof is when they're in the krechma and they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, and he says, "Na zdorovya," to your health. And Tevye is a little bit intimidated. Then they end up starting dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like overwhelming, and that is true. Hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, John, and I don't want to go too far on this, but if you encourage me, I would probably do it. Women, the women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints, they're doing all kinds of things, are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men still is political views and things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Ellerstein.
So you're saying that like the Jews were just the tax collectors and that's more the reality of life than something that people viewed as being like evil or whatever. But
We're not like Muslims who are coming to kidnap our children.
But if you look at it from even a modern perspective, to ask most Americans, what do you feel about the IRS? People are most likely to tell you, oh, I hate them. Oh, I wish they could just disappear, right? And the IRS is a body of government that has a lot more oversight than the Jews do. And they were also in control of monopolies, which people also have very strong feelings about.
Good argument.
And so, Mr. Tillman, your whole idea definitely seems very much on point. Right?
No, but we're getting, you're saying, Mr. Ellerstein, you're saying so teeth here, it's so beautiful, because there's a difference between what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS, you might like it.
Well, the Boston Tea Party was over a 3% tax.
Okay, good. And when was that?
That was in 17.
And when was the next tax revolt? That's my point, right? You know, there are tax revolts for sure, but they're, you know, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain, and America has an unusual kind of pressure release because we have elections. You know, you just say, vote the bums out, and that makes America a little easier that way. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees.
But there have been many historical revolts over taxes. Like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in some socialist or communist countries that going socialist or communist and increase taxes exponentially have revolts relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but you know, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis, and they'll say, it's just easier for me to pay the money, and then they'll leave me alone. And it's only when it's too much that you have the revolt. And this works basically okay.
80% interest on every beef drank during winter.
Well, okay, so that's what you right? That brings us there, because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Ilya Rabbi, which shows the reply to the Zaporizhians, or the reply of the Zaporizhians to the Sultan. These are basically, let's turn on the right so you can really appreciate this. It's such a beautiful piece of art. These guys are the original Cossacks, or Kozake in Ukrainian. And what they were people who were the system that they opted out. They fled these are Ukrainians for the most part. They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could to be out of the reach of the Schlachta, the Polish noblemen. And they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they lived free according to their own rules. And they had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion statements, like this walrus mustache, this classically Cossack style. But it's top knot as well. You don't see it quite often in the streets of Kiev, but the top knot there. And this is, by the way, for Ukrainians, these are kind of like their national heroes. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers of the Wild West, right? The Marlboro man with the big hat riding off into the sunset on his horse, you know, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys' trains. Unfortunately, the national heroes for the Ukrainians are like the national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did, for which they are valorized by Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks, who would raid Ukrainian villages for children and take them back to be slaves. A really awful phenomenon in early modern history. And the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding, we'll make it to you. And so they wrote back a very note to the Ottoman. And so here they're celebrating that one guy who knows how to write, who's composing a letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various profanities to insert in a letter. But this is really like a sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in Ilya Repin's work. They were led by this guy, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was these heavy noblemen who fled to this particular part of the rapids on the southern Dnieper River, and he organized all of these kind of like bands of freebooting Cossacks, and he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen, let's run at them and let's kick them out of our territories. And of course, this was like hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in right bank Ukraine. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get them to convert to Catholicism and leave their Orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element to this too. They came sweeping into these Jewish steppes, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of this period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the horrendous system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes, because they will scar your minds and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Yevhen Matsula. It is a chilling, awful read. Now, he comes into the region. Well, the region by the period is called in Hebrew Zeras Tach ve'Tach. Tach and Tach refer to the 2 years 1648 to 1649. It actually extended a little longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry?
On Israel, I think we have
a keynote. Yeah, you have a keynote on the Zeras Tach. That's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, you include men and women, the chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the Orenda out of 1,000, maybe 100. And the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the event. Kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry there? I keep coming back to this. Gambling, right? If you took gambling out of Las Vegas, what would happen to Las Vegas? It's just part of the desert. Yeah, it would list all that water is important, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels and restaurants and stuff like that, to support the people who come in to do gambling in casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist, but most Las Vegans are not working in the casinos. So it's the same thing with the Orenda. The Orenda was what really allowed the basis of the Jewish community, was the backbone of the economy. But the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things, silversmithing and tinsmithing, and small trades. You had the occasional scholar. So that was interesting.
I think Vegas is actually an especially good comparison. So the enormous amount for Vegas and the casinos there are only 5 years.
Oh, Trailson, terrible. Just get one last name. I'm not going to repeat that on the microphone, but yeah. Okay, we talked about this old translation of the epistles there very briefly.
We read in the Sherman's class in regards to literature studies.
Oh, very good.
One of my memoirs.
It is absolutely horrific. In our English translation. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources. Nathan of Hanover is perhaps the pick among equals, but there are many other sources as well that describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. So you have 250,000 victims. But the reality is, if you remember the beginning of this lecture, there were only probably about 40,000 Jews living in Ukraine at the time. So it's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed if only 40,000 lived there. Chances are it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of the historians are. Okay, let's take just the aftermath. We'll wrap up. This is a 5 it's Ukrainian, but I can't remember what it's domination. Yeah, not big, yeah. No, it's oh yeah, right. So it's 5 Cleveland notes, and this is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, none other than Bogdan Khmelnytsky. So again, remember when we started when we were talking about fellow baron and so on. For the Ukrainians, they view Khmelnytsky, for the most part, as a great national hero. He said George Washington, who united them and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish landlord, and also, incidentally, massacred lots of Jewish doctors. But when Jews see this picture, they see a Hitler, they see horrible anti-Semitism. And that's, both of the pictures are true. We just understand the lens through which they are viewed. Mr. Truman, last question.
You really have the same history as Native American.
Yeah, I could say they look at Columbus and they see
That's in the 20.
the leading from each other back and forth.
Well, we call them Americans.
No, it's hard to do comparative martyrology. I got this other. This is, by the way, in Central Square of Kiev. They have like this very heroic statue of Khmelnytsky there as well. The earlier version of it actually had this, like Ron said, actually had like a Jew trampled underfoot by it in the left hand portion. That's the Cortez. So they removed the Jew from it. And okay, let's call that a day. Exclusionary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox scene, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called Kest, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America. To a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century in particular. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Parente, Mr. Parente. You used to sit over here, didn't you? Yeah, that's what's hard to confuse. Okay, Mr. Parente. So, good question. The question which I will repeat because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So you can have a look at the very first lecture. We went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah, so I forget his son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants.
for reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jewry. We have no real good reason to associate specifically that reason with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to Israel, and Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture. It's online and you see it. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe, Eastern Europe, twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe, inviting literally leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, Jews, come here, we will give you privileges, we will give you tax breaks, we will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community, or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Kranz. You're right, Mr. Kranz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern, about 400 years earlier, when nobody had citizenship. There was no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject, maybe not even his wife. Everyone's a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right until you get to the 18th. All right, let's look at major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? It's a good term. Let me tell you, actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silver? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Koheles. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River and then down into the Gulf of something, right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So then the Gulf of America. Or further west, then you'd be in a watershed where it would flow into the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell in where I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it fled north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way. Afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but you live in the post 9/11 era. Changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very, very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reached out to Christian Orthodox, right? There are, don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than the Catholics, but they are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really appropriate to use the term denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gotten along well the last couple of hundred years, but he says to them, wow, it's awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole pile of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example. Literally nothing to do, but this is a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like and Akko and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders, like, for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple of hundred years. Here you see, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens, Mr. Krantz? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these Stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi, you have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too, we want to get involved in it, and they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who is kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking if our whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims, why are we going to Jerusalem to do it? We have believers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Av HaRachamim prayer, which Av HaRachamim, which we read on Shabbos after Kriyas Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them, Mr. Loiki. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslim, pieces of the Holy Cross like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and kind of they don't have the same resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in the violence of all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland. Mr. Parente.
By starting to disassemble their national security states as well, because the simple reality is.
So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option, convert or die. Right? This is the option: we'll get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root, and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right, Kaiser? Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, like a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had, violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture when we looked at Ashkenazic genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbeinu Tam being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded, absolutely horrific. Main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still, maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish has a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by the periods of the century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Pay them off. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by numbers, right? So we're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, in the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the 20th century. We have a long old of military resistance that goes back to biblical times, basically living as a minority in the diaspora. We set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees, really. I should a little later. Since revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military response. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really orient ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of always possible though, talking about your family, about your children, how you're going to relate with all of them, they're going to camp with you, it may not be a very viable. The third option is to bribe the criminals. Students once memorably said, this is the fee or flee of Jewish survival. Pay for that, fee or flee, either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are subjects of the king. Remember the Service Regi Kamarai, that stuff we talked about? We appreciate your desire to literally land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully avoid a massacre, at least in April. They all to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and any Jews who were outside of the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles, that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you'd have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized or we will set the synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would send more living people within them. Absolutely horrific examples, recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? I mean, amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children. They would kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And General would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history, that from the Crusades onwards, much of Ashkenazic culture would sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us, we must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. You see the contrast between these two? Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force this on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, if you'll pardon the pun, Jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Final Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and they say, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we'll see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite. They were supposed to preserve so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have, more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples you do have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble-rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran. Even the bishops, even the church, they wanted to stop this movement, could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail that's kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decided to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you in the Sephardic class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament. They can't get back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time overruled by the Rishon that you are familiar with, Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the first Crusade was part of the last, that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteered to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed, it's Yahareg Val Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to force yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It's not such an easy thing to do. The consensus developed that, we'll allow them to come back. We're allowed to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation. They were not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? It's clear as the sun at noonday.
Is that they treat us like we're idiots. They treat us, they're treating us like 5-year-olds.
Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean.
I mean, we're spending our time playing with our toes.
I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus, the Rishonim, are that, baptism has no impact on Jewish status. It's based on the principle Yisrael afal pi shechata Yisraelhu. Right? A Jew, even though he sins, he's still, and you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I am not a posek. I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy. So I can't tell you sure. Master Rosh Hashiva. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders in 1090. Finally get their way there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the First Crusade, it was the peak of the crusading story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart to make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre and soul slavery and Gesundheit. And it is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It has been like that for the last half, more or less. But prior to this, there were many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. The Crusades is an example. Also, one more thing to point out, you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if we go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get all of Europe comes down here in their big metal armor and their horses and stuff like that, and they make a war with us. So they regard the West as being as an existential enemy. It's something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades. Mr. Parente.
As Jesus said, that you are going to do much greater things than I.
Yeah, so you got to take the Sephardic Jewish history class. That's you do have this period which they call, it's a little bit of exaggeration, la convivencia, the period of co-100 years. Take 950 to 1150. Yes, exclusively in Spain. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Sephardic Jewish history. You think right now everybody's getting along? Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So good argument. Okay, there's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, here's a point, right? Okay, let's just do one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers Yehuda Maccabi were called Hasidim. David HaMelech calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidim, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, happened to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasid, fascinating book on a historical level. I'm sorry? Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the makers of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happen in Ashkenaz at this time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidei Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition, it's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidei Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva. It's so different from much of the, the modern day Hasidus. When we thought Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidim was really much more about joy and about, camaraderie and singing. No way. These Hasidei Ashkenaz really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal. Lots and lots of fasting. And even like after death, customs like, putting in your will that you've been dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Kinds of things show up in the Hasidei Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold period in many ways culturally. The Sefer Hasidim is absolutely quite fascinating. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on the Hasidic world. I think I have here, no, I don't have the images. It is at this the way where the Hasidei Ashkenaz not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, a lot of them, I have them, I think, later on in this lecture, or maybe I'll put it in one of the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I know, I'll try and find it later if I didn't show it to you before. All people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today too. The idea is like more, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most theorists say it has to do with the idea of like more tznius. It's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay. Yes, question. The Hasidei Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like intellectual religious movement, and and influential. And so people followed it. That's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays, we express them by like, having lots of sufganiyot and hamantash. And back then, they would say, oh man, I got to go like roll in the snow a little bit. I'd stop eating for 2 days. It was just, that was the style. That was wear dark clothes, don't wear bright clothes. Well, that's, I think, AIDS maybe were seen as like a different because we were having too much levity. Yeah. Correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening in the period of the Black. No way to know for sure, but I think it did survive. I mean, you still have their writings, which indicated they were circulated. You'd have to find the friends. Yeah. Rabbi in particular did not like that. Yeah.
The top 5 filmmakers definitely belongs in that top 5 by far. His movies are being
Could be. I don't know. Could be. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go weiter. Now, the next nasty thing, right? The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able, over the course of the next couple of hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres that he did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era, something called the blood libel. I'm sure you have heard of, because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. And you can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea that started first up here in Norwich, and right here in the, it's actually the earliest one, 744. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually 2 distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, alilat dam in Hebrew. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, Rahman al-Islam, even in our own day. So, people are really upset, and they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard that Jews do this. It is April, after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. So there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritually begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America, because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney, right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You'll go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh, man. But even though, I don't know how often, how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens. The blood libel added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victims. They have to actually go. Why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. But here's like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one, 1144. Simon of Trent from 1479, one of the most widely publicized. And you can see all of the gathered around here. This is like a large broadsheet, like one of the ways that one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcement on these large sheets that would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like round in public spaces, and they post these big things there. In Israel, you see them pashkevilin, same idea, like don't go to Touro College kind of messages that you'll see in some places. I should say that, but they that's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because both text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoonish. They have these little ruels here, these little badges that indicate that they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of those, and they're circumcising him because after Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour, you know that a little bit of blood would help a bit. I didn't mean to say that. I'll cut that out for the video, but there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they have Christian blood in order to replace the iron. Others say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. And there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend Joshua Trachtenberg's book written right during the Holocaust to try and wake people up how long this has been on, called The Devil and the Loose. Very powerful work. 20 different things Jews did with this blood, and examples of Christians trying to buy the blood. They could use it for their purpose as well, when of course there is no blood. But this blood just became such in the mind of medieval Europe that haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Their depiction of Beatir, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short becoming a saint. Quite often they were remains of the child who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in the wall of a church. You can go to churches today in Europe and you can see where they have, you know, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but you know, historians recognize it for what it is as best you can. Here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews. You know, it relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and like that. The Nazis would just make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews. There's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from these crazy people. Yes, Mr. Parente.
But that's what a whole lot of stuff is. So we kind of blew that narrative. We named names, we pointed people to where they could find information.
So the question Mr. Parente asks is, you know, there's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sander Gilman, which I think is called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose, I'm not sure, but Sander Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, which is a very famous Greek statue of a woman. And it was considered in the late 19th century when it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, you know, that's the 19th century most likely. Good argument for it. Okay, let's go to one last related charge. And this is nasty. Great. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this period. And we could say much about this. Literally, we could teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, you know, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. You know, like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found a body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, you know, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually found, the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda. I'll explain. So the term host refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your and done whatever penance required, then you enter into communion, which would involve wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like you have a kid. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes body of, that it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So that's like a very holy thing to actually, consuming the body. So, where it's not a symbol, like representative of, it's actually the thing itself. So, if it is the thing itself, then the reason that Jews would want to torture it. Children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it with the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. Right? That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous and they put it down, post-desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation of doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post-desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau. It's also 14th century. And it's basically, again, written with cartoons, because most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like a, graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here, a Christian accomplice. There would be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the blood libel stories. A renegade Christian who, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. So here's a renegade Christian, goes into the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals those. Right, here's the host here, these little wafers. Oops, sorry. Jumped ahead. And then he goes and he takes them to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the ruel on their shirts there, their tunics. And he accepts money for, that's so irritating. He accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews here, and in their synagogue, they torture the host. You can see they're stabbing it with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. Right? It starts to bleed. Properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in a synagogue or hasn't looked carefully because he's trying to reproduce the Shnei Luchot Brit here in Hebrew, but how to write Hebrew, so he's trying to write gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like, the police come to the door and say, hey, what's going on in here? We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming, as it were. So the Jews say, quick, get rid of the evidence. They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames to be caught by angels, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Narishkeit, Bubamais, is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, bursts into the synagogue. They arrest all the Jews. They behead them. Also a typical Jewish hat from the 13th century. They torture them over the flames, set them on fire. The Christian is later taken for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. You can see the body parts up here from blood libels, things like that. So host desecration, usually popular from the 13th century onward, goes from ritual murder to blood libel to host desecration. It just gets crazier and crazier. This is the map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay. Oof, that's so distinct and nasty. Questions? Yes, Mr. Valente.
We were in the back live texting Eric, and when he asked you that question about Lockheed, that came directly from us asking about Lockheed, and he did, and we would just accidentally spill the beans. And yeah, that's one of the questions.
I didn't understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from what? Oh. That's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with the witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's a certain degree of impact you can have when it's 1-to-1 or 1-to-a-few. But once you start like getting broadsheets, and once you start getting you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have like more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. We live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing, and people start saying, "Oh my God, true. Who is Q?" And you guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Yeah. What else? I'm sorry. Yes. Stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre sort of super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially got huge during COVID, but it goes back to 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children, committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason, the people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon belief, that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. There's no basement in it, but it's just, this is blood rival. This is human psychology. Sorry, and in the back, I yeah, it did happen. There's super crazy things that happen, and it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital, but we don't know how to express it. Mr. Rubin. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. There are some really crazy. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. We might not talk. Let's go. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, right? The 1340s through about 1360, you have terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just carves a swath of death through all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would grow up in, with the lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously, freaking out. Think COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts, because remember, how would Jews related to this in any ways? Well, they'll agree to play policy. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without. So many times you guys watch Natilas Yadayim with soap, right? So they wash without bread. And we would bathe more often, like once a week. Right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs. Right? There is some stuff in the owning a bad dog. So Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats, rat away. No rats, no fleas, no bubonic plague. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a high rate because of the urban penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living on a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish rate different from Black Death. We do know a lot about the Black Death, and just so is because a lot lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that. And we have a lot of accounts that are specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century rendition, the triumph of of death, right? These horrific kind of worth looking at when you watch the video. You can look at it more closely. It's like skeletons riding all over the place, big, like hurting people in coffins like this. It was just a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of painting the Black Death that circulated became very popular. That Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe, and what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they would take bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew at the time. This was designed. They didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time. But he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear as a special hat and things like. And he's holding this leather pouch has the flesh of leopard, dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back to the well and poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text. It's kind of interesting to look at. You can read here, it says in the little shoulder note, "I heard in the wells was poisoned." Right? The allied themselves, meaning the Jews, allied themselves in consort with the lepers. By whole courses and means they made it with a confection of the blood of man, being composed with certain venomous herbs, wrapped with in a little linen cloth, applying to the same to make it sink bottom. They night cast in the said, I'm not sure what that said, infection unto all the tins and wells of the Christians. All right, pretty bizarre. All of these things together. This is like why Jews felt not welcome anymore in Western Europe. Ritual murder, blood libel, the Black Death. This is the burning of Jews in Strasbourg, 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see, God willing, on Monday when we meet again, East Europe was saying, hey, please, Jews, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Just come, we'll let you settle. We'll give you all kinds of permissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1180. Jews were first expelled from France, largely for reasons that we talked about with the economic situation, and that this is where we're going to leave it off. Most important of those expulsions, of course, will be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still just a little bit shy of that. Whew, okay, I managed to get through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for learning.
There's no longer any artistic style. There's not that Ron James style to your movies anymore because, and I think that's a problem that I fear the most.
All right, so where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest. And in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it could be double that easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? King, exactly, because it's a source of tax income. That's why, for you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices in the so far as they tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if you have a gambling casino on every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But have gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was a vice, and we see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, why would there be an opposition to lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible precisely the same way that Jews did, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO is Jewish, but they wouldn't do my call. Now, Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively, because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? Buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. If expensive, but every year, okay, if you're smart, like Yosef Atzadik, you set aside that first investment, then you've got, money to carry you through. But, they're not always so smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging nomadic civilizations and they steal all your grain, or good, you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden have no income whatsoever. The only way to get short-term loan, think like people who have these payday loans with really high levels of interest. If you're living paycheck to check, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money until your next paycheck. So you go to the Jew, you go to the money lender, and he'll say, no problem, but happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay me back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Mr. Kuhn. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes, but the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend. It's a very powerful play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually antithetic. Shylock is very heated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but fail to pay me. What I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh, meaning I'll pound of your flesh as my payment. Of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit, stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after, because it's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very human character, because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is, Antonio, was it? Antonio, there you go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, your pound of flesh, meaning it's a usurious, extreme interest. So here, but it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious. Farming is not a good option for them. They can be kicked off their land, or evicted, or they can be chased out by pogromists and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like we talked about the Cherem HaYishuv, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds who said only so many, leather workers and things like that. So it's like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly because there's nobody else interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do incidentally. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned moneylenders. Mr. Vasilevsky. No, basically we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended.
Yes, there is a big need for money lenders back then, it still is, but you can't have every single Jew be a money lender. It would have to be the few.
It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually moneylenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by a church father named Ambrose. In particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratian. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to take interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide for the Jews. Jewish monopoly was de jure. You familiar with this term, de jure? Sometimes people say de jure, but it's de jure. It means of the law, like in writing, legal. Jewish monopoly in writing, that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe, and Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, de facto in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, today the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. The difference between what actually is written and what is actually done. So it was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were the only ones allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. Mr. Periente. Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they didn't do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority. As a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and artisan organizations were closed shops. You could get in, and you would not be allowed to train as a swordsmith or things like that. Jews couldn't get in. Even like dyers and like pigment and things like that, Jews couldn't get into for the most part. So something that was open to them, and not only encouraged and protected by the king. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, because they gained pretty much unified, was medicine. One of the reasons for the long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields, this was an area where people were for good health care, that Jews who were literate were pretty much universally respected. You had popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors, really not close to Jews. Not every university, vast majority of universities actually were closed to Jews, but there were, I think, about 4 or 5 universities that were allowed to study there for medicine. But you should realize that in the 12th century, there were only like 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe very few of them. So people were learning medicine on their own, saying, okay, I'm a doctor. No MCATs, Mr. Truman. So Dark Ages, that actual term, refers to the period from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. It's a big period of time. It's basically from, let's say, the year 500 to about the year 1300. This is the high Middle Ages, though. This is like at the very end of the Dark Ages, so the dawn is already coming up. Yes. You're absolutely correct. It was far more lucrative than being a peasant. Way better than being a peasant, too. Right? In fact, let's talk about that. I think I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury. Some Jewish moneylender coins here, right? So benefits, profits, right? Money lending is profitable. That's the bottom line. Is you make a big paycheck with that. Yeah, Mr. Gertz. Oh, we passed by. Okay, sorry. Okay. Urban. This is an urban profession. You don't have to live far away from other Jews. You can stay inside a Jewish community. That's a clean trade because you can still go to Minyan in the morning. You can walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you. And have bankers' hours. Your money lending shop is open till 3 p.m. I take an hour off for lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to be is numerate and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have a nut to start with. But basically, if you've got money and you can write down what people owe you and you can calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your shop. Mr. Anderson. Mm-hmm.
Actually getting the person that's more money to actually give you money back.
So true, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back and the king comes to your office and says, okay, where's my tax receipts? This. You say, oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, king, but look at my record book. Jean-Paul did not pay me back. And I'm still holding on to his pledge for this whole time. So the king's upset, goes out and beats up. Right? You have behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, federal something. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruin. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. When you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You got muscle behind it, right? Okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it because the church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, right? Especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you're seeing, oh, I got another 2 years to pay this off. It's not a fun thing. So you can get, if you're a moneylender, you will be resented by everyone you loaned money to. The peasants who are typically borrowing small amounts of money, just like payday loans to get through to the next harvest thing, or even worse, we'll see this more when we get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in a Jewish inn, something called a kretschma in Yiddish. And this is also something that the nobleman would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. So just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews are living there. They set these inns. The peasants work hard all day in the fields. They come out, they have a few beers. They say, put it on my tab. And the tab grows and the tab gets interest because you're borrowing that money. And then as the harvest season comes and the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay. Look at this amount I owe. How did you calculate this, right? So it's why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it, right? It's his profit. So he lets the Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his good graces, they will fulfill that role. They'll provide the alcohol, they'll sell the on credit, charge interest, and then the peasants will be very upset about this. There's something called propinatia. Occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprising against Jews. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted factors like Jews charging interest on bar tax. Mr. Gertz, did you have your hand up? And then Mr. Good point. I mean, don't forget, you still have the big brother factor where the king will support it. Pitching talent is actually rather difficult to do in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but attached to the land. They can't just like pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, but they're still owned by the master. And so it's kind of like a house. And so they're still around. It's hard to there will come a point where the risks outweigh benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up and leave. Mr. Tillman. Financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
In the 1780s, the Jews started to get allowed into society that was isolated, very poor stuff, such as
It's an overly rosy picture. It's an overly, we talked about Retz a few weeks ago, right? That's the approach where the Jews are like always victims, never misers. It's a historical reality. We definitely had our share of victims. You answer that question for me at the end of this book. You'll see how you feel about it. The difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we will get to in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into the world of culture, of art, of the media, of literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jew's existence any day, and not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Adlerstein, Mr. Kranz, then I really got to go on.
Pastor two mentions that the king would occasionally take loans from the Jews.
Yes.
And if the king was the Muslim backing up the loans, then a loan to the king would be highest risk.
Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Adestein. You're giving me a segue to the word nobility here, because not just the king, but it could be local noblemen, right? And what would happen is, like, and this especially happened as money lending expanded, and as some just amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like if the nobleman said, I want to fight with the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to the Jew, and they would say, I'll pay you your 15-20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great, and a few Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called Hofjuden, or court Jews, because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you point out, because what happened when the time comes to pay? Someone says this debt burden is too high. So peasants would react revolting. The king or the nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility financially expedient to get rid of their creditors. Is that the right word? Creditors? I always get those mixed up. Creditors, yeah. They get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening, though, Mr. Adlerstein, what ends up happening, they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get by without having a credit system in place, and they invite them back. So that's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century. Yes, well, the clergy never into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those reigns of power, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right, same thing. Clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous for the Jews. So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Kranz.
That you're onto something that you're getting older, where people pay attention to all the basic wrong rules of war, right? I mean, you're doing something.
I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles. Was subject to a whole series of riots about 15-20 years ago, and basically a lot of African Americans who were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. They couldn't get jobs, like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted, and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping malls, like whatever Foods Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and you travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in some amounts and for higher price. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the anger of the so-called peasant uprising of central LA. The Jews were like Koreans. There's some really good stuff of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out. Yeah, could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews have relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate. They are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years, but relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew. Tenuous, because you could have popular uprising in these explosions of violence called pogroms, or from the landed estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load already was too high. Okay, let's go to when did the 19th century? The Italian, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can't we possibly a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the Mountains of Piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt agreement, a loaner's agreement from a Montieta. They essentially charge 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank. Meaning, the bank, this Monte di Pieta, has to have a physical structure. We have to keep the lights on. We have to pay to keep the heat on. That so you can borrow money from us interest free, but you pay 4 to 15% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more like bank. But the thing is, I was about to say halakhiya. In the Catholic Church, a Christian can't charge. So not allowed to charge 4 to 50% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often, the church, which was involved heavily in creating the Monte di Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte di Pieta and to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open. So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the Monte Pieta? I mean, they eventually turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase, not only survive, but increased at this time? Yes, Blasco, what do you think? The king was also taxing this. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is a counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, but Mr. Last guess. No, the Italians are really smart. They know this stuff. Mr. Pariente, last chance. Reputation. What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation. This is the main reason why the main reason why the Monte Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the Monte Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession. You had to say why you owed the and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never again visit prostitutes again, what it is that got them into debt in the first place. And it was they couldn't guarantee secrecy, they couldn't guarantee confidentiality. You went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jews just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Montefiore get up, and even when the Jews were burdened with more taxation to pay them, people kept patronizing the Jewish moneylenders, including nobility, going to them because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it's reported to the credit agency. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back in a certain amount of time, and you don't want the agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's, one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr. Truman.
Why is it like you see a shitty Chevy Tahoe driving on the freeway and a Ferrari?
It probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact they maintained confidentiality. It's a good thing, right? If you're engaging in or illegal activity, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean you're going to respect or name them sisterhood member of the year or whatever. So the demand for credit as because we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance, is really happening in a big way. Societies need such more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money lending was through this period. However, time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is hospitable to Jews. We're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenaz.
If we could do that in our oceans, why not above the ocean as well?
So we think we have it picked on what's on the surface, but we probably are missing several species.
Exactly. So
okay, and is the microphone wireless gray? You should be all right. You are screen sharing. Let's hope it all works. Okay, we talked about agriculture. We began talking about Ceterbi Kamarai Regis. Right? Can I remember what that term meant? Ceterbi Kamarai Regis? Mr. Okay, let me bring my. Go ahead.
So that's the right to
a vampire is a human that was turned into a vampire, therefore not a cryptid. Ghosts.
Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think I have actually a chart of this. No, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Blaschka? Yeah.
Some people might argue with me on that, but I do think that is another version of life.
Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure?
Yet to identify. So I think that that's a huge possibility. That's why fairies are not on my what is not cryptid. So we're gonna get straight into some good shit. We're gonna go to Bigfoot. So
excellent. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into big blocks, which is primarily economic in nature. You have like the huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agriculture. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to fix out from a Marxist historical perspective the original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story that you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down to their farms, so they hire people who are really good farmers and say, listen, you guys don't worry about farming, we'll take care of the farming, we will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the nobility coming from those knights begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience. And this reifies into kind of heavy structure, very, top down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blaschka, where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where does the church fit in there? Good. Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Adlerstein puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things, things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants. He's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls and everyone's, religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, Orthodox Judaism in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, the first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how do you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're like really details of actual behavior. Church does very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on one second, I'll get through Mr. Krantz. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other, and sometimes king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why Jews do well when king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Okay. Good. Do you see the smile on my face, though? Because I'm looking for a particular answer. And Mr. Tuman, money. Thank you. And that is a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history. Don't know the answer. It probably is money. You are correct also, Mr. Vasilevsky. But money. So exactly. The king says, "Oh, fantastic. Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance and engage in money lending, and I can tax them, and it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world." The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic Church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well, and they tend to get close to power. They tend to have religious, more residency. Like when the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay. Questions, arguments? Okay. Right. So let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh, yeah, Mr. Thank you. I'm sorry. I forgot. I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think they'd be happy. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have, I will say that you're asking a huge question. And if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here, no, joking, but then we could talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, which we do as well. But that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. We don't, the whole, look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbi Yonah. What is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Karata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of karata are there in Rabbi Yonah Shari Tshuva? 20 different kinds of karata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do regret. You know, we have like, it's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. Yeah. So, yeah, Jewish guilt. That's it. But we'll, in a different class maybe, or if you drop by my office, we're going to have a lot of talk. Commerce is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade routes. I mean, like in the 800s, the blue lines are where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer Ibn Khaldun, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages, and they're like totally fluent in everything that they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond them. So they may not get all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes the many different things, the trading back and forth, and it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Kranz. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where they're or a little bit higher, sorry. That's where we've actually found documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating. The word Radhanite in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are a few different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word that to know the way. I think that's a little stretched. There's also a region of Iran that is called Da, and possibly come from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they based here at the southern part of the Rhone, the Rance. We saw France earlier. Can I get out of here? Well, we'll find out soon. Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodonus. So the Radhanites might come from Rhone. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about them. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here? Anyone know? What if I hit escape? There we go. Okay, but then it's this. Go all the way there. Okay, here we go. Right, so risks and benefits of commerce. Risks, why is commerce risky, especially on these kind of people? You can get robbed, right? Definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuables, things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim world because when it becomes united under a single legal system and a single language, it's a lot easier for it. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was a good illustration of the Abraham rule. A little bit obvious, but I think very true. There's huge amounts to be raised here. Mr. Tillman. I don't understand your question. To live anywhere? Oh. Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, they got to settle down with a wife and kids, so they probably are subject somewhere, but it's easy to pick up in a more hospitable place. That's also true. I didn't think of that. Very good. The question, though, is the profit versus the effort, right? This is a hard way to make a living. Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in Ontario, and my family was the only Jewish family in town, and there was one Meshulach. He was a collector for Beis Yaakov of Miami, and he would literally hitchhike, 600 miles all the way up from to my hometown. He would stay in every little Jewish family he could possibly stay in. I had to be kicked out of my room so that he would have my room when he came up there. It was amazing. This guy, he was like my age at the time, 60 years old, hitchhiking in the northern part of Canada for $2 for a base yacht. Amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It may be very profitable. Effort is high. Huge dangers of travel and transport. Not only robberies, but tolls, right? Which are like sanctioned robberies, where you cross the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border. Tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to commerce? Mr. Adlerstein. Okay, very good. So in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in a previous class, for example, it was a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from a little island in Lesser Antilles to Bordeaux, where it became a thing. Yes, Mr. Kranz.
Some accounts also describe it as having an unusually elongated body and a thick tail. The Jersey Devil is also
like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife and kids behind, and you go off on the road for who knows long? No. Typically, just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? That historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do business and never came back, and nobody what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice we know from ancient times of leaving a get behind, a conditional. You see it in the Gemara and in Gita and Subos, long discussion of it. And of course, it's a practice today in the IDF as well, that if you go into battle and God forbid you're, kidnapped and MIA, nobody knows you're alive, dead, God forbid. So that's they would travel as men, and it's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also have at least some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This is especially useful in commerce because you could leave, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad. And even though you can't speak the local languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up in shul, and say, yo, I'm here, I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and you would find takers, and you would find a way to it. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, the diaspora community and a common language. Shall we go on? Yes, of course we should. Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going into a strange community and you want to sell things and you want to sell on credit, a person says, wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want, can you bring me 10,000 more axe heads? And say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. So if you are a Christian and a Muslim and you don't know each other like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Arabic person, and then you can rely on rules. You can go to the Rabbi, they're literate, they're numerate, you can draw documents up, and you know a much greater degree of trust that facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world, that in order to develop trust, just a foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can, that you know people in common, and that that sort of like artificially broadens your social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. Geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, yeah, I'm from, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen. He said, Moshe Cohen. I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback? Yeah, that Moshe Cohen, all right? That's them. They connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would some credit, and it was way more successful a venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did have. Largely through this trade network, which develops slowly and expands. The Radhanites can do it in the 9th century, indicates they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them. And it's one of the great mysteries in medieval Judaism. Who were these strange people? We don't have any internal documents about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time, and at a huge divide from most humanity, which overwhelmingly is agriculture in nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, I don't know, if you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already an elite in a college-educated environment. But if you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, flips burgers at, McDonald's, Smash House, whatever. Like that. That's basically that's our economic profile for much of our history. That may be an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. So it just develops. So don't forget. So when we saw the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains, that we have been inbreeding for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty endogamy over and over and over again. Our genetics are so similar. So much so than other people who claim the same thing. Okay, now what were they trading in? So here's a bit of a nasty part. One of them was slaves. This is actually a picture of presumably a Jewish slave owner with 2 Jewish slave owners, and they've got some African slaves, and they're a bit in selling the slaves to the king and queen. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think a king sitting with their legs astride like that is kind of like sort of a simian demonstration of power. You sit like that, it's just like you don't care what anyone sit like this, like like you're the king, you can do what you want. If it like prim and proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't even know. I think that's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. There's actually Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with, I think it is, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was really active, they sent an emissary to find out if it was Mashiach, and the emissary came back, and he met Shabbatai Tzvi, and he described how he sat, and at one point he was sitting on the ground cross-legged, and right shock of the times, I don't remember, someone said, he can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach would cross-legged. Just not. I guess Mashiach, guys like me can say cross-legged. But slaves. So from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely trading in slaves. Slaves, I don't put them here, did I? Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but right now. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. There's stocks for trades. Stocks mean like blocks. What's in, or like no, stock market really develops like 70. We're still a few hundred years of short. But they know physically would take enslaved peoples and bring them elsewhere and sell them. So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, oh, the Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved peoples, and we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas to try and exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery if you compare them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or silks or whatever, because they were more traded. When you get, hang on, Mr. Grant, I'm going to say that. When you get to especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to transatlantic slave trade, we should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used to farm massive plantations in conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would not you would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more beauty symbols as well. Just to jump ahead, for the sake of argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which was a totally kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle passage, where they would literally die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, and disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible things. But the Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. More people who are involved who made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this, rather not, it was a reality as well. Okay, Mr. Grant.
So tied up in having to think that we are special, that we were especially
Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money, right? People made money from it. To get slaves, it's not only Africans, the bulk of them, the term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian. So I'm not sure if Lithuanians are Slavs. And they were all captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They all that way basically up until the 1700s. Only at that point when people began to say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people, right? It's like asking him to have a 21st century mindset and morality. Those standards were not up in the medieval ages. What the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. Bother the Jews, the Christians, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right. Okay. So what will eventually happen is, as restrictions will be placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Radhanites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it, and we'll explore that next time we meet. Oh, look at this. We'll close with this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to the topic because this is my father, Oliver, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather is Alex, and my father's son. He did not need to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around 100 years until my father passed away, my mother 2 years, and then finally they closed it. But it was, Northern Ontario. Shmatas, textiles. Jews very big into textile industry. Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it for tonight. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into money lending and the church, which is hugely important for understanding the economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me. Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifact, right? This coin that gave you a sense of how Jews slavishly fell over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship, and what they were prepared to give up was a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the History 1-6 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterlands, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, in tiny communities, sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize, and as they had to respond to an economic needs, then they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, definitely. We have explicit takanot. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we're going to organize ourselves. Okay. It is essentially how we do it today, although in a limited fashion, contrasted the era of Napoleon, because the difference between the Kehillah of, let's say, 1650 and the Kehillah of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to give your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, you're sent to hey, you can. But if you don't, God forbid, you can just walk. You can maintain a secular identity. You can identify yourself as a dolphin if you want. It really doesn't matter because you don't have to affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path for Jews, as it were. Either in or out, binary, and the advantages is that you have, again, not speaking about religious advantages, but just social, anthropological advantages. You have a community supporting you. You have a social service that we're going to actually look at in detail. You have potential marriage partners. You have all kinds of things associated with it. The disadvantage is you got to. Nothing in life is free. You have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I gotta get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for being in the house. Mr. Schwartzman, right? Parente.
That's such a good movie. It's like a big ship sponsors. It's like a for the internet. Yeah, they just go.
And he is weak and fundamentally oppressive in many ways. But that you're talking already the 1600s, so it's right when the Kehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, was forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did join the Christian community. And that was very rare. It also had to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which was an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of these things. Mr. Epstein.
They kind of look like a dog, but not a dog. Or this mishmash of like different birds put together, like the Jersey Devil is like they don't really know. It would be kind of like, you know, me showing up to like India.
Yes, correct.
And, like, wearing traditional Indian garb. I would look fucking out of place because I don't really understand the culture. I don't understand what you're supposed to wear and not wear. I would just like see something on TV and be like, oh yeah, they were so like that.
So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer it. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and regions, right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Sephardic influence in the south of France, you had the ability of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying the Portuguese or Sephardic Jews are lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far because we're still here basically around 1000. And this is way before the Haskalah happens. But and self-government go hand in hand, that in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, you know, in ein kemach ein Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for federal funds. There's no such thing. You have to raise it from yourselves. One of the things that was especially of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to do and how much money you had to pay. And if you didn't like it, there's only one exit door, and that is to become a Christian. And that some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it and were very bitter about it. We shall see, but that's the only way out. Also, we should realize that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kehillah was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the values and leadership of men by and large. Principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the level through an organization called the Chevras, which was kind of like an important executive function of the Kehillah. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way would be who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kehillah. Only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders? Only men as well. And even only property men for most of the time being, most of the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it worked. So it was based on a Talmudic model. If you look in the section of Megillah, you'll see there's a discussion of these people called the Tuvei, the good people of the city. Usually there would be kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who were all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant on the one hand you got kavod, you got honor, expected to pay. You are expected also to pay for that on generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. You know, usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogue today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the directors of a shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. So that's how the good people of the city of Tuva here are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 status in the Jewish world. There are 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Mr. Epstein?
Also no bears in that area. Wildlife in that area in general. Even when it was like the daytime.
And I'm sure that in the coastal basin measures, that is the answer. But on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking, like myself, money. Thank you, money. And I'll tell you now. Ask me when we finish this Abramson rule of history. I will tell you. But the first way to achieve status in the Jewish world is money. Have lots of money. Mr. Blaska. I'm looking for a slightly different word. What do you think, Mr. Abrams? Reputation is very typically you get reputation for things, which are the 3 things. Wisdom also close. Mr. Parente. Good. Learning. So that's also a little bit like the Torah. That's also a bit like, scholarship. Learning. So you can get money. You can get status through money or through learning, and then the third one you already said, Mr. Adlerstein, in a slightly different way. Una. Okay. Close. Hazen, close. Mr. Parente. Aha, very good. So can only Kohan? Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus. Thank you. Yichus. Right? If you have lineage. Money, learning, lineage. Those are the 3 ways you get status. If you can get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are the 3 ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. So unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you guys have gazillions of dollars, learning's your only shot. So pay attention because there's going to be a test. You can always make more money. It's definitely good. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Vasilev.
So this thing had to be like at least 7 to 8 feet tall to me. That's again not a bear. If it was like a bear, I could see like the bear on all 4s sniffing around the tent. But this thing is like upright, kind of over a tent, and not smelling, but breathing.
I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is yichus. If you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But you can lose that too. You can lose that. I think at least stable because people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from such a wonderful family, and look at Nebuch, what he is, right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable, but learning is the best Torah, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky.
Could I have grabbed my phone and started recording? Absolutely. Did I think about it in that moment?
Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. You know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus. Like whether, and the word yichus really means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, Mr. Alderson, then we better go on. Doing terrible things, you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess.
If this was some sort of an animal that was just looking for food, and why did it not go literal smorgasbord of shit we had?
Yeah, but that's not status. That is infamy, maybe. It depends on who like personally. I have so many jokes running through my head, but I am recording this, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards when we shut off the machine. That's true. That's true. Okay, so let's go on and look at this. First, at the top is the Tuvei Ha'ir, who typically have status through money. That's like the most fungible asset because they're going to have to give some of that away. But some of those people might be there because of yichus. They might be there because of learning. But money is the most important here. Under them is a body called, or a person called the Parnas. The word president in English is definitely this, but it comes from the verb the parnes, right? To provide, to give parnasa, to give a livelihood. Parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I will use the male gender because male pronoun because these are all men. Oops. Yeah. Right. Okay. So the Parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like, the Tuvei Ha'ir decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have, beside the president, the rabbi or the Beit Din, the judicial branch. Right? I know all of this at my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing. And here, we don't have a wing in this really. It's built into the judicial wing system here. But the Beit Din are there to make sure that what the Sha'ir asks for within the boundaries of halacha, and there is kind of like a dynamic tension between Parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the Parnas is typically one of the Tuvei Ha'ir. He's like nominated from among them, so that means he has what attribute? Money, right? The Parnas is wealthy, and the Tuvei Ha'ir represent largely the wealthy classes of the Jews. The rabbi, on the other hand, who pays his salary? Tuvei Ha'ir, exactly. So he is an employee of the Tuvei Ha'ir base. Again, I'm not talking like philosophically, philosophy, things like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi? He makes laws, but right? But what if, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a party and they're going to write some appropriate example that I could keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the Gemara, actually. You have it do this quite often. Where they want to do something that's just not really according to Torah principles. They have the money to do it, and they want to do it. And the rabbi speaks up and says, no, you can't do it, right? Because it's against halacha. So Tuvei Ha'ir just shut down the rabbi. We'll forget it. We'll get another rabbi. Ah, very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who is offering spiritual support to the people. He consoles them. He teaches them. He does all those kinds of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way or have a particular kind of event or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halacha doesn't go like that. And they have to, they could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tuvei Ha'ir will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it always ends badly if they have a prolonged conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the people and the will of the wealthy who largely support unity, but on the other hand, they sometimes maybe ubiquitous consumption overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for the people? So both groups have gabayim. You all know the term gabbai. Today we tend to think of a gabbai as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, or organize who gets what aliyah, and who goes up to do hagban and things like that. But the term gabbai, it actually means collector, the gabot, to collect. And in that context, I think a better translation would be enforcer. right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayim are there out of line halachically. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's coming up, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. Pretty extreme, and you don't see examples of that, but you do see examples of the Beit Din ordering floggings, and we would have the flogging the whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way with like shoelace, rarely with like to cause pain. Definitely social opprobrium. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have gabai to do so. Where this might come up is like, let's say for example, if a person refused to appear before the Beit Din after he had a summons several times and was warned and so on. You also with it's much more of a problem at the turn of the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and give them a get. They could call out the gabayim, okay, and as we've seen, I'm sure, in Mishnah Torah, the basic Gemara, that they're allowed to beat him until he recognizes that he really wants to give his wife a get. So he realizes of his own accord. Yes, Mr. Tuman. Yeah, Marcus Martis would be in the of what the gabayim could. I don't know if it halachically to call it, but definitely we have it up until the 19th century. Definitely. We even have very rare isolated cases of capital punishment instituted by the Beit Din. Typically, when you have someone who is in the entire community saying, I'm going to go to the ruler and say there's a Christian child was killed and so on, which would be disastrous. Yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four, but just regular assassination, whatever it takes, knives, guns, sticks, stones. Mr. Kranz.
Researching this for over 30 years. It's had over 3,000 interviews.
Yeah, that's exactly why the gabayim were there to keep people in line. Remember, I said coercion. The tehillah, although warm and supportive, was very coercive. They would tell you, but the most typical thing would be, by the way, because it has to do with taxation, that the Tubayir would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the gabayim would come to collect it. If you didn't want to pay it, then the gabayim had other means to take it out of you. But it was real. That's an excellent question. That's like an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra legal powers that they simply impose. Just like Rav Huna, Gemara Sanhedrin, actually cut off his hand because he was a repeat offender, threatening to hit people. So they could say, we want to establish ourselves as a Tehillah. This is the way we're going to do it. We've got to collect money. This is how we're going to do it. Mr. Adlerstein. Yeah, it was very progressive tax. So they could see how many cows you had, all kinds of things. They'd make an assessment. And again, remember, we're talking about really small communities, maybe 500 people in a community, and they're looking around saying, "Oh, look at that! I see you painted your house. You must be doing well. The chickens are selling well this year, right?" And then they would say, "We figure you should make contributions to shul of 500 zloty." Mr. Abrams. Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system, so you could have upward mobility. You couldn't change from, Yisrael to Levi or to Kohen, but you could easily move up in terms of status with wealth. Largely because of Napoleon, because Napoleon shut down any police authority on behalf of the rabbis. And modern states basically follow that as well. We had a situation here in New York and New Jersey 4 years ago was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned the cases of men who refused to give their wives gets. So there were some guys actually in Jersey who hired them and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and then they beat him with like rubber hoses and to threaten him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was, and he sued people, and they went to jail. Because we're not allowed to do that in America, right? I'm an American citizen. I just did the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, no, can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, it got done, right? You didn't have a crisis until the 20th century, largely as a result of the power of the Kabbalah. Mr. Parente, then we're going to go on.
I'm having this and I need questions that have been asked before, and it's assisted me in this. I was like, okay, talk about this, questions on this, and it's brilliant. So I think for podcasting, Brock is amazing. It's a free plug for
So that's a tough question to answer too, but I think we should understand this is a deeply religious society, but Judaism is an extremely agile religion in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, the poskim will look at new social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt philosophy within it. Everything from Prozbul to Eruvin and things like that are various adaptations throughout the centuries, trying to figure out how do we live in society? What does the Torah allow us to do? So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what impinges on it, as we shall see with Tachashir and Gershom in a moment. Now, the Parnas is required to manage the Chevron, and most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with the Kehillah. These are so-called committees, right, from the word kevra, meaning friendship or circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tended to be especially powerful and predominate. And you could have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important Chevras was the Chevra Kadisha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they would only take people who were a certain age and a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, we have an inverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, that they'll take guys like me even. The burial society had tremendous power. One of the first things the Beit Din could do, a person didn't want to die with a summons or a payment or a get or something, they would say, if you don't follow through, we will tell the Chevra Kadisha not to give you burial rights. And you can be thrown in pit after 120 years, a communal burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. And people would be terrified and say, I will pay, I will give the get, whatever it is. The Chevra Kadisha was a really powerful one. Usually it was the first Chevra established once the community got started. But there's so many others. Chevra Shas in charge of education, people Cholim, of course, take care of the poor, Tomchei Shabbos, taking care of the sick, Tomchei Shabbos, which of course we still have today. In most communities we'll have a Tomchei Shabbos, supporter of Shabbat, which means, giving food to people to help them get through Shabbat. Ozer Dalim for poor people, Hachnasis Kala, also very important. Chevra that would deal with providing for poor brides to start their homes. Linat Tzedek for travelers. Chevra Tehillim for people who want to get together and say Tehillim. Whatever it is, the Tehillah would set up those Chevras. And with the obvious exception of Chevra Kadisha, where you had to have men taking care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Chevras, would be populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the Kivayim. So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send out Gabayim if you don't comply, and all kinds of things like that. But the upside is extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support network, rivaled anything you have in Europe until really the 20th century. It was way before universal education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz in the 9th century. So we're figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant. And it's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time, and we still benefit from it today. Okay, Mr. Tuman, Mr. Parente. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of cohesion, in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, like everybody being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and in languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. But Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. largely an Ashkenazi creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Mahmad, which is a very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Parenti. Yeah.
We can't rely on any crutch to tell us what's going on. We have to find a creative way, and creativity is something I really want to talk about.
You know, the question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare and food banks and things like that. And it would be interesting to see if got this from this sort of structures they grew up in. I think there's definitely a strong influence, but I'm not sure if it's linear, because their socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a communal level, it's definitely very strong. Okay, last question. We better move on. Yeah. Well, these are not people. These are like organizations.
At this stage, yes. Yeah, because there is sort of this aspect. There's metaphysical and then not metaphysical.
It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the people's law. This is the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all the boosters. You know, if they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll appeal to Tomkei Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to start their family, they'll go to Hafnatala. And they just want to get together. Old people want to get together and recite Tehillim together. They'll go to Shevet Tehillim, things like that. And so there's always going to be a class conflict as well. There will be Jews who are very wealthy who may not get along necessarily with much lower level of status. But, you know, as my father would say, this amen shows. I didn't tell you the Abramson rule of history. Oh, I have to say that because I forgot. The Abramson rule, repeated again, is really worth learning. Does anyone know the Abramson rule? Mr. Rubin, what is the Abramson rule of history? Very good, very good. I would say it slightly differently, but you said very well. If you don't know why something happens, the answer is probably money. Money is so important to how societies evolve. It can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. Shall we go on? Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged. They did not vote for the Tuvei year. They could not be the Parnas for being the Tuvei year. They couldn't be the rabbi and so on. There were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their destiny, not only through leadership of the chevras. And by the way, go to your local schools and just look at the Organized Dead and the Medonos groups and all those things. The women are all over the place. They're really involved in actually doing this stuff at chevra level. But you also had this long-standing idea, sanctioned disruption being open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by or even the rabbi or anything like that, she could go into the men's section of shul, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas HaTorah, and stand on the bima and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received a promise that her demands would be heard. But it happened. It was like a thing that was extreme, right? And you can only get away with it a few times before people would say, she's in the sugar. But nevertheless, it was a drastic way that it was an accepted way that, there's no other way to pronounce it. You get to the center of the community right on Shabbos and refuse to let anything happen until you were heard. And we have interesting examples of this throughout history. Mr. Tuman.
Some people say, AI is an alien intelligence here to help us. I have a hard time with that one, but
when you use the term excommunicate, you have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's review that. What power did we said the coercive. So what power do they have? At the highest level, we talk corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you had nidui, right? Ostracism, formal ostracism, where the Beit Din could say simply, this person has transgressed, he hasn't shown up for summons, he hasn't done whatever. Nobody is allowed to do business with him 3 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. Saladamos. Nobody is allowed to talk to him. He can't get any aliyahs. He can't, nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracism that they can use. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of, so they would use to achieve their ends. So a woman who would do something like this, it was a big hit on their social standing if they were to do it. But you know what? She might feel that she's being abused by the system, and this is the only way that she can protest and social advantage of it. And their needs are typically heard, maybe not addressed, but heard. So it's not an equal system, but nevertheless it works for 1,000 years, right? Okay, so let's go on to the Takanos of Rabbeinu Gershon, which is extremely important in this regard. We talked a lot about structure, and I've also sort of spread this out over several hundred years, but we have to look at one figure in particular which is especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershom, our Rabbi Gershom, Meor Hagolah, the light of the exile. Extremely important person. Have any of you heard of him before? Yeah, excellent. Yeah, excellent. The Arab Duran. So he was born in Metz, and he had yeshiva in Mainz. Born around the year 960 or 1028. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually, a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu, memory of the righteous and holy deeds of blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile, right? That's where we get the term Meor Hagolah, and upon we all depend on whom all Ashkenazi Jewry are the disciples of his disciples. That's it, tight. You get the idea. This is, by the way, a medieval woodcut. Rabbi Shalomo, it's supposed to be Rabbi Yitzchak ben Shlomo. I don't know if that's what he actually looked like. Rabbeinu Gershom, the whole series of these takanos, these decrees that set up the Kehillah and all kinds of other things. We'll talk about them in a minute. So important that lots of other takanos, long after he died, were published in his name. So we have lots of takanos Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, called takanos of Rabbeinu, because that's a way to enforce. Say, oh, this is a takana of Rabbeinu Gershom. Must be really. It could be that it was issued by some community 50 years after he died, but they lumped in there in order to include it. If you see yogurt that has a hush, and there's no way that yogurt can be glad kosher because only meat can be glad kosher, but nevertheless, people have this phrase, glad kosher, it must be really kosher. Hence, Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later takanos. We know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. It's like a 1,000-year-old grave marker. There is some dispute over that. We know from the Or Zarua, a very early Ashkenazic Rishon, that his son Eliezer was forcibly killed. It comes in 1012. And he often there is some question about the nature of that conversion and how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it. That is the subject of machlokas among historians. Married twice, and do have the Kuba for his second wife, whose name was Bona, dated 1213, which suggests that it could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is his Takanos, where was it? Put it here. Well, actually, it's the very bottom one. Here, Phantom Polygamy, right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but I'm going to put this on the web later, so just for everybody to know. Historically, Jews practiced polygamy, right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a kind of a half-wife, as a concubine. Yaakov, of course, Jacob had 4 wives and 2 concubines, so it's like certainly within the realm of possibility for Jewish men more than one wife historically, but around the year 1000, in the era of early Ashkenaz, Rabbeinu Gershom comes up with a ban, a cherem, right, which is one of these terms used kind of like excommunication, that you are not allowed to marry more than one wife. That's it. We're just going to have one wife for now. Now, we make this ban, which is like a good, 3,000 odd years after we know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the reasons for that? Any ideas? Any guesses? Even a ratio of men to women. No, the ratio of men to women is more when men tend to die at a higher rate. But that does not seem to be much of an impetus in this context. A good hint. Let's see what you think. With small communities. Well, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? Jews have been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point. And typically, who marries more than one wife? People wealthy, people who can afford more than one wife. And since you can have people at the poor might not be able to do so, but if they have a daughter in a poor family, they may see it as an advantage to have to socially marry even as a second wife. So the system kind of works as anyways. Money, yes, that's right. Thank you. Yes. There you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here? Yeah. And Christians practice monogamy, right? So one reason for it may be because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world. That as Christians are beginning to get powerful in this part of the world, and Jews are out of step if they're practicing polygamy. Think about 19th century America, where Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today. But so I simply don't know. He also, then here's one other really important thing. What about, it relates to this one here, the consent of a wife to divorce. That Gershom also, I should put these in the opposite order. He also said that it is not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. We've been speaking up until now a few times about men who abandon their wives. But what about women who don't want to be divorced and their husbands forcibly divorce them? What does it say in the Torah about that? Weren't they?
When you remote view back in time, they did that on the Rocky Mountain Ranch.
It's difficult for who to get by? Well, exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they'd be cast adrift. If a husband were to decide, I don't like the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce you, then it can be really tough. It can be abrupt and it can be harsh. So to be in the kind of Rabbeinu Gershom, a consistent through of wanting to support women's status, position within Ashkenazi society. And so the ban on polygamy means no more half-status wives, no more second-class wives. And the consent of wives to divorce means that the women have to agree to be divorced, can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status. Mr. Gertz, right? A lot of concern for women's pretty significant for the year 1000. Francie, last comment. We got to go first. It's a separate ban. It's just separate. I don't think came at the same time. I think it was a package. I'm not positive. Another one is insisted on privacy of correspondence. This is like one of those where he's contributing to, or he's responding to a social niche where people are writing letters, and there's no halacha before Rabbeinu Gershom that says you can read other people's mail. Mail is not common in times of we do have a mail system in Persia at the time of the Gemara, but I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha. You can't read anyone else's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail in the Persian era? Besides the fact that we know about it from other records. Right, the Megillah is right. So it's like sending us back and forth, So he insisted at this point, efficacy of business communications, that you're not allowed to read anyone else's mail. This, by the way, is a smaller, lesser known kind of very, very important in the 20th century because the invention of a new form of correspondence. Telegram, close. Email, right? Email is email correspondence. Are you allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelopes, or actually look at people's emails, right? Like one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail, don't use your private emails, because that's not truly private for you. If you write in your secure Turo emails, then whatever I say to you, then it is like trapped forever as a legal document. So it's more private, and legally it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think it's like, no, Dr. Abrams said for sure I was graduate, and then take me to court and they'll summon my email. No, you do. You do. If you're emailing about, first of all, you should only email about university business. But if you're emailing anyone in the university about university business, use your secure Turo email. If you're emailing me because, hey, I got engaged, come to my board, then you can use Gmail. Okay. Here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant, besides the ban of polygamy. The Cherem HaYishub, the ban on settlement. Anybody know what this thing is? Hugely important, massively significant. Mr. Adlerstein. No, that's going to be later. But the Cherem HaYishub was a social control on who was allowed to live in any given kehillah. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled competition. So if you had a community, a yishuv, you had a settlement, right? And they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy showed from another, shtetl, and he wants to set up a competing shoemaker's store. The Cherem HaYishub, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the kehillah had the right to regulate who could move into the kehillah, who could set up a business, and who could compete with existing communities. It was extremely important because it meant that it was engaged in a level of protectionism that might seem foreign to a kind of American mindset, but basically this is a way that they ensured that people could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the Cherem HaYishub of the Jewish community, where they could say, yes, you have the right to all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Glanz family in charge of silversmithing here. No other people are allowed to come into this town and set up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Mr. Tillman. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to the Mars and Baba Basra of how close may competing businesses be set up with each other. You have a Chinese restaurant on this street, and another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors. Sorry, I only had a salad for lunch. 3 doors down, another kosher Chinese restaurant opens up. You can try what's going on? This guy's going to take away our business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. He's like 3 doors down from me. Well, it depends on where you live and what the, if it's a co-restaurant and they report to the, then yeah, theoretically, I could say, hey, we really don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era, after Napoleon, we lose much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority. So that means that kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the VOD says, no, we don't think it's a Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? Say, what do I need this VOD for? I'm going to go to a different VOD. And that's how we have, you know, our community kind of like its integrity, because it triggers out different multiple authorities. There's a downside to it. That's coercion. So on the upside, you have consistency and you know, like few holds together, but on the downside, typically means higher price because you only have one shoemaker, one Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is the compromise they made, extremely effective, and kept it going for 1,000 years. Only exception to that rule, also Gemara, when is there no Karam Hagushiv, no competition rules? Teaching Torah, that's right. If you have a day school set up right here, you can set up another day school, another yeshiva right next to it. Because with Torah, it's open and anybody can teach Torah. Okay, let's see now. We talked about why, right? So let's do here in the impact. This is Chagall's painting of a whale. Yeah, this is Chagall, right. So the ban is the thing you'll see over the next years, because the way he formulated the ban was it was only to be for 5 years. And then it was supposed to theoretically, a lot of ideas. Why did he only make it for 5 years? Maybe he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever. Also, he specifically said it's for the lands of Ashkenaz. Like, it was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially the North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it was not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, they still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews moving to Israel with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that ban, and he's the one who gives us the source of its expiry date, which is actually 1240. And from that point on, Rabbi Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but the Ramah says, but we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, and I'm not going to step into halakhic areas. You can ask your Magidei Shir, but let's say for what the other ban, that you can't divorce a woman against her will. So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she's moved to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear anymore. You call her up and say, Sarah, please come home. You know, stop messing around with those ISIS guys. And she says, I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a get from you because of the Takana Rabbeinu Gershom, I want to punish you. So in that kind of bizarre situation where you have a Moredes, say a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man could marry a second wife. He could not divorce his wife because she won't accept it, but he's allowed to marry a second wife. Now, similarly, if a woman is in hostage or insanity and so on, these are like difficult issues for posting to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because, after all, it's imposed by a Rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, there were people saying, hey, wait a minute, we don't have this ban anymore. Do we really have to renew it again? You know, we have so many single women. This should have crisis. And we just let them marry richer men and so on. But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point I do want to say in this context, so much about this kind of Rabbeinu Gershom. One of the really important things is that it's mentioned, if God forbid, you should all get married and be happy and, you know, some fiancé. But if, God forbid, divorce is the option, you know, give your wife the get. Don't mess around with it. Okay. That's the end of this lecture. I do want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein.
Someone in Congress, like, names there. Who's pulling the strings?
Yes.
I knew that. The House of Cards, my call.
Yeah, absolutely. I just spoke at Shul recently, and I found in the Evil Archives terrifying mimeograph document that was to be filled out in the displaced person camps, where a husband would write, a potential husband would write, I'm going to marry Prince Alea. I'm actually married to Fuma Sarah, but I don't know what happened to her. And there you sign this document. If Fuma Sarah shows up, she survived, and now he's married to 2 women, then he would do whatever the Bishop says is the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, divorce the first wife. Terrifying. Good point. Okay, so let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history, in the ancient world and in the modern world in the 20th century. Historically, wheat was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. Now we do have, there's kind of like from the 19th century, there was a bias against this, saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm was because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, did they not become big landowners, Mr. Adlerstein? Excellent, good point. It's far away. You can't within walking distance of a shul, of a mikveh, of a kosher Chinese restaurant. So you definitely, that's one good reason. Mr. Blasco? Pogroms. Tell me about that. So then what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? I think you're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? You can't take it with you. Mr. Rubin, do you have the word here? No, what I like to say is it's very hard to run carrying an acre of land, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and you need to flee, and essentially abandon land, you can't take it with you, right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that, violin. The reason is because it's very hard to run carrying a piano. Right? It's hard to flee. So real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsions. The local king, lord, noble, whatever says, kick the Jews out of here. Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're going to be expelled. Okay, Mr. Rubin, Mr. Tum, Mr. Ferrante.
They've been lied to, but I think most of us are convinced we are. I mean, if you follow UFO these studies at all, it's deep. It's a deep well.
That's an excellent point. We'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividend of the land. The land definitely not owned by them and certainly not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers, but overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer to own land as a choice. Mr. Truman.
Some major UFO guys still
Okay, good point. Well, because you have to invest in real estate, and if you hoard, anything attached to the ground, yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all of this. They definitely invested in skills, and they invested in skills that were like medicine, right? If you were a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, a silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work with it, but you have this. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, anything like that, you're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. Right? But if you are able to transfer skills into cash or money, then you can not only carry it, you can also in hiding places. Actually, I'll show you later some hoards that have been discovered, Jews, things like that are of Jewish origin. Because you would bury it, come back and dig it up. Mr. P, then let me go on.
Because obviously for space, it's not just to defend what is on the planet, but what's coming from outside, which, again, we've heard nothing since 2017.
By what, like produce? Yeah, it's not really a thing. Jews generally, when they were farmers, or more likely they were like dairymen and things like that, their goods were sold just as well. It's really about price then. Perhaps the best example would be meat, right? Jews need to be in the meat industry, to have kosher meat, but Ashkenazim, as I think we discussed last week, right? Maybe the week before, Ashkenazim do not eat hanasheh, the sciatic nerve, and that means that basically the back half of the cow, with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, meat that's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it. They can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, was very upset with that because it looks bad. Jews won't eat this, but Christians happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's cheapest, sometimes most convenient. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefit of agriculture we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we will talk about in much greater degree in a moment. Here it is. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the nations permit it. And Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the bone of the economy, the strongest element in Hila was Jews involved in finance, specific money lending. It's a bigger topic, but we got 7 minutes, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice. When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because they enjoyed a monopoly on it for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just first look at this interesting image. This is a 16th century image by Quentin Massey's, The Money Changer and His Wife. And you can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, dyed red, which is an expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture, a Jewish couple, because here she's reading like clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, you can also see the artist here is portrayed a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. And it's not very good resolution, but nevertheless. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that kings want to, there's a few different ways that he can do so. He can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers who wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is good, right? Wheat is really useful. You can make it into bread and things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to transform that into other things that, like for example, furs or Apple watches or whatever it is. So, taxes in kind are not the best thing for the king. So remember that this is a very, very primitive. There's actually very little cash money in circulation. In Europe, they're way behind. They're just emerging from the Dark Ages. They don't even have advanced minting available where people are making coins. Very common in the Roman era. But this is at the end of the Dark Ages. People are just beginning to come out of this. Most conducted in barter. I will give you one dead rabbit for those 15 tomatoes in your basket. Right? The basket is extra, things like that. The other way is corvée, which is forced labor, where the king can say, look, I don't want your wheat. I have many acres of farmland. I would rather you just come and work my fields. Let's say one day, and he can force the peasants to take whatever. Taking Mondays, all the people from this village have to come and work the Lord or the king's land and grow the wheat. And then the rest of the week they can work on their own stuff. So it's tax corvée. Yes, this is. And the third kind of taxes, the best kind of taxes, is cashola. Money, real money, folding money, or in this case, gold and silver money. But the thing is, that's a short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing at a very, very primitive level in their economy. So along comes the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are, right? They can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much did they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also that they're numerate. They do math. They can say, yes, I lend you money to, whatever, a new plow. It'll cost this much money, and you will pay me back at 20-30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you'll have to pay me every week until you completely distribute debt. This is something, it's like magic for most people, and they have no idea how the math works. But Jews were able to do that. And yes, go ahead, Mr. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's just really valuable, and the Jews are able to afford it. Now, here's the key thing. The reason why Jews up in all of this, the two reasons. One is because the church wants Christians to do it. A lot more time on Wednesday talking about it. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it. Because the king could say, oh, wow, Jews, you guys, you have all this gold and silver coming to your possession. I will tax directly from cash. And way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my land. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return, doing a great job making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society. Everybody needs credit. Imagine your world today without credit cards, for example. It's like ubiquitous. He says, I will put you guys will be my special people, my deal, and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about, do your business, make lots of money, which I can then tax. This was a special, it's called in Latin, servi camerae regis, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews in their little shtetl across Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king. And you did not want to mess with them. The king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to, a metaphor to use for this, Jews were kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry to soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could wring it dry for his own benefit. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this kind of work. It was also hugely important, again, I'm going to emphasize, we'll talk about this today, because nobody else was allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you wanted to borrow money for any reason, the only thing you can go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you for no interest, or more likely, go to the Jew. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We'll meet again on Wednesday, God willing. Have a look on Canvas, because you have a new artificial intelligence challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I was glad to be able to show this to you, because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College for Men University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of our very vibrant base medrash, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and then after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonasan Sachs, and the leadership of our Menahal, Rabbi Yosef. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on, sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. We have so much activities for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, we give them a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood, and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m., and they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well.
That's what we're not addressing. Diabetics are skipping their insulin shots because they can't afford it. In the United States of all countries, the best country in the world, but these people are suffering. So our ideas of, America.
Let us just recap one really important point that we kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of Ashkenaz Jewry? Why is Khazaria even relevant? Mr. Blashka.
That's why the UFO situation is so
essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Ederson?
We were telling us last time about conspiracy theories and things like that, where people were saying that Ashkenazi Jewry doesn't really exist. It's all this Khazarian, like fake news.
Right, imposters, fake Jews and fake news. Very good. Mr. Ruma, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's the big deal. Because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real life Jews. And on the one hand, and that way you can say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, Yaakov, and Yitzchak, right? On the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th. It is true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of the land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, once again, Mr. Kranz, a way of lying to, allowing some. Yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge because, Elise Stefanik, the representative to the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it, doesn't really matter. They definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right. So that's the reason why we had it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you like why. Right, so let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazi Jew. Mr. Rubin.
With other Jews who aren't descended from, we're not even trying to be descended from.
Correct. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. Like the genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, that we are family. We are not family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much, is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, like less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, you've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally having relations, typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And unreasonable to imagine there's a certain amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tillman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. It's an assumption that really was pioneered by a few things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. It's been thoroughly debunked. Scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard-pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is ironically in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny amount of what appear Turkic words in it. The Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. Because there's a whole bunch of families like Taji, so on in that family. So what are those words? It's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of the Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazarian. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish, but where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word, it's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny, tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. We use daven as a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazic, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme, bizarre, realm of. I don't want to say it on recording. So that's basically the story why we don't hold that there's any. Oh, and by the way, I've given you the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. So we have DNA of a massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the West. Mr. Cranberry. Yeke refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who were really in Germany, let's say 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category. They come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. So we'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland and Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there, and for various reasons, the population explodes in Eastern Europe, but there are plenty of Jews stay behind in German provinces, and they become the Yekes. Okay, let's go Halabai Weiter now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blasco. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What does graphy mean? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happened. One of the great philosophers of history was a guy named von Ranke, and he said that history is defined as was es eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way it is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth, what is your truth? And we can both be hard, but I have my experience and you have experience. My lived experience, your lived experience, they can be totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about it. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to just introduce you to two major things of Eastern European, of Ashkenazic history important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Gretz, a major 19th, early 20th, actually 19th century. His years are 1870 to 1891. Major German historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rabbi, and he came up with. He was the first great encyclopedic, meaning he wrote all of it, and I think it was 12 volumes in the original German, and it was a blockbuster. And it was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I am myself writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. We might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges we face. And one of the arguments about Gratz's approach to Judaism, which you may find appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Berline, who was written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic muscular history of the Jews, emphasizes Geschichte, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're like bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand us, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like, you walk away saying, what do they say? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song, Russian. I am so happy to be a Jew. Right? You read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and yet the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. But that's nevertheless, he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because especially the great historian Heinrich von Feitschke, put it down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this Dreck? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too. And I'm saying that we have Jews who are involved in speculation. We have Jews who are involved in crime. And not every time the Jews moved into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Gratz's very heroic work. And he says that you're not being fair to the German people. And you're like pumping up your own story, and it's not accurate, and not even not accurate, it is misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans of his time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters: Die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. You follow the debate between these two historians? Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. It's not like he was faking it.
Something so like loving to the Jews, so good to the Jews,
I think he would have. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be a Jew, which is, a perfectly on goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He was really strong in certain areas and so on, but this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes and synagogues and things like that. They will essentially this version of history that makes us sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots, of things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily want to see them, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Barron, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland, a 18-volume social and just history of the Jews. That he stops at the year 1650. He died before he write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gress's model of the history, it is, and he also used a German term, Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happen. When we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, I mean, you don't know how bad it was. It was worse than you can probably imagine. And at the same time, Gelehrten, they were learning, they were producing. You know, the Rashi was writing, and Bali Post was for writing, and we have all these amazing cultural artifacts despite the pogroms. He said that all of that stuff, it may be true, but it is what he called lachrymose, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gress's research, saying that, you know, it's more activity than an academic. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of history at the college level, never met anyone who has actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes. They're really thick and dense and difficult, but nevertheless, he provides a totally different version of history, which is academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gretzian feel, because I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, give you a little bit more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussions, objections? No?
What was the translation of
Business und Gelehrtengeschichte, the word Geschichte, history. Leiden is sadness. And Gelehrten is like, we have Mr. Gelehrtner here, right? Learned man. So Gelehrten, learned history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is based on pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday about genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record of this. We've already had a chance to look at his charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, in Sepharad as well, not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is really when we begin to see it for the first time. Yeah, we also see India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter? Mr. Adlerstein. A legal document. Excellent. Between whom? Who are the parties? Excellent. Exactly. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. Right? These are not really complex organizations, but the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king would be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history, we have been incredibly more than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that era, by the time you get to the year 900, where, they have a illiterate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that right in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet, that you would say, hey, we're allowed to be here. We're allowed to do these things. We're allowed to have monopoly because that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It had, it was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't, discard these documents. They considered them very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom in the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Tuman. Well, because let's say someone was to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term krechma, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, is the only guy who can make I'm going to make some samahon here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local poritz, and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the poritz says, I remember saying that. And he said, oh, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the poritz can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that can be a temptation for forging these documents too. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. It's a what? Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews? Middle here, Mr. Kranz? No, people always like land. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land, right? One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday. I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to, pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed. And the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we're going to tell. Very good. Mr. Loiky. Literature, well, it depends on when and where. we often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's already in the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% that was reported. It is probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, oh, well, of course I can write in Yiddish, only meant Russian, for example, but 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So a big gap. Mr. Kranz, I like your appointments, but you got to raise your hand so we maintain order. Go ahead, Mr. Kranz. Yes, precisely. Vishinantam Luvanecha. It's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rates of female literacy as well. If you go back to there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period, where, as I'll just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis P.S. right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. You looked at in the assignment. He says that I want to attract Jews to Speyer. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore, all these privileges they're allowed to the right to sell meat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church, because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as the gear is difficult to remove, Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not trade for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try nikur and remove the nasha. Sephardim, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, have to actually do the removal of the gida nasha, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if Jews are saying we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll, right? So that was something that some Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these today, by the way. There are countries in Europe and shchita. I can't buy kosher in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shchita is permitted. Lots of the things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I shouldn't use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask for the right to build a wall around their community? To keep them separate, and like what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Blank? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, pure defensive, right? And if you have a hard time in imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt am Main, where it became a ghetto, became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. Don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall to protect themselves. They also ask for a graveyard, for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community so they can get a place to bury their dead separate from others. There are archi-synagogues, which is, it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's ancient, that we actually have very, very old church documents that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. That archi-synagogue could serve as a judge. In other words, Jews were given the self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Toom, it's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. you have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan enemies? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Kranz. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of regrets, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first we want, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things you want first. First we want safety and security. Then we want community. Then we want, financial success. We want all these things. And so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want not to be attacked. But there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. And selling meat, we already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido Kish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido. He was an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive, 4-volume with big, thick medieval volumes of German law, and then confiscated all of it. And he eventually survived. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the building the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. He was able to, with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill, to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel means mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, France. Excellent, Mr. Kranz. Reflecting more reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, remember, we have a very different idea of law tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halacha. Moshe Rabbeinu goes up Sinai, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah. And of course, we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on what one believes, and not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the Wego mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? This is going to Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Something like, a comic book version. If you're studying like pre-med, you say, well, this biology text, there's so many big words in it. Can you just give me like a picture version of, and that would be your Sachsenspiegel. So he was great, Guido Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsenspiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the queen? Yeah, I think it's actually a king, but you're right, royalty, right? Royalty, royal person, crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded generally. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see they're depicted with their fingers like this. Who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Well, let's break it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing?
Jester.
Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the usher haircut kind of thing, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys, I don't know if you watch those things. They only have teacups. This one here? This is, I think, is a long finger thing, like you're the guy, you know. I have you guys ever hear of a rapper named Nissim? Yeah, so I'm sort of like, like social media with him, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we had a podcast type thing once, but I happened to see him at the Ohel once. I was there with him. I at the same time he was at the Ohel, and he stood beside me. We said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Nissim Black, and Nissim Black's his finger out like this, pointing at me. Felt so good, I'm gonna blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are there two women? I think they mean general women. Just women. Yeah, all women. You put two, a plural, to mean all women. Right, you have it. Well, wait, you got three men. You got a king, You've got one type of mendicant friar. You've got another type of mendicant friar. You have two women, which represent kind of like a class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew, right? Okay, not Gandalf. Good guess. Right. So why? Yeah. So how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people as too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. Sometimes it would be a round circle with a coin, or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes here. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're going to look at. There's some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, I'll get to you in a sec. There's some debate as to whether or not Jews actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time, that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. For purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character. Okay, he's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky.
The part of the document saying that you go in the back, they cannot look nearly as much as even behind the woman. I mean, they didn't stuck on the left, but they took the head of the Jew and clearly see
good
separation between the woman and the Jew. Yeah, the Jew's still happy, so the other thing about that. The Jew is still happy, even if that was in like the back of the wedding. So
excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting friars and women and Jews, in that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or whatever. They're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy. He's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying my finger is like a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining, next to it in the original long text in German and Gothic letters, but for those who could not read their language, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you flip ahead and, oh yeah, that's right, I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Kranz.
That's also with the idea of scholarship. You said that if you were a hat on it, and obviously
so I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Streimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today, right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats, right? Because it was forced upon us? No, it's just a hat, and we just bring it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbeim get the black hats, but you know, we have like grade inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear them too. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. You know, the Rabbi would have a beard. Mr. Edelstein.
From the tomorrow, there's two separate Gemaras that talk about a rabbi is supposed to dress himself differently.
Yeah. With a beard?
And then is a rabbi would wear a hat, and then another thing was a rabbi generally had like a very long beard and had a beard, which is considered like part of this thing.
So interesting. I have two responses. The first is the fact that one of the reasons that Rothschild got into so much trouble with the Venice based in, it was the first of his many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard, right? And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother, she used to say, "Besser a Rabbi on abort, the abort on a Rabbi," which I'll translate for those of you who are Yiddishly impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard with a rabbi. Wisdom. Okay, so here, that's what the Science Spiegel is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, Christ and everything. Why do I have to? Well, look at the Sachsen Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too. And you have to. The Sachsen Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. This is a time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of right privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier.
Did they try to gain power?
What do you think?
Like
yeah, I think so. I think it's derogatory. You know, we'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English poll. This image here. So an English tax roll from about the same period. Okay, this guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the Judenhood, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This would be Aaron of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? Right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. Here's demons blowing shofar, stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Ellis?
Yeah, the figure of the king depicted on the top, I covered up a little bit.
I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of the images. You got to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. No, yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons, right? Ah, good, army draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably like a general type guy, standing there on the wall, which indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? So you got Hoi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to come defend the city, give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, you know, those nomadic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jew's participation? He doesn't have a pike, right? Jews, you got it, but you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not really armed. Because these guys all have pike coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pike? Oh, wait a minute. Wait, maybe you're right. Maybe let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I think it's going back to like,
I don't think so. I think that's a peasant. But, oh, so you want to say that the Jew has the pike, but this guy doesn't?
What are you saying?
Everyone says it looks like the pikes go in the back or something. It's a good, it's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Bill Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. That also with Rudiger's one as well. And here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P in that might be some kind of like legend goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. Like this is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so poor. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Blaschko? Right, very good. Obviously, the cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the Judenhut. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what about Mr. Abrahams? It's interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting him, saying, "Come along." I'm not sure what's gesture here. Well, what about? But how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions that are allowed to ride side saddle, but they can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It's a good sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about status for Jews, Mr. Adlerstein?
I was just there. I think it's just Jews. I think any non-Muslim.
Any non-Muslims who are dhimmi. Exactly. If you're a non-Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right. Christians. That's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms.
So it's not that's nice of you. In the whatever fire service as a cover on this page.
Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, please bring me out the Sachsenspiegel so I can see what we do in Sachsen. And they'll take it out and they'll flip through and they'll say, is there anything about Jews in here? And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I could carry a sword. So here is it. Obviously, they can carry swords because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Yampel? One with your hand up. What's your name? Schwarzman. Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that pipe picture. We're not sure if that pipe picture has pipes. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pikes, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay, got it. Mr. Rubin.
It is a sword belongs to Jews to carry, but like we're not giving you that. If you want to carry, you can carry it. We're not giving you one.
Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear, and it's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research. But you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so but I think we can walk away from this here as a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Okay.
They have obviously the obligation of being with the community,
right?
But they're on their own in the sense of they have their own walls, they have their own sense of housing community type of.
Very fair, very good. Mr. Abrahams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of, it's not invariably dark. Interesting.
That it was necessary to show Jews so explicitly in so many of these things that things should not have been, otherwise there wouldn't have been a need to so explicitly show that you, future king, you are required to protect these Jews.
I think that's a fair. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. The general population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are in walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together. So they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abrahams, one more point. Question. Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do it was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century, right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there's no I'm going to participate in both. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can say, well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is, if you get on the United Jewish Appeal list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We will look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for then using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Abrams, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of France as well. And you have this guy here, Napoleon the Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, In 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, Old Kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after, Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws simply, disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built-up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of endeavor, especially in business, because of things they had this huge advantage being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country west of France, or they are internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisors, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin, maybe Napoleon Dafyomi. They didn't say that. I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. I think it was 1806. I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered. And he sits down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow these separate equal citizens, or do we have to treat you as Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so? So of course the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 and they said, okay, so that's it. It's set. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get, I don't care, he can just walk away, because the French government says, we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I talked so long there. Questions about this period of history. This is the period we live in, 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. We know every one of them. The majority of them were what we skilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be like traditionalists. They would want to change halacha. It was very, very early Haskalah, but yes, they're very inclined towards, well, we would do away with some of our Jewish things in order to achieve, equal citizenship. We'll spend more time talking about this later on, but they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Pirush on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's like 20 volumes. So they had some frumies on it too. And he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor et Roi, Emperor and Knight. Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what's going on here? You can see it says Grand Hedron and has the years sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yeah. Moshe Rabbeinu. It's crazy. And what's he giving Moshe Rabbeinu? Yikes. And what does that mean? He's portraying that? Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem Elef Alpos. You're like Hashem giving the Luchos, a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get an outscroll Haskama. I'll tell you that. It was to please him, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely wanted to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist, and he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, in my humble opinion. But I'm going up for my citizenship interview on Wednesday. I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude that a lot of Misnagdim took to say, we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They called, Napoleon means, Bonaparte means Chelek Tov, and there were Jews that were saying, he's the Chelek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good portion. And Chabad Beisi is like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with this. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call the Jews Ashkenazi. The Yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Kurtz. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word is over here in Bereshis, Perek Yud, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Let's just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth. Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Kranz, sorry, thank you. Good, you are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazi. That number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with a people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English: raise a standard on earth, send a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century cool map. The world as known to the Hebrews, according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, with a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar, actually Turkey, and here region of Gomer next. Oh, look at that! Bounce this up. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea. This would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which of course is Bologna, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay, those of you who are not new students. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Chubos HaGeonim, which is written by Rav Chai Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, which just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, who probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 later. So Rav Gaon writing in Pumbisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes, from all the lands, from Yemen, which you know, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukharia, places like that, from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz. So we definitely have Sarfat Vaspamia, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them, between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Loichi. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Right? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Chai, place known as Ashkenaz, there are Jews there, that context of this particular tshuva, and it's probably something. We're going to refine just one quick. Mr. Vasilevsky. You'd think so, right? Especially if you look at the Vav. Kush, the Ashkenaz, the. Okay, so let's do this one last thing. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer, and he writes, "Hu sheleg below Lashon Ashkenaz. So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer, of course, is uve Lashon Kanaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee, that is in fact the word for snow is Schnee, and in the Canaanite or Slavic language, Sneak, which is also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of the Lashon Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenazim speak. Yes. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, snee, Monday, snee. But you're correct. It could be the words change totally. It'd be hot as snow, but not terrible. Snee, not terrible. The English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon, so. Yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon regions, at least, or at least Saxon regions. So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they may throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever, but when you drill down, it seems we're getting to Germany. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is for sure, by the time you get into the Baalei Tosfos, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off, Sarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a pasuk in Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it was really very different culturally than Sarfat, which is France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, early Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Speyer, Worms, and Mainz are smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Knaan. They called it Knaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world. And Knaanim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't that, and they say, no, the word is related to the word Slava, which is glory, not like Ukraine, right? Glory is not Ukrainians are slaves. It does translate basically. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. Jews who lived in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe. And later, they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start with. Mr. Loiky, I saw your hand. Okay, Mr. Kranz? Yeah, Schnee, yeah. And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That was a joke, guys. You should laugh at that. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this topic for the rest of the year, but it's pretty and stuff, I think. We have sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary. Yes. Yeah. I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. We're going to see today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel. Yes, including this recording, because I got a camera. So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. You know, it's very soothing. You can put it by your bed. Clock. Mr. Adlerstein.
Which type of German was reached at that time that Rothschild was around, and the word for like smell at the time was
Neat, perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of us. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition. It's associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. Even though the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example, that's the tradition. Why did he get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit geographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who was a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that it's actually the bone of his head on the inside of that, which I think is somehow just but sort of cool and fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other records indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we are kings interacting with Jews. We have non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish community in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald. His courtier down here looks a little bit unhappy. He looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular was very involved with Jewish communities, particularly creates called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, with local royalty and establishing themselves. Mr. Kranz. Yes. Yes, there's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian in the, well, there's 2 actual rudderless boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent us abroad. Let's go to the first one. The Vespasian rudderless boats one says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews on boats in the 1st century. This is after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. He gave them no skippers and no rudders and pushed them off into the Mediterranean, and they went and they landed at 3 distinct ports. At Lyon in France, at Arles, also in France, and strange enough in Bordeaux. I'll get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean. They would have had to go out into the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishment of the first 3 Jewish communities in France. Most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these this period of these 3 kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the Jews there. And if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses, You'll have the right to settle here and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to campus, that's one of the very first. I'm going to show you one of those charters, and I want you to ask, is it a good thing to accept it or not? The Anonymous family that I mentioned earlier moved to the Rhineland, 19th century. They ended up an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. And this is all part of the little tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about Jews genetically? Here we're getting to me saving $5 because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river, because Jews were settlers and very much involved in trade. Of course, the cemetery laid out into the bones which are exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psa, it could be done, and a whole bunch of geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, the 1300s. Included among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham, a massive 3-volume Wikipedia of Jewish metaphysics, and he ruled that under these circumstances, where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbones. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, but finger bones can still be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're not so permanent. We don't like, if you lose the tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, we do tend to save it and bury it. It's kind of weird use of your deep freeze, but, you know. So yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same chashivas with regard to teeth and bones. They discovered some amazing things about their diet, and they also, of course, did the analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Shopping Centre in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusade. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died either prior to being thrown into the well or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. Here are 2 reconstructions of an adult and a child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color and, in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known, so that we knew a lot about these. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews. were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in a Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. I forgot again, Adlerstein.
So I've heard once, not for theory, but I've heard that legendary is not actually something that is natural for Jews to necessarily have.
What does that mean? Not natural for Jews to have? How can you not say it's?
It doesn't come from the genes for red hair originated from Jews that Jews were not originated from.
Okay, but
And in Jewish Jewish community, Jews were less.
correct. But that, so you're saying two different things. Second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern origins. If it was Aim Achar Aim, Av Achar Av for generations, we probably would not look like we look in this room here. But that's not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are sort of like convergences for their bodies. No. So that's precisely, because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see a Jew with red hair. So that's the point, that we what is a Jew? This really speaks to the question of who is a Jew. One thing we can say for sure, a Jew is not a genetic, we have a wide variety of genetic complexions. Yes, Mr. Siegel. Yeah, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern in origin. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics, not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics. I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest, Ashkenazi Jewish, wait, we shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole, when we bottleneck. So let's put now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones, not too long after Jews, apparently, according to the literary tradition, settled in the region of Naz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of cool stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic records Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart. Going from bottom to top is time, right? This is long ago. This is the present day. And this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews in ancient Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of you in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazic descent. So you have ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible, Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. They joined the Jewish people, they attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews get into the gene pool and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. When you read about her in Masechta Sota in particular, Queen Hilni, she's versus Malka Hilni from Adiabene, which would be today's Syria. And then we have another major with the destruction of the second temple in the 1st century. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome to be slaves between the 1st and the 2nd century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 Jews, maybe not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology of, for example, a stone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazic Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to, what kind of, God forbid, diseases a person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that, you can also calculate backwards. You can figure out, when did this come into this person's system? How many generations does it go? That's why some amazing things have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome, a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which is like blowing. That doesn't mean every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a Kohen, but typically most people who call themselves can say, I have the same great, who knows how many Zadis back as someone else. Consistent, of course, with the biblical account. What happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. You gotta tell me again. One more time? Juma, I can get that. Genetics just doesn't go back that to find an Eve. You find, however, the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set, but when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites in particular, Leviim, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Leviim come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people who call themselves slaves. So, well, it's through the father, right? A Levi can marry a Gioris, right? So if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converted. Then you get into a massive question, which is not for us today, right? We have a basic idea of for a woman to be mikvah and Kabbalah's or mitzvos. So what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is mekabel or mitzvos, even if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting tshuvas on the Osha. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college. Just ask about that, though. But what exactly is conversion? You know, is genetically half of Ashkenazi Levium are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and the Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of in particular, the research which were centered in Hebrew University were blown away, really similar on a genetic level. Modern Ashkenazi Jews are, which lived in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years? Constant endogamy, constant in marriage, over and over again, this tiny community. That's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases, lactose intolerance is associated with Ashkenazi Jews, taste. My own parents are actually, I think, third cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. Okay, that's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for like marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear that. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this? Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews? And the what family? The bones. No, we're like really close. Like we could be beside them today and people would think they'd fit right in. They wouldn't look weird and things like, yeah, we look a lot like, similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is like astounding. You know, we tend to look at each other when we look at the huge diversity, but when you look at the huge family of peoples, Mr. Tuman. Right, we had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event, and then constant endogamy over the last 700 years. I can give you the citation for the study, it goes into it in great detail. Mr. Adlerstein.
So yeah, it says that Ashkenazim are like so genetically close to each other that basically every Ashkenazi Jew has genetically similar as
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny that it's consistent with what I've read. Mr. Vasilevsky.
Oh, this was pretty weird.
They're right here. Like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the founder event, and then I probably should not curve. It's basically like a straight up and down. What is expecting is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Oops, huge number of Jews coming in. I don't know how to do that. And then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have like, you know, moved across North Africa, mixed with, you know what, let me just show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study by the Levites as having those 4 mothers, and it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's a huge dispersion of them in the 1st century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you will have a major civilization to Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhineland. We begin to see archaeological evidence from Jews in Spain in the 1st century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century, and when we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by a few hundred years. Civilization happening here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome, and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany, and then later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Poland, Russia, Ukraine. The first, who trace their origins back to the Rhineland in particular. And then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim after, especially 1492, with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic hint. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Arab Jews shows 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Intermarriage, conversion rate, all kinds of things. this means Ashkenazi Jews are more or less Italian. We have a huge fusion of Italian genes in our complexion. And we sort of look like Italians too, right? You know, some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. The Ashkenazi genetic. Now, what is important to note about all of the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Acolonimus family and so on, moving the relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic record. They confirm each other, and it seems to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Leakey. Well, again, when you look at Erfurt, they had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And the rest could be, German, or French, or whatever we would associate European at that time. Mr. Siegel. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have, well, what is a Jew? Right? What is a Jew? If you want to say Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back far, and yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, Yitzchak Avinu. Before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either, no, I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or convert to Judaism. And that's he's forgotten all these wonderful experiences as a child because I didn't read as far as we can tell, goes back to the 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way, way back to Parshas Bo times. But it gets very hazy there because we don't even know what to do with it. We don't have big samples of other people. Also, this huge amount of people moving around in different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. We have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because, yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of a well. Good chance they were Jews. Say that. That's terrible. I should take that out of the recording. But, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent with it. We have a literary record confirming it. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians. So what do you know about Khazaria? Mr. Leakey. There's a book, yes, a Kuzari. We're going to see that in a second. What is the Kuzari all about? Yeah, from this region in Central, it's a little bit, that's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, and there's no screen there. So I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Kuzari, which is a book by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Bulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around Christianity, two different kinds, Orthodox and Catholic, and Islam, and so on. Decides to hold a debate between the or at least representatives of faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Kuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. We give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic, something else, and so on. But the reason why Yehuda wrote Hakuzari, because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who are very active here. It's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, for religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that people who we know from many sources, non-Jewish, they're active in this large gubernatorial, which would be actually penetrating into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia right now in its war with Ukraine is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Leon Pritsak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. It was definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. By the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who it appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of a book that's written about it, the Kuzari. Again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Hasdai bin Chaprut. I don't think, none of you were in my Jewish class, right? No, I don't think. He was a great Spanish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 3 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anybody please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he now, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers, meaning, he's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want and tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Kuzari. We also have medieval travelers made their way there and report on the area, usually negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism, not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here, so I'll block it. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. Stand over here. Cairo Geniza. This is a massive treasure document that was discovered in a synagogue just outside that has tremendous data about Jewish literature period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a petek. You guys, have you ever heard the term petek? You may have heard it like as a ticket. I'm sorry? No, that would be petach. But petek with a kuf. And it's like someone knocks on your door. Nowadays, they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door asking for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah, and he has good midos, and usually a story of how he fell on hard times and things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, a Khazari Jew. And there's this, usually when you see these peteks, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of a petek? What do you, signature of whom? Right, saying that this is for real, it's not and they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here which are Hebrew, but every one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name in Hebrew. It's as if, you got a petek from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote his name is, I don't know, Christopher Robbins or something like that. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that their community couldn't even write in Hebrew representing the Jewish community. Mr. Loiky. That this is the way he always signed it, but it's a Hebrew document. He's going to Hebrew communities, Yeah, but if you wouldn't sign if you were an aide on a Cuba, would you write, Mr. Loiky? No, you would write your Hebrew name, right, in Hebrew. Yes.
Tomorrow that even some Hawaiian their names as their signatures, and one of my garden fishes.
Triangles and stuff like that. Yeah. But this is actually perfect letters. Oh, you're so down the cup screws. Yeah. So you're so down the cup screws. This, I think, means he's an ignoramus. Does not relate. But maybe for, this is like, we're still supposed to come to yeshiva. We should be down the cup screws. No, it's an error. It's definitely, we have read it, and then there's a signature, Elik. That's what it says.
I think it's a really interesting idea.
Exactly, because he's an important guy. He's the president of the Jewish community. If the president of the Jewish community can't sign his name in Hebrew, you wonder what's going on there. And it tells you something about the nature of the Judaism there. We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly will accept this notion that there was this Jewry. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document. Poves Vremenia is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their story too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khazari. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, they were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 9088. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000. It's a modern era. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out, says we're not going to become Muslim. Anyone guess why? No. He was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's forbidden. It's, what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no. He says, literally, we will not give up our cups. So, and then there's a little comment, which was probably added by a Christian monk afterwards, saying, and also they smear their beards with excrement, which is hard to believe. I think that the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the argument of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, Aryan Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew, and he says, wow, Judaism sounds so great, everything about it. So then, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? And they say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our many sins. And he says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev and Russia became Jewish, if that whole part of the world was Jewish? Came that close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up going with the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of the Khuzari, although with a very different, outcome, obviously. Okay. They have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they have not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Professor Shaul Stamfer, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asked three basic questions. He asked, why would they have been in the first place? He thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khuzari seems to take. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. Meaning, even though they're very close to the Gaonim and places like Babylon, a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria, probably because maybe they had Karaite leanings, something like that. And three, what happened to them? What happened to those Khazaris? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is what started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time you get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars and pseudo-scholars, a lot of pseudo-scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sand was one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic world, writes this book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. You have to say it again, Mr. Krantz. You're speaking way too fast for me. You're already speaking English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews, these evil mud people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would anyone want this really bizarre argument? So Shlomo Sand, he says, I wish to resign and cease considering myself a Jew. That's kind of funny. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim aren't real